Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 5 of Naruto Corrupted. In this alternate universe, Naruto had experienced oppression, lies, defilement, loneliness, and hatred by the time he became Genin. Being stripped in Orochimaru's bed of experiments didn't do his mind any favors, but it did leave him with his greatest power. Mokuton Naruto. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by the Omnipresent sage, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. If you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget leave a like if you enjoyed the video. It not only helps me but helps with YouTube algorithm. Now sit back, relax and enjoy. Chapter 16, Death and Hope, Part 2. The relief that washed over Baki when he received the news that Third had returned to power was like a magical tonic. Gaara had already gone back to Suna with Kakashi. But he had been kept around, for sinister reasons of course. He'd received word of a purge that occurred. No question the work of Danzo. He was really intent on controlling the Sand Nation. But such was their fate for foolishly thinking they could win against Konoha. Maybe if they had known that the leaf had a Jinchuriki of its own, things would have been different. Perhaps Raza had decided to quit the ploy because he knew it was a mammoth task that Suna couldn't possibly achieve. But at least the Hiruzen was awake. The man was his savior, and Suna's. The Sandaime Hokage was generous and not cold-hearted like Danzo. Immediately, he had known that Suna would be freed. It was the fact that he wasn't called soon that had him sweating a little. Sandaime-sama, Baki greeted the old man. He looked pale. Worse than before. It was apparent he wasn't in perfect health. Please sit, Baki-san. He noted, there was no smile. A stern tone that had him counting his numbers, just in case things took a turn for the worst. Thank you? Hiruzen leaned back to his chair. It was bothersome that Tsunade had seen it fit to ban him from smoking, citing his poor health. There was no connection between being poisoned and smoking. She was nonetheless the medic Nin. He did right by forcing her to return. He would have died without her, and Konoha would have been diving toward war and a freefall. He looked at Baki sternly, and then spoke. I understand that Orochimaru had impersonated Raza-san to fool you all into leading war. But it is a fact that you all invited him and schemed with him. Yes, Hokage-sama. We invited Orochimaru, but the original plan was to scare the feudal lord. We did not save it, Hiruzen said sharply. Regardless of the reasons. I did have a good relationship with him, and he betrayed that trust by working with Orochimaru. Suna was already aware that we were looking for him, yes? Baki couldn't deny it. A message had come. If their shinobi were to come across any hideouts, suspicious of nature and even find information about Orochimaru, they could sell it to Konoha. But they welcomed the snake into their homes, and it poisoned them. Yes. You could have captured him and used that as leverage to come to some negotiation with Konoha. But you did not. I know what Danzo was trying to do. I don't agree with it. Which is why I have sent for Kakashi to return home and Suna will be free to make its decisions. Hiruzen paused. He'd previously made decisions that made people take advantage of situations. He couldn't fall into that route anymore. I've sent people to the Wind Lord. They will make sure he provides funding to Suna. But for a full year, half of that funding will be paid to Konoha, for damages your invasion caused. I could take away Temari from young Gaara and force her to become a shinobi of the Hidden Leaf, but we would only earn his animosity. But payment must be made for the loss of lives. For the next 2 years, you will be stationed in Konoha. In the first year, you will not be permitted to leave the village, but will stay around, teaching my shinobi wind-based jutsu. Everything that you know. In the second year, you will be permitted to visit home. If, however, we find you doing treasonous or contrary to the agreement, you forfeit your life. Baki thought that was a light sentence, but still much more than what he had expected, considering this was the Sandaime. Suna would be effectively robbed of its best shinobi. And whoever will be leading the village won't be depending on his knowledge. If Sunagakure is to be attacked? In the first year, you will not be permitted to leave. Unless, of course, my successor changes things. But I have already spoken to her about it, and although she disagrees with things, this she has decided to abide. Basically, whether Suna is being attacked or not does not matter. Unless, of course, it pays for your services. It was still much better than being controlled. Even if Baki had to die as a result, he would be fine, if he was able to give Suna its freedom. But this would be cruel on him. He would just sit and improve Konoha while Suna is being attacked or facing an attack. I see. You can leave the village now. But I expect you back soon after discussing things with Suna. This isn't negotiable. You accept them or reject them. Baki wasn't going to ask what would happen if he did not return. And Iwagakure? I have sent a message to Inoki about this. Baki nodded and then stood up. Thank you, Sandaime-sama. I will depart immediately. Once the man left the office, Hiruzen didn't let loose of a breath he held. No, because there were people waiting for him. He sensed their presence, and had signaled them to wait. A squad of Umbu appeared in the office. The captain stepped up. Hokage-sama. Yugao, please remove your mask. I won't be seeing much of you soon enough. He didn't have that long to live anyway. Yugao did as instructed and then dished out her report. We could not deliver the message, Hokage-sama. The feudal lord is dead. What? He died of natural causes, they said. Hiruzen blinked, wondering what the hell was happening. He could name his successor, but they couldn't act until acknowledged by the village council. He didn't have such issues, neither did Tobirama. But the daimyo have become heavily involved these days. And to avoid a situation of anyone killing a kage and then saying they elected him as the successor, some rules had to been changed. He could name Tsunade as his successor, and she could move into the office, but it wouldn't be official. Even Danzo could fight it because according to the letter, the man was to be acting Hokage until he woke up and a successor was appointed. Those were the terms. Waking up just meant he could select his successor, and there would be no one to dispute it. But the daimyo dying delayed things. He had written, stating his intentions to name Tsunade as his successor, and calling for the man to arrive at the village as soon as possible to make it official. And then? We were informed that a representative would be sent. And according to customs, you will get to name your successor. Then why did they refuse to take the scroll? Because there was no one appropriate to read it, Yugao said. Fine. You're dismissed. Hiruzen waved his right hand and then heaved a heavy sigh. Everything was in order now. There was no one in the council who was going to reject his wishes. Tsunade would become his successor. Naruto's house. Just the person I wanted to see, Naruto said with a smile after opening to see Ino at his door. When you want to see someone, you go visit them. Why? When you can just come to my humble abode? Ino rolled her eyes. Just because you're a little famous now and the villagers know that you're the son of the Yondaime Hokage doesn't mean that you can just sit around and have people come to visit you as you're a king. News of the Sandaime's survival had already spread across to the village, and there was much joy. He too found reason to be happy. He was doing his best to ignore the nagging feeling of caution that threatened him. It was because of such news that even his name resounded in the streets. The actions in Suna didn't hamper anything. He could have accepted it if nobody found out about his relation to Minato. He didn't want that man's shadow to keep him grounded. How did you step away from the shadow of a man who died to protect the village from the Kyuubi? You just couldn't top that. The gift of life wasn't something that came cheaply. Naruto laughed. Don't be like that, Ino. He moved closer to her and whispered to her right ear. You live in your parents' house. We can't do private things there, he said, his fingers dancing on her forearm. Private things? Ino kept a straight face. Uzumaki, last time I checked, you didn't know anything about private things. Ouch. Naruto put on a hurt look. That kinda of hurts my pride, Ino. He then smiled, moving out of the way for the girl to enter the house. Perhaps I should show you. I think we will all be happy if you could do that. You're a naughty girl, you do know that? Ino shrugged. I'm just an adult who isn't afraid to speak her mind. Unlike some timid people. Naruto kept his smile and followed Ino to the living room. Once she sat down, he settled beside her, resting his head on her lap with his face facing her. Before you make me forget, we are going to have some get-together tonight or tomorrow. You know, just to celebrate being alive and all. That'd be lovely, Naruto said quietly. He closed his eyes, feeling a bit of warmth. He was really enjoying having Ino around him. If she wasn't the one coming here, he was surely going to end up visiting the flower shop just to see her. Perhaps he could do that, help a bit. There would be nothing wrong with trying to get her mother to like him. Parents held sway over their children after all. Ino wasn't a rebel. She was her parents' child. He had seen it many times. Parents telling their children to stay away from him. At least, with Ino's mother, he hadn't sensed anything sinister. Then again, you could never know. There were people who could press you to laugh, and then when you turn away, call you a spawn of the devil. What am I to you? Naruto was silent for a couple of moments. A question that he didn't expect. He was simply being friends for now. But he understood the question had a deeper meaning attached to it. She really came here to put him a corner. But then again, considering the last time they were together, he could understand her question. Human relationships were complicated. Especially the ones where emotions played a role. They were unpredictable. But it was a fun unpredictability. At least when the other person wasn't dipping drops of poison in your food. Shouldn't I be asking you the question? I asked. Naruto got up and then leaned on the couch with his eyes closed. What to do? You don't want to get your hopes up for nothing, huh? Ino shook her head. She did like him. How deep was questionable. But sometimes Naruto was so unreadable, she couldn't even try to guess what was in his mind. Sometimes, there were even doubts he even liked her given his actions. We've just gotten closer, you know. I've honestly never asked myself that question. But you are someone important to me. Someone I want to care for. Someone I like deeply. Friends say that to each other. I remember saying I loved you. I was wondering who is it that came to visit, Karen said, standing by the entrance, her hands on her chest. Girlfriend? Ino glanced at the redhead, and then at Naruto. There was woman in Naruto's house, and she'd come from upstairs. Ino hadn't gone there. She'd only used the bathroom, kitchen, and this room. She hadn't even seen the back of the house. But this girl was coming from upstairs and Naruto never told her anything about it. She glared at him, and then demanded. Who is she and what is she doing in your house? His house? Karen smiled, and then walked over. She sat on a couch and looked between the two. This is our house, explained Naruto. And you better have a good reason. Naruto had a feeling that even if he said Karen was his girlfriend, Ino wouldn't be going anywhere. He glanced at Karen. She was amused about something. He sighed and then spoke. That is Karen Uzumaki. She is a survivor of the Uzumaki clan. And she is a freeloader in my house. Clan. Just the two of them. Ino was speechless. If it was just the two of them, they weren't going to be talking about reviving the Uzumaki clan, were they? She imagined them trying to make little redheads. You're thinking something naughty, Naruto said with an amused look, seeing Ino's cheeks flush pink. I'm not. Ino denied it loudly. Why does she have to be living with you? Because we are of the same clan and I decided that she is going to be very close to me. Naruto replied in a hardened tone, just to get the message through to Ino. Ino quickly recognized the tone and slouched slightly. But it was Karen who spoke. How long am I going to be locked up in here? I'm going to go crazy just waking up to eat and then sleep. Karen put her hands on her head, shouting a bit hysterically. Naruto groaned at this. He wasn't hearing this for the first time. But he didn't want her to do anything in the village. She would not become a kunoichi. Absolutely not. You know Tsunade? The legendary Sannin? Yes. She runs a lab. They conduct some research. I can take you there and you can spend your times there and come back home here. As long as I find you having cooked something. You get lazy and just boil ramen. Cook for you? I showed you the pots and everything. You're a freeloader and now you want me to cook for you? What am I, your wife? You're certainly not my husband. I'm going to put a pillow on your face while you're sleeping. We'll save you from having you fall off the bed at night anyway. I do not fall from the bed. I was just at one time and I was having an unpleasant dream. Woman, have you seen yourself while asleep? I swear whoever is going to end up sleeping next to you will have to chain you up in the bed just so he doesn't get kicked off the bed. Karen folded her hands across her chest. Do you want me to tell your girlfriend there was a woman who left the house in the morning? Feeling Ino's digging glare, Naruto created a shadow clone. The clone walked up to Karen and held out its right hand. Come, let me go introduce you to her. Once they were gone, Naruto released a long breath. Karen was high maintenance. Too much energy. Were all Uzumaki like that? Well, not like him. Perhaps just the women. How do you know how she sleeps? Naruto slowly turned around to face Ino. She had a frightening look about her. He smiled nervously, scratching his head. Well, you see, I was just checking up on her. At night while she is sleeping. It doesn't sound as bad. She is new here and I wanted to make sure she was comfortable after I heard her snoring loudly. Can't trust what you say. Ino folded her hands, puffed up her cheeks. I might have to come and spend some nights here just to make sure nothing is happening. I wouldn't complain either way. Naruto replied with a smile. As long as your father doesn't come up at night to peek through the window to see if we are sleeping or being naughty. Daddy wouldn't do that. Sure. Baki halted, jumping down from a tree. He looked around, seeing that he was being pursued. Within a minute, he was surrounded by 10 men. He frowned. An ambush like this by masked men? It was usually a prerequisite to one's death. Baki-san. You are to return with us to Hidden Leaf. Danzo? Will you do so willingly, or will you do so under duress? No doubt, Danzo was plotting something behind the Sandame's back. But what did he expect? The man wasn't just going to go away silently. The fear that he would die gripped him once again. To avoid death. To avoid anything treacherous, he had to defeat these people. The third Hokage had just given him his life back, and he would not allow it to get taken away. Why does it sound like you want me alive? Because before you die, we have an important job for you. Baki was very afraid of this. He took a stance and then watched them attack him all at once. Sakura smiled happily seeing Sasuke walk into restaurant with Naruto. She'd invited him over and he had refused, saying he had better things to do. But seeing him here, she realized the blonde must have spoken to him. He appeared to be the only one who could make Sasuke do anything. It was rather sad that her word meant nothing. She shook her head. She just had to be happy that he was around. She had missed being with her teammates, and the others. Sasuke-kun! She greeted him happily. Sasuke didn't ignore her, he just nodded his head but was pulled in by Ino. Come sit with me, Sasuke-kun, she said casually, but her eyes fully on Sakura. What the hell, Ino? You already have Naruto! Sakura shouted, rising with her hands on the table. She nearly burned on hands on the heater. Who said I can't have Sasuke? Ino asked innocently. Besides, if I had Naruto, I wouldn't be dragging Sasuke. I'll take Naruto. Sakura replied without even thinking about it. Ino stared and then burst out laughing. Oh yeah? Take him. He is all yours, Sakura-chan. Seeing Sakura look at him, and then frown before slumping down, defeated, Naruto took offense in that. Couldn't you have been happy, Sakura? Her heart is only for the broody bastard. She didn't even greet any of you but went for her beloved. Kiba was quick to point. This sounds like fun, Karen said to Naruto as she pushed him beside him. Kiba sandwiched her between and the blonde. Smiling, Naruto said, The night has only just begun, my dear Karen. Shikamaru, Chuji and Hinata were also present. The person who appeared to be missing was Shino. But the group that graduated together had gathered for the first time since becoming shinobi. He smiled at the Nara and then waved at Hinata. She waved back, with a brilliant smile. So, who is the redhead, Naruto? You're going to introduce us? Kiba asked with a smile, trying not to look at Karen. Naruto didn't immediately reply. It was a night of drinking with friends. He could afford this much. He didn't even drink that often anyway. So, he could be excused. He summoned 4 bottles and then put them on the table before pouring himself some. He took a sip and then smiled. A warning. Don't drink that if you can't handle alcohol. You're just a lightweight, you know. Yeah, right. She scoffed. I am human. I don't have the stomach the size of a giant toad. Something happened? Hinata asked cautiously. Shikamaru knew the story. A moment Ino wasn't most impressed with, but something she held fondly because Naruto took her home even after she was out cold. But what did she expect? Naruto was a pleasant person. Maybe Kiba would have other thoughts. Yeah. Nothing happened. Ino shot Naruto a warning look. Naruto just smiled and then replied to Kiba's question. He put a hand over Karen's shoulder. This, my friends, is my dear childhood sweetheart. We were separated when I came back from my vacation. But I hunted her until I found her. Vacation? Karen laughed. He was talking about his time with Orochimaru. She removed his hand from her, and then replied. He is dreaming. I don't even know him. My only sweetheart is Sasuke-kun. Not you too. Kiba groaned and then glared at Sasuke. Hell team? What do you have that I don't? Do you really want that answer? Seeing everyone look at him, Kiba grabbed one of the bottles from Naruto, and then took a couple of gulps. He felt it hit him hard. And then swore loudly. Fuck is this? My special drink. I thought you were something with Ino with the way she talks about you, Chuji said. He paused, putting in something inside his mouth while ignoring a shove from Shikamaru and a glare from Ino. Are you not going out with her? Naruto glanced at Ino and smiled. She was his. And there was no one who was going to change that. Sasuke was not going to take her away from him. Right now, she was fooling around. And so could he. Apparently not. As you can see, Ino still likes Sasuke. Naruto then faced Sakura. You got yourself some stiff competition. This was stupid. Sasuke didn't know why he even bothered to come to this place. He shouldn't have agreed to Naruto's request. Even sitting at home or sleeping would have been better than this. He shot Naruto a glare, and the blonde responded by smiling. Have a drink, Sasuke, and loosen up a little, Naruto said casually, before turning to Ino. He saw her look and then sighed. Should I announce it? Well, I kid, Ino is my special friend. Girlfriend. And Karen is family. She is a member of my clan. Everybody knows you two are lovebirds. Kiba shrugged, dismissing this revelation. Your clan? Forget about clan? What do you mean everybody knows? Naruto demanded from Ino. Well, if you didn't spend a lot of time together, nobody would say anything. And Ino sings you praises everywhere she goes. Shikamaru replied in a tired tone. I don't do that. Chuji opened his mouth to say something and Ino cut him off. Say something and you will regret it, she warned him. Chuji just kept on eating. People do say someone who likes you is your biggest fan. Why does it sound like you're talking to me? Sakura asked with a stare. She was envious. Ino lit up when she spoke about spending time with Naruto. He was nice. He didn't ignore her. And even now, Naruto sat on the opposite side and they openly talked about things. But she couldn't even get Sasuke to smile, much less even have dinner with her. It wasn't fair. Was there no amount of reward for the love she had? There was truly a saying, no love hurts more than unrequited love. It was the hope that piped you. As long as the person was alive, even if they told you that you discussed them, you'd still hope. Not at all, Naruto replied with a nod. And yes, Kiba, a clan. I should run a campaign to make everyone know about my great clan. Great? Kiba scoffed. I've heard about the Senju. They are extinct but never about the Uzumaki. Are you sure you didn't get hit too hard while trying to defend the hospital? Ignorance is truly a sad thing, Naruto said quietly. Team, are you saying I'm ignorant? Naruto turned to Karen. She was busy chugging down the sake from the land of toads. He was going to end up carrying her home. Maybe Tsunade had worked her hard and she needed to make herself loose a little. He smiled. Well, he wasn't complaining. Who wants to explain? The Shodai's wife was Uzumaki. As far the Uzumaki's connection to Konoha is concerned, the symbol you see at the back of Jonin vests and on the sides of shirts worn by Jonin is the symbol of the Uzumaki clan. That is how important they were to Konoha. Were? Homeland invaded and the village is now in ruins, Shikamaru replied. He wondered just how Naruto felt about the fact that Yuzu was Konoha's ally, and even then, Konoha didn't protect it, and did nothing after its destruction. As far as history was concerned, the clan was peace-loving and never took part in wars. Even going back to the warring times, there is not that history of violence with the Uzumaki. He'd asked his father about how Yuzu was destroyed but didn't get any answer he wouldn't find from a history book. It was a sign that told him he was better off not knowing. There were some colorful words after that. Sasuke was brought into conversation as well by some serious questions. Karen continued to drink, but nobody could really make out what she was saying whenever asked. Everything was going smoothly until Kiba asked, "How does it feel like being the guy who transformed into the Kyuubi and then forced a great nation to surrender?" He went straight into the subject of the Kyuubi. By now, everybody knew that he was a Jinchuriki. Perhaps they just chose not to talk about it until he brought it up. Given how almost everyone looked at Kiba, it was like an agreement had been formed. "We are never giving you a drink," Ino said with a stare. "But he can't be worse than Lee. Given his strength, it's unsurprising," Naruto said before adopting a thoughtful look. "To answer your question, Kiba, I feel nothing. But I must admit, after transforming and looking down at those people, I felt like a god." "Demon," Kiba mumbled. "Ar!" he cried after Sakura stomped on his foot. "What the hell, Sakura?" But Naruto just laughed. "He isn't exactly wrong. And I'm sure Kiba is just looking at it in this way. Would those people in Suna think, oh, that's a god? No, watching things get destroyed, they thought demon. Kiba stared at Sakura. "Apologize to me." "What the hell do you think about me?" Sakura refused to apologize. And as Kiba drank a bit more, Hinata apologized for him and dragged him away. Shikamaru and Shuji followed. Naruto stifled a yawn and then shook Karen. "We should also go home." "What about her?" Sasuke asked of Ino. "I'll carry her." "Help carry Karen for me, will you?" "No chance. Use a clone to carry her." "Cold-hearted bastard." Naruto shot and then smiled at Sakura. She hadn't touched alcohol but just decided to drink juice instead. "You're going to be a fine woman one day, Sakura. Not like these disappointing drunks. Maybe one day, you'll find someone who loves you just as you love them." Naruto wasn't going to give her hope on Sasuke. He didn't even know where things stood with the girl. Sakura smiled sadly. "Thank you, Naruto," she said. Naruto nodded and then created a clone. It would have to send Ino back home while he carried Karen. Sasuke most likely wanted to speak to him. So they could walk. If Ino found out it was a clone, she was going to be pissed off. She wasn't dead after all. Just silent, wide awake and apparently listening. Sakura said her goodbyes and was leaving, but Naruto stopped her. He was familiar with the home alone walk. He shouldn't, but he felt sorry for the girl. They walked her to her home, while he carried Karen. She said her thanks again, with a bright smile. That was awfully kind of you, Sasuke said. Naruto looked up. Sasuke, even you recognize what kindness means. He smiled. Yes, I was being kind. Cruelty pays nothing. I've already told you, I don't want to be miserable. Grudges just make you bitter. Besides, what did we lose? I lost my time coming here. You should understand things, Sasuke. If you want to live the life of a loner, go become an umbu. If you're going to become a clan head, you'll need to know the value of friends. There is such a thing as clan politics. Shikamaru, the Nara clan. And soon, he will probably replace his father as a Jonin commander. Ino will be doing her thing in intelligence, taking after her father. Sakura becomes the greatest medic and most powerful kunoichi. If you want to rise to higher positions, you become friends with such people. Thinking ahead, huh? It was so like Naruto these days. He was always thinking ahead. With Itachi still alive, Sasuke couldn't really think ahead. You already have a picture of Konoha's future. But that can change if Danzo returns to power. Not happening, Naruto said in a hardened tone. I heard he didn't even put up a fight when the Sandaime returned. That made me realize Danzo may have just been using the old man to calm things but would still return. Because a successor still needs to be selected. And with what he knew, sitting still would have been a mistake. He couldn't just act as if he didn't know anything. What do you mean by using the Sandaime? Danzo doesn't want to go to war with the Wagakure. He really doesn't want it. If the Sandaime returns to power, he calms things, and the plan we have originally cooked up becomes even more effective under the circumstances. What plan? Konoha would tell Iwa it was backing down if things become heated. But it would control Suna from the shadows. That Sachikage knows the old man. So naturally, he will have his suspicions, but he'll look at whatever punishment the old man dishes out and then say, maybe things are in order. But really, even with the punishments, Danzo will continue to control Suna. Yes. Naruto nodded. But none of that will happen. I have made arrangements to ensure it does not happen. Therefore, I can think about the future. Are you going to use her? Sasuke asked, glancing at Karen. I like Ino. And I'm not going to use someone. I didn't bring Karen here to pop up redheads. She can make her own choices. If she doesn't want to be involved with me, that is her choice. He felt Karen stirring up after saying those words. If you said something different, I would have burnt down your house and flee, she said in a sleepy tone. Damn it, woman! If you're awake, just say so. She didn't reply. Naruto sighed. It's easier to manage things with friends. You saw it with Suna. He glanced at Sasuke. Don't you wish to become Hokage, Sasuke? This is your village. Uchiha founded it with Senju. And Uchiha named it. But no Uchiha has ever been Hokage. It is because they've always been fearful of us. They? It is some people. But you're loved. Even if you're a broody bastard who doesn't display humanity, you are loved. If you became Hokage, nobody would complain. And you? Naruto shrugged. I just want to live my life. But to say I have no other dream would be a lie. I wanted to become Hokage before, but that was simply to become acknowledged. I realized it back then that you become acknowledged then become Hokage. For me, it had looked like an impossible task. But it can happen now. I just don't think too highly of that position. You make too many sacrifices. I don't think I would make a sacrifice for Konoha. I don't love it that much. Everything that begins must end. That was the absolute rule of this world. Nothing was forever. Even intangible memories became lost. Some, just simply corrupted. But nothing remained constant. Even his long, tremulous life was coming towards its end. And Hiruzen had many regrets than he would have liked. At least, he would die on his own terms and would have done something significant for the Hidden Leaf. For the shadow of Danzo loomed large. Hiruzen had what he needed to have the man executed for acts of treason. But he doubted it would be so simple. Not in his weak state, and when Danzo had been poisoning his shinobi while he fought with the labors of Orochimaru. He glanced up, seeing the person he wanted to see, Naruto. The blonde had an expressionless mask on his face. Not often did they speak as much as he would have liked to. Hiruzen believed there was still much he could pass on to the blonde. Yet it was about time. What more could he do now in his current state? Once Naruto sat down in front of his desk, Hiruzen started speaking in a serious tone. "I wish I had called you for good news," the third started. Naruto shook his head. "I'm old enough to understand that things are not ideal at the moment, for many people that is." He paused, staring at the old man. "Besides, I also wanted to talk to you." "About?" He hoped Naruto wasn't going to tell him he was leaving Konoha. "Two issues. The Akatsuki and Danzo. I need to become stronger to protect myself against the organization." "Aren't you already?" "Not quite enough. There is much that I cannot do. I want to leave Konoha and go into hiding to train. Sasuke will most likely follow." At least, it wasn't the self-exile he'd feared. But this was not the ideal time for anyone to go into hiding. Not when their enemies were watching. It wasn't like things with the Wagakure had cooled down. And the Raikage was threatening to bring his nose into things. But Hiruzen couldn't stop Naruto. No, he didn't think he had that option. Whether anyone liked it or not, Naruto was going to depart. "What of Danzo? I suppose you called me here because of him." "I have been a little busy watching. You must know, he kidnapped Baki." "What?" Hiruzen was surprised. But should he really be surprised? "I think he plans to use the man to attack you. He can get close to you. And if he understands your current situation, he doesn't need to succeed, just make you think." Hiruzen shook his head. This was his failure. "I've permitted him to do as he pleases for long enough," he said sternly. He'd given Jiraiya the order to have Danzo executed, but because the feudal lord was now involved, he had to wait for him. It was a disturbing turn of events. But once the Fire Lord stepped on, his actions were limited, lest he became rebellious. At which case, Konohagakure would suffer the consequences of his actions. He wanted to free Konoha, not burden it to its knees. The problem with that was that the feudal lord who made that arrangement was dead. And Hiruzen feared things would only become complicated. The hyenas left in the Fire Council were merciless political brutes. "He has done many things in the past that I've overlooked. Even attempting to kill me." Hiruzen smiled at this. How he allowed this puzzled him. Even his sensei would be baffled. But such were his decisions. And he plans to do so again. "I've already announced Tsunade as my successor. But the feudal lord can still reject your wishes. Political might can triumph your will." Naruto paused, wondering if he should tell the Sandaime what he knows. "Danzo has Shursei's eye. I think he has been using it and plans to use it. The genjutsu it casts is subtle enough not to be detected." Hiruzen didn't seem surprised by this news. In fact, he just blinked and then released a long and tired breath. "So, Baki will be controlled by it," he said calmly. "I won't ask how you know but what you plan to do. You must have already known that there is news that the feudal lord is dead." "Yes. I received that message after I sent my Umbua message to him." "Well, that report is false. He isn't dead. Danzo was manipulating him. He or a representative will be coming to Konoha for the election of the new Hokage. I plan to expose him in front of everyone. To watch him feel the whole of Konoha turn on him, call on his execution." The professor leaned back on his chair. "So, Naruto was playing in the Fire Temple. A clone most likely was doing everything while he kept appearances here at Konoha. Unlike most people, Naruto had the chakra reserves to make a lasting Kage Bunshin. And he had informed the blonde that this would be solved by the adults. It seemed that Naruto had everything covered. And his words explained why Danzo has been silent. He knew he had the support of the feudal lord. It seems there is no need for me to say anything. But can you get it done? Yes, even Itachi going mad can be blamed on him. for his hatred of the Uchiha and lust for power. The third understood that it was not just about removing Danzo from the picture but to completely dismantle him. To crush a man's hopes, huh? After all, he was still to be executed. Hiruzen had evidence to present to the feudal lord. The problem was on whether the man was being manipulated or not. It seemed that Naruto had a plan for that as well, which made him curious. No, there were many curious things. He already knew Naruto had contact with Itachi, but now it seemed that there was more that the blonde knew. And it could only be from the Uchiha. I'd called you because I know my time is soon coming. But I'm glad that you are making this effort, Naruto. It gives me peace to know that even if I die, Konoha will be well taken off. The third dying? Naruto never gave this much thought. He didn't want to think about it. Not that much. Simply because he didn't know how to process it. He became subdued, his expression displaying a range of emotions. I wanted to let you know that things will be well. What I didn't know was Danzo's ability to control other people. The old man said sadly. Nothing short of a public campaign would have brought him down if I didn't know this. Corrupt people have become leaders. Some continue to be leaders simply because the political powers support them. Power is everything. But Danzo will not successfully use his power to gain Konoha. You have thought things through. I have. Do you have any desire to be Hokage? Naruto shook his head. No. I do not want to be a leader. It is too much responsibility. I want my freedom. To enjoy my life. I still cannot really express myself because I'm constrained, he said in a sad tone. I see. But what constrains you? Scars of the past and fear. I've discovered fear is a very powerful thing. Naruto stared at the old man, switching the subject. Are you really going to die? He couldn't imagine coming to the Hokage Tower and not find the old man. For all his life, the old man was there. Forever present in the village and his life. Lies, deceitfulness, and yet much loving. The relationship had it all. Yes. It seems so. I would have liked to introduce a girl to you and say, old man, this is the girl who has loved me, Naruto said with a laugh. You can still do that. Sure. Naruto smiled and then glanced up. There has been much that we haven't spoken about. Much that we have kept to ourselves. I am to blame for that. Perhaps. But what am I gaining from this? There is so much I would have liked to share with you. But memories of the old. The scars kept me from doing so. I don't really have anyone I can share certain things with, Naruto said quietly. We've never really spoken deep about my parents, the Kyuubi, and my time with Orochimaru. I suppose I still have issues with the latter. It isn't something I really think about. Does having Karen there not make you think about it? A little, but we were children. Little kids at that time. I can't put much weight into anything. Naruto shook his head. I know my body. What Orochimaru was trying to do. I know. So, what do you want to know? Shikaka stared at Naruto. The Sharingan implanted on Naruto's right eye socket, pulsing with immeasurable power. In this secret hideout, just him, the blonde, the Umbu commander, and the Sandaime Hokage. He felt a little weary looking at the eye. The unnatural way in which it looked. And the way it made the blonde intimidating. He should have been at the forefront of dealing with Danzo. But no, he was only getting roped in. Perhaps he'd been a little passive. But even the old man had admitted, once the feudal lord spoke, there was hardly anything they could all do to stop him. In such times, political power was superior to their raw strength. Money was everything. Shinobi villages were controlled by money. Without it, they could not function. They were just civilized mercenary groups. He glanced at the old man. With each passing day, he seemed to grow weaker. He has never truly recovered. It was obvious to all those who watched him. It was just a matter of time before his body gave away. Danzo has done many things. And I allowed him to get away with it because of my own weakness. Hiruzen started in a weak tone. There is evidence that can be presented, and he can be executed for his actions. But he has control over the daimyo. Or at least used to. Naruto finished. Shikaku nodded, seeing the big picture. It was as he had feared. What if Danzo had tried to kill the Sandaime? What if there was evidence about it? If the feudal lord said it didn't matter and such things should be buried, they would toe in line. For they were all in a subservient relationship with the man. He spoke and they nodded their heads. Perhaps that was why the Sandaime was trying to make the leaf self-sustaining. If Konoha could function without the daimyo, then his influence would wane. Used to? I have sorted that out. And the daimyo is secretly making his way to Konoha. Of course, as far as Danzo is concerned, he is dead. What seems to be the concern now? If Danzo no longer controls the feudal lord, then he is finished. Shikaku knew there was a problem somewhere. Lord Sandaime might not be alive by the time the feudal lord arrives. He is barely holding on. The Umbu commander replied in a stern tone. Danzo has also brainwashed Baki and has made him target him. Naruto has a clone watching him. Shikaku glanced at the blonde. Clone. Transformation. Naruto shrugged. It is the aftermath of the old man's death that we have to deal with. No mistakes. We can't allow anything to slip. Surely if Danzo catches he is going to meet his end, he will not lie down. There is something you're not telling me. Sure, says I. You know the genjutsu it could cast was powerful. Danzo has that. Hiruzen explained. I suppose Naruto has the other half. Shikaku paused, allowing his mind to wander. He frowned, deeply worried about the conclusion he reached. Danzo was acting Hokage. There is no telling if he used that ability on the Jonin or Umbu. If we handle things wrong, it could lead to a civil war. But can he do that? Danzo has had the eye for years. I don't know how far his control is. Kodo Amatsukami is not supposed to be used continuously. In fact, on normal use, if I were to cast it on you, it would take some time for it to recharge. But there are other means to be able to use it without limits. Hiruzen would not forget that Shursui had offered to use it on the entire Uchiha clan. And he could have done it, and no one would know. No one would be able to tell. Danzo had attacked him because of that power. Already Danzo had made plans when he was acting Hokage, moving swiftly to set up the groundwork. It did seem that he wanted to return to power. Then there was no way he didn't make use of his means to ensure no one denied him of his right to rule Konoha. We are not going to handle things privately, which is what will make things tricky. Things will be handled publicly. And if it is out in the open, and Danzo has those kinds of plans, there will be bloodshed. Shikaku sighed. That is the concern. Yes. I can think of something. The Nara said confidently. This was the first time Naruto came into her house. More specifically, sneaked into her house and then her room. She had nearly screamed when he woke her up. She smiled, seeing him in his glory by her bedside. But there was something strange about him. He seemed so open. So naked. She couldn't say he was the Naruto she knew. Something had happened. Ino's expression softened, her mind racing. With the Sandaime back in the office, she thought he would be happy with life. Relieved he would no longer be used as a weapon. Something wrong? Naruto slowly climbed on Ino's bed. He rested on his back and stared into the dark ceiling. This is a foreign territory for me. I've not had the experience with relationships. In fact, with most people, it was usually studying them. Throwing stones at them to see how they would react. But this has been different. Maybe that is why I have been hesitant to express myself. Maybe because I have to trust you. He shook his head. No, it is because I trust you that much that I am afraid of you. Ino didn't have a response. She just stared at him and let him continue speaking. But I know I must let loose a little. To live means doing that much. I must. I have to grow. Naruto shifted his head. To face Ino with a warm smile. The girl who loved him. The girl who accepted him. He was glad. He was happy. Without you, my life would be sad. No different from Sasuke. Ino rolled her eyes. Can you stop talking about your girlfriend for a moment? Naruto lifted his left hand and searched for Ino's. Once he found it, he held it gently and then spoke. I love you. Ino became silent. This was the first time he was saying those words to her with such raw emotion. Her emotions told her he was being honest. Her heart raced. Excitement building within her. But it was cut short. Why had Naruto looked so down when he came here? This was not a prelude to something bad, was it? As if he could read her thoughts, Naruto spoke again. I had a conversation with the Sandaime. It made me realize that we are not eternal. And there is also something I want to ask of you. He closed his eyes, taking a short breath. Besides, I really didn't want to sleep alone tonight. What did you want to ask? Ino asked carefully. I have to leave Konoha for a year or two. With the Akatsuki hunting for Jinchuriki, I will be next. I need to go and train to be strong enough to protect myself. But I don't want to leave without you. A day later. Bad news traveled quickly. The news of the Sandaime's passing had spread around the village like a wildfire. For a moment, the village came to a standstill. You realized just how much he was valued in this nation. The streets were mourning. Generations have been around with the old man as Hokage. He'd fought wars for the leaf. Given the leaf the Sannin. And now, he had gone to rest with other Kage. Yet, for Naruto, it was a loss he never thought he would experience. Even when the old man had been lying in coma, he'd rejected that he might die. It was painful. He didn't want to confront the emotions that came. The pain of loss. A new emotion. Different kind emotion. To have lost a grandfather. Lies, yes. But B was a grandfather. The person who showed him what it meant to be cared for, to be loved. And he was gone. A part of him gone. A part of Konoha's history gone. And there was no Orochimaru to brutalize for this. It was the Sannin's fault after all. Naruto strolled through the streets, hands inside his pockets, ignoring everyone who tried to talk to him. He'd been called into the Sarutobi compound by an Umbu. He saw Asuma and Tsunade. And then, the frail corpse of Hiruzen. He hadn't said a word. But stood still. Remained around for a while before strolling out silently. Tsunade had said some words but he hadn't heard her. Perhaps it was because of the nagging voice of the bijou within him. Once getting into his house, he went to the back. It was great Karen was in those dark places laboring for Tsunade. He just wanted to sit alone and drink with no one disturbing. He grabbed his bottles, and leaned against the wall, bare feet touching the sand. He was on his second when Anko showed up. She didn't say anything but just sat beside him, grabbed the bottle and took a huge gulp. She glanced at him, and then stared at the empty field ahead. When Orochimaru fled from Konoha, there was some negative thought toward me because I'd been his student. I was just a child when he took me in, Anko said in a thoughtful tone. I didn't have friends. But the old man helped me a lot. He was always helpful. Naruto glanced at Anko and then where his eyes had been. Now I feel uncomfortable. I'm not used to hearing you talk like that, he said in a quiet tone. It was really unlike her. When had he even seen her looking sad? She had her moments, but Anko was well Anko. He smiled thinking about her personality. And I've never seen you looking like a zombie. You missed one of my great moments in Orochimaru's hideouts. There were days I was lifeless, you'd think I was dead. What was he doing to you? He was just a sadistic bastard. You show him mental strength to deny him, and he decides to have fun by trying to break it down. He once got me a prison mate. Then killed him. And then had me practice jutsu on other people, Naruto replied, deep in thought. Those were the mental scars he would forever live with. But the death of the Sandaime was something else. Nothing that killed the heart, but something that shattered feelings. You think you're never going to see that smile. That voice. There would be no saying Gigi unless haunted. People die. Old people already had their expiry dates given. You knew it was coming, but accepting it was another thing. You could try to think about it, and say logically, He had lived far long, he should have died long ago. He did indeed live a long life. A full life, if you could say. After all, he lived long enough to have a grandchild. That does sound like him, Anko answered, eyeing Naruto carefully. You okay? Yeah. I will be. You came to see me? I was just passing by, she said. Heard from someone say a dead man was walking along the streets. I came to check if this was true. Naruto smiled but did not laugh. May have overdone it a little, he said. To everyone, he was something, huh? He said in response to Anko's earlier statement. You'd be surprised if you think you were the only one and thought you were special, the snake mistress said. Yeah. Naruto nodded. You okay? Yeah. Anko nodded. I was prepared. Knew this was coming. Everyone who knew him well knew it was coming. Except if you were having denial issues. She glanced at him. You were not seeing him, were you? Naruto shook his head. I was told he didn't have long. We all know we will die one day, but nobody has a date. However, when circumstances come, it is like you've been given a death sentence and a day for execution. You would have done yourself a favor if you'd gone. She stood up, and then put a hand on his shoulder. She then picked one bottle. I'm taking this with me. You must pay for it. Anko leaned in and then captured his lips. An experienced woman. The delicate of her touches. Purposefulness. Hunger. Desire. Lust. She pulled away and then grinned. Paid in full. Naruto just smiled and then watched her leave. After a couple of moments he stood up, but staggered a bit, nearly falling. That was a first. He knew his limit, so he never drank past it. Was it the whirlwind of emotions? He shook his head and then walked into the house, shutting the door behind him. He put a hand on the door, and it glowed slightly. Nobody could get in now. They could all just knock. Karen could pass through the barrier since her chakra was activated. Satisfied, Naruto walked toward his room, for an afternoon nap. Ino smiled seeing Naruto stir slightly. She'd been watching him sleep for the past hour or less. He reeked of alcohol. But she hadn't minded it. His silent snores, the peaceful expression he had on his face had been pleasant to watch. She'd been afraid he would be tormented in his sleep. After all, she'd heard he was walking in the streets with a dark cloud over his head. But she was glad he was able to sleep. She hadn't known he was that close to the Sandaime Hokage. When his eyes snapped open, she put a hand on his wild hair. Ino. He looked a little surprised. Not that I'm unhappy to see, but how did you get in here? He was a shinobi and this woman had sneaked into his bed without him noting it. Had he been that out of it? No. The reason for the barrier was because there could never be an intruder. Even if someone managed to slip through the barrier, it would wake him up. So, in this house, he could afford to drop all his guards and just be free. Your nasty wife let me in. Nasty wife? Redhead. Naruto blinked. She meant Karen. He turned to the side and then faced the ceiling. This was the first time Ino was in this place. He felt weird yet a little bit of a rebel. Perhaps it was the many emotions that ran rampant within him. He turned around and stared into her eyes. She was here. About the Sandaime. To comfort him. Yet there was still the question that was never answered. Naruto wasn't going to demand nothing of her. I'm sorry, Ino uttered sadly. Naruto looked defeated. She just felt sorry for him. She wasn't used to seeing him so down. Naruto shook his head. His right-left hand moved toward her cheek. He caressed it for a moment, and then smiled. I'm happy you are here, he said in a whisper. To this, she pulled him closer to her. His face in between her bust. She didn't mind. They were dating. I'm gonna suffocate and join the old man if you keep this up, Naruto said in between his breaths. Ino quickly released him, and then smiled sheepishly. Sorry. Naruto shook his head. He was a little content being in this position. To have Ino in his bed. The girl he loved. He realized, if she didn't answer him, they would be separated. He wouldn't have this anymore. He wouldn't have her. That was depressing. I'm sorry for making you run around me. It wasn't because I didn't like you. I was just undecided over what to do with Karen around. But the truth is, I love you, Ino. I'd always liked you when we were children. You were a friend. He paused, smiling warmly. I've been happier with you around. It's fine, Ino whispered. Not the childhood crush, but you grew on me, Uzumaki. And I fell for you. Don't bring that brooding bastard into this. I was Jew. Naruto put a finger on her lips, just to stop her from talking. We've got this room to ourselves, what do we do? Aren't you going to tell me? The following day. If the walls could be dressed in black, it would have been done. Almost everyone wore mourning clothes. For the Sandaime Hokage. It would have been suitable had the clouds gathered. With a bit of fire jutsu, they could be created. Unnatural, but a blanket of darkness would have suited the mood in the village. It was often in death that even people who hid in the closet came out to display their love and affection. Their sadness. Naruto was sure he would haunt anyone who cried after he dies when they couldn't even smile at his presence. Looking around, the sad expressions. There was nothing that connected people aside from a common cause, either it be pain or hatred. Whatever the cause, humans were at their peak of their powers when they were united. A pity, it was never usually in happiness. Thousands gathered. Words were sad. Tears were shed. Stories were told. Truly a memorial. Had it been the same for his father? No doubt, for his mother it was nothing but silence. For the village sought to erase her existence to cover up its strength. It was amazing how people knew the Yondaime had a pregnant wife before the massacre, and then suddenly, nobody really questions what happened to them. It was all about the sacrifice. This world was truly crazy for people who sacrificed their lives. Naruto was going to live his life. He would not be making sacrifices for anyone, unless it was for his family. At the death of the memorial, Danzo took the reins. The Sandaime did not die to what happened in the invasion. He was murdered! The man exclaimed. Naruto almost laughed. I was predictable. They were allowing the man to do this knowing that he was going to give one of his speeches, just to catch him in the act. But Naruto had never thought he would play his roles so perfectly. Yet, a part of him felt sickened and infuriated just seeing the man. There was silence, and the people started to look at each other. For the villagers, this was news. A story that had been kept from them. Naruto felt his insides twist with anger at how the man just paraded himself. In fact, he felt his usually strong-held emotions trying to break free. But a hand on his shoulder stopped him. He glanced over his shoulder. The last person he expected to see, Sasuke. You want to cause a scene? The Uchiha asked in a quiet tone. Naruto almost laughed in a bitter tone. That too would have caused a scene. No doubt, he would have been forced to commit to mental evaluation. Nobody wanted an unstable Jinchuriki. Hearing that from you doesn't really make me happy. Though there was nothing in Sasuke's face, Naruto was certain he saw a small smirk. He was usually the one dishing out lectures. But today, he was the one on the verge of losing control. Control yourself? The damn Uchiha enjoyed saying those words despite the circumstances. It seemed that there would always be competition, no matter what. Konoha, we cannot let this slide. The person who did this must pay. Danzo continued. One of the rude ops brought a beaten Baki before Danzo. This man. Hiruzen showed him mercy. Allowed him to go home and even instructed Kakashi to return after our Jinchuriki had forced Suna to surrender. He took advantage of Hiruzen's kindness. Having seen that Hiruzen has freed Suna, they made a deal with the Tsuchikage. If Baki gets the head of the Hokage, IWA would defend it from punishment. I tracked him down and brought him here. He will be executed for his actions. And we will not let Suna get away with this. Not even IWA. The roar that followed. Anger and grief was something else. Even when he trained his ops to be emotionless, Danzo knew how to manipulate the emotions of others. Obviously, if the Sandaime was murdered, the village would demand those involved in it to be brought to justice. It didn't matter if Iwa and Suna denied it. The fact was Danzo said it in this moment meant the villagers would be with him. Even if Tsunade took charge, she would face the pressure. And who would even take responsibility for such an action? If Danzo pulled the village into war tomorrow, they would support him. They would give him their children to take to war. Nobody would criticize him for going to war now. Shrewd and evil. It was no wonder he was the master of the dark arts. But such a man wasn't supposed to talk in the light. He should always walk in the darkness. But it was about to end. There is actually a plot that I didn't tell you about. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. He knew Naruto had been scheming. But he didn't bother to ask. He knew it had something to do with Danzo. What? Naruto smiled. Oh, just wait and see, Sasuke. Wait and see. It is going to be fun, the blonde said. A sudden shift in the air. Not long ago this person was leaking a murderous intent, and now he was smiling happily. What the hell was wrong with him? Danzo-sama! It was Naruto who called out. Calling the former acting Hokage out in such a sad tone you would actually pity him. All eyes turned to the blonde. Even Danzo's measured look turned to him. But the man did not reply. In fact, he seemed to want to continue with his program, but Naruto spoke again. Forgive me for interrupting you like this, but I would like to say a few words. Please permit me. He was begging. Danzo glared sharply but nodded his head. Is it true that you're the one who killed Shisui Uchiha for his Sharingan? Is it true that you manipulated Itachi into committing the Uchiha massacre because you wanted the Uchiha gone? Is it true that you manipulated the feudal lord into appointing you acting Hokage? Is it true that you tried to kill the Sandaime Hokage before? Is it true that you're hiding Shisui's eye under those bandages? There was silence. A complete silence with eyes shifting between Naruto and Danzo. Outwardly, Danzo was perfectly calm. Inwardly, he was seething. Just that Naruto dared to say such things. The blonde could be easily handled. But it was just that he dared that infuriated Danzo. After all, Naruto wasn't the most liked person in the village. I didn't think you were the type of person who would dishonor the Sandaime by making such wild accusations. Wild? It was a voice that had shinobi and civilians alike shifting. The voice of Jiraiya. The legendary shinobi was walking alongside Tsunade and the feudal lord. Upon seeing the three move through the crowd, Danzo knew there was something wrong. First, he didn't know the Fire Lord was in the village. Secondly, when did Jiraiya return? It seemed that they had been plotting behind him. Thirdly, wasn't the man supposed to be dead? To make his move, he couldn't allow this farce to play out in the public. It would ruin his reputation. He motioned for his umbu to come and fetch him. But there was nothing. No one came. Not even the man who brought Baki before him. Danzo knew he was doomed then. Doomed as hell. He panicked. He focused on the villagers. The shinobi. They were starting to glare at him with contempt. Yet Danzo remained perfectly calm. Inwardly, at least. Danzo, before I appointed you acting Hokage, Hiruzen had made a wish that you be executed for treason. Those were the words of the Hokage. Do you remember them? Danzo did not reply. Jiraiya was enjoying this. But he had to keep a serious face. This would mean the death of Danzo and his dreams. It was a pity they had to ruin the memorial, but he knew the old man would be happy things were happening like this. Danzo would join him in the afterlife soon enough. It was just a pity, much had to be put on Naruto. Then again, this had been his plan. Still, he would have liked it if they had done everything without the blonde. Perhaps this would also work well on his reputation. Danzo, the feudal lord has asked you a question. Do you refuse to answer? We should be discussing things in the office. Not here. Tsunade burst out in a laughter. A frustrated laugh. You were here trying to get everyone to hate Suna. You were trying to frame Baki for murdering the Sandaime. She shouted. If you refute what you've been accused, reveal those bandages. Show the villagers that you don't have Shirsui's eye and you didn't murder one of Konoha's promising shinobi because you craved his power. Show us that you are being falsely accused, Danzo. But if you do have the eye, it just proves you manipulated the feudal lords simply because you wanted power. Danzo did not budge. He would not do as they demanded. But it didn't seem like he had any options now. Was this his end? No, even if they exposed him at this moment, they would not do anything to his life. He could figure a way out then. For now. His thoughts came to a halt when Jiraiya suddenly appeared in front of him. A full squad of Umbu behind him. There was no help. He couldn't cause a scene. Restrain him! The Toad Sage ordered. The Umbu held him forcefully, bringing him to his knees. This humiliation. He would pay it back. He would not let these people get away with this. The problem was that he couldn't use Shirsui's eye now. Not with those damn Hyuga watching him. And if the feudal lord was here, it meant someone had changed his manipulation. But who had that power? Sasuke's Sharingan did not have that power. It couldn't possibly be Itachi. The Uchiha was a loyal servant. Sasuke watched with anger. Had his brother been manipulated? No, that couldn't be true. But as he watched the Sharingan revealed in Danzo's right eye socket, he couldn't help his anger and suspicions. As far as he could remember, his brother had been the one suspected of killing Shisui because they were friends. But to think it had been this man. Now, it isn't that time yet. Sasuke glared at Naruto for keeping him out of the loop when things affected his clan. We will talk about things later. You have a lot to tell me. Your connections with Itachi and about this. Indeed. But not now. Naruto had to make sure Danzo wasn't killed. And if he was killed, Sasuke did it. The Uchiha would want to kill someone once he has found out about his clan. Hokage office. With Danzo shoved in a dark cell, only 4 people knowing where he was locked, it made Tsunade take a breather. She was satisfied they avoided things becoming bloody. If not for Naruto, they wouldn't have been able to get it across the line. Again, it was a pity that the Sandame's memorial had to be disturbed. But it was what was needed to be done, and he had agreed to it. And now, they could rest a little bit. But of course, the villagers were demanding a public execution for Danzo. Once he was exposed, people had become angry. He had stood there, trying to manipulate them into supporting his mad circus for war with everyone over an invasion he had plotted with Orochimaru. It didn't become better when the villagers were even willing to listen to Baki make a confession that the old man had sent him back to Suna, but then, Danzo's people had ambushed him. He was going to attack the Sandame until he was stopped by Naruto. The only person who came out good in all that mess was Naruto. But he hadn't been around to take the credit. His root forces must be kept in their hideout until we have executed him, Tsunade said to the Umbu commander. Is there anyone else who is suspicious? The Umbu commander shook his head. We have sorted issues at our end. Naruto's other eye was useful. But what are we going to do with that eye? Shikaka asked. I will think of something. It is a dangerous weapon since it is virtually undetectable. Tsunade frowned. A person like Danzo would be paranoid to have something like that with him. Someone who could control the entire leadership of the village. Admittedly, it made her wary a bit. There is something of concern immediately. We must resolve things with Suna immediately and then deal with the Wabikure. But I'm more concerned about Naruto leaving and why I was not told about it. She glared at both the Umbu commander and Shikaku. It was an agreement made between him and the Sandame. He will be departing with Sasuke, the Uchiha, to hunt down his brother, and then they will train a little bit. Naruto expressed concern for the Akatsuki, and wants to be prepared. But this is a difficult time for Konoha. We don't know how IWA is going to take things. We could go to war. I'm told that is not happening. The feudal lord has said he will put pressure on his counterpart to smooth things, the Umbu commander replied. Either way, those two will be available if anything breaks out. Later that night, It was just after 11 p.m. when a familiar presence came into his house. A clone of Itachi in his house. He took him down to his bunker, and then stared at the elder Uchiha. "You have a good timing. I have been keeping an eye on things," Itachi replied. "I was concerned when I heard that Danzo had walked into the office of the Hokage. He is fine working in the darkness, but as Hokage? He is a man with corrupted principles. You would know better than anyone," Naruto said. He had a couple of questions to the Uchiha about the sacrifices that he had to make. If Itachi ends up telling Sasuke the truth, Danzo wouldn't be killed by Jiraiya. Sasuke wasn't going to allow that to happen. And if someone else took his revenge for him, Sasuke was going to end up doing something that would force him to take some extraordinary steps. To avoid calamities, Naruto had to make measures he would otherwise not take. "Itachi, how do you decide between the things you love? You cannot pick two, but can only pick one?" "I loved my clan, but I also loved Konoha. I had to make a choice between the Uchiha and the village. I chose the village because ultimately, I lived to as Itachi of the Hidden Leaf, and still am. I did what I wanted to do to avoid an even greater loss. Had the clan gone into war, the village would have been dragged into a civil war, and the name of the clan would be forever known as the clan that became so power-hungry it decided wage a civil war. My choice left the village intact and gave my clan a fighting chance. Sasuke can still restore the clan. The lesser evil, huh? What choice do you have to make? Between a love for now and securing a future in which I can be free. My ultimate goal is to live my life in happiness. To exist in this world with its flaws and corruption. But I know this world isn't that generous. Even if I were to leave Konoha to avoid being in a situation where I will be forced to make sacrifices, I will be hunted wherever I am because of my power. I will always have to look over my shoulder. But if I stay in this village, and a time comes where to protect Konoha, I won't be able to sacrifice anything. If that happens, this village will turn on me and things will be back to square. It just seems like I have to wait to escape the treachery that follows." Naruto paused, shaking his head with a sad look on his face. "I choose love. I'll be happy. Very happy. But the Akatsuki is still around the corner. They might come. This village becomes in danger because of me. The people I care for could be in trouble. When you love someone, you will put yourself in the line for them, because you cannot live with looking away. I'm still young. Many years ahead of me to make mistakes and then still be able to cover them. That is the only thing that works out for me now. There are certain paths that once you cross, you cannot escape from, Naruto," Itachi said. "But," he smiled slightly, "I trust that when it comes to it, you will make a choice that is for me best." "We hope so," Naruto said in a thought tone. "Have you come for Sasuke? The Akatsuki has attacked Kumogakure. The 2 tails was taken and there are orders to go after the 3 tails. After then, Kisame and I have orders to go after Iwa's Jinchuriki. They are moving quickly now. If I do not face Sasuke now, it may become too late. Come to the Uzumaki Mask Temple with him. Isn't it closer to Konoha? You can make a barrier to make sure that the chakra doesn't come here." Naruto nodded his head. "Fine. I will be there." He paused, staring. "And I hope you don't suddenly change and then say you want his eyes instead." Itachi smiled at this. "You make jokes? Love them. If you were friendly with your brother, you would find out that I make fun of him all the time." He tilted his head to the side. "Actually, I think I just bully him." Karen was peaceful in her sleep. There were no sheets on the floor, legs spread as if she was a terrorist. If only she could be this quiet during day, then everyone would have some peace. He hoped he wasn't making a problem by waking her up. Either way, this was a problem he had to deal with, considering the circumstances. Moving closer to the bed, Karen's eyes flashed open. "What the hell are you going in my room?" Naruto smiled, folding his hands across his chest. "I came to collect the rent. You've been living under my room for free. I've decided you must pay rent. Don't worry, you don't even have to wake up." Karen glared at him and then flipped to the side, staring at the ceiling. Late night like this. Perhaps she was used to Orochimaru's hideouts where there were all kinds of animals who'd wander into places they weren't supposed to wander. Although she slept, movement easily woke her up. Then again, with his chakra glowing up like the sun, Naruto was hard to ignore. She turned to the side and stared at him. You look rather beautiful without glasses. But I still prefer you with them. Flattery? You have a girlfriend. And you're disturbing my sleep. I'm going to sneak out of the village for a little while. Depending on Sasuke's mood, we might have to leave Konoha now. I'd planned on staying a little while longer, but I doubt Sasuke's mood will permit it. Now? In a couple of hours. Before morning. When I come back, Sasuke will need some medical attention. So, he will be in your care. Then we'll do something else and then depart the village. Pack everything valuable that you need. Karen stared Naruto. She rose from the bed, sat up, ignoring that she was exposing some of her skin. It didn't matter. He'd already seen her naked anyway. Something dangerous was going to happen. He'd already told her that they might end up leaving Konoha. But it was nothing permanent. And she'd been adjusting to this village. She frowned. Did he have to go with her? What was he even plotting? No, if it was something good, she would be staying behind. And he wouldn't be sneaking in the night like this. I really don't want to know what you're going to do, she said, still staring. Do you have to? Yes. Karen nodded and then smiled. Well, at least Sasuke will be around. We are going with him, yes. Just go shag the Uchiha already. Maybe I will. Karen shrugged. You're going to leave your girlfriend behind? You know, she is going to cry if you just leave like this and might not even forgive you. Naruto smiled bitterly at this. He hoped that things wouldn't turn out like that. I'm going to leave a clone to tell her goodbye. I owe her that much. She has been a delight to my life. If I just leave without a word, it would be cruel. A pity, Karen said. Must I get anything for you? Naruto shook his head. I'm already prepared. I just need to take a couple of scrolls. And that will be it. He then turned away. Transformation jutsu was quite something else. For him, even better since it wasn't a genjutsu but a real transformation. He could take any shape or form. To get out of the house, he turned into a bird that couldn't fly. He just sneaked through the shadows. But as he did so, he realized there really wasn't much he needed to be afraid of. Sasuke had gone back to the Uchiha compound, and he immediately went into the main house. The poor bastard wasn't even sleeping, but just sitting, staring at a portrait of his parents. Naruto transformed into his real form and then stared at the portraits. To think that Sasuke would just be sitting here, staring at dead people. He didn't even know what the Uchiha did when he was home. He shook his head. This was sad, truly sad. Now, this is disturbing. If you had a girlfriend, or had just taken Sakura, you've been staring at her instead of this. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, and then back at the portraits. I have flashes of that night. I think I first activated it then, the Uchiha said emotionlessly. My mother was a kind-hearted woman. Although my father was a little indifferent at times, my mother always took care of me. But Itachi was the best. His face twisted. It is why I cannot forgive him. It seemed that you had some family, Sasuke. But I don't wish I was in your position. To have everything taken away from you by the man you admired the most has to be the most infuriating thing. Sasuke nodded. I admired him. Wanted to be better than him. My father even only started paying attention to me when Itachi started to change. He once even told me to stay away from him. I couldn't understand it then. But now I do. Itachi had focused most on the village than the clan. He joined Umbu after all. Fugaku would have wanted to have his family with him. He would have wanted his heir to take clan seriously, and think clan before village. It was sad that the man had hoped by taking his young son to the battlefield, he would make him a better shinobi who understands the shinobi world. But all that it did was turn Itachi into a pacifist. Your mother and my mother knew each other. Unsurprising, really. I wonder how things would have been had they survived. Naruto shook his head. Your vengeance awaits. Come, Itachi is waiting for us. Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan came to life as he rose. Where is he? And after I kill him, you will explain to me exactly what your relationship is with him. I haven't been asking because I don't want to end up thinking you're scheming with my enemy. That is just scary, Sasuke. The masked temple was without any mask. Naruto had removed all the masks from the temple. It was the property of his clan, and now they lay deep within his house. At the center of the place, Itachi was there, sitting in a meditative position, his eyes closed. Hello, Sasuke-kun. Itachi. You've finally decided to stop running away from me. But tonight I will kill you. I will avenge our parents. And if you fail? If you fail, I will be taking your eyes. You have nurtured them nicely. Lightning burst, and Sasuke lunged at Itachi. He drove his sword toward the Uchiha's temple, but Itachi burst into a murder of crows. You still attack recklessly like a child. At this level, can you really avenge the Uchiha clan? Sasuke's Susanoo bust to life in its incomplete form. Itachi matched this. Sasuke would have to pay for destroying the temple. This, Naruto thought, seeing the temple exploded when a gigantic Susanoo bruised through it. Itachi's crimson Susanoo also followed. It was just a summer slam of monsters. Without a barrier, Konoha Anbu would have been traveling to this place already. He did hope none of the attacks reached it because it wasn't that kind of barrier to withstand attacks. A good ending would be if they both die. Naruto heard the Kyuubi said. He was silent, wondering if he should reply to the beast. He already knew it didn't like the Sharingan. It hated those eyes and seemed to know more than it was willing to let on. Has being controlled by the Sharingan left you so hollow? Then again, Shikaku would probably laugh at you if he see you being controlled by those cursed eyes. Which is why it will be good if they both die. Not happening, Naruto said. But don't worry, no one is going to manipulate you. But I still want to who manipulated you on the night I was born. Something that wasn't supposed to happen happened that night. What will you do once you know? As Sasuke gets his revenge, I must also kill the person responsible for my misery. The Bija laughed. The only person responsible for your misery is your father. He is the one who decided to seal me into you. You saw your mother's chakra chains. She was capable of holding me to one place. But your father decided to be smart. He caused your pain. Was he being baited or tormented by the Bijou? Naruto wondered why it decided to keep to itself over the things it knew when they would be helping both of them. Lack of trust, perhaps? Yes, the Bijou didn't trust him. He was exactly like the rest of the humans it hated with every inch of its chakra. This was a beast that proudly told him it was hatred when its hatred nearly let him let lose control. I suppose he is partly to blame. And you for killing them. You say that, but I don't sense any hatred from you. Not even to the one you say you want to kill. You don't hate him. How do you hate someone you don't even know? There were many events that occurred that night. And I was not there. I didn't see anything. I just lived the aftermath. But it was all caused by one person. Then it is indeed true, someone was manipulating you that night. Was it really the Uchiha clan? The Kyuubi was silent. Your mother was giving birth at a secret location. The Uchiha didn't know. But a masked bastard is the one who extracted me from your mother, and then used those damn eyes to control. I suppose he is the same person behind the Akatsuki. If we come across him, I'll give you all my chakra just to make sure you kill him. You hate him that much? Not as much as I hate Madara. Where does the Yondaime rank? No, the Shodai Hokage. He is the one who started this. Him and Madara I would love to kill. But they are dead. They both said some things that I will never forget. You're going to tell me? Silence greeted him. Well, this was nice. We should do it again. Maybe next time, you'll give me your complete top 10 of most hated. Naruto turned around, and quickly folded his hands just across his face to block an incoming right-footed high kick from Sasuke. The kick slammed into his wrists, forcing him to skid backwards. The Uchiha wasn't done. He drove his sword forward, stabbing toward his chest. Naruto was forced to use his left hand to take the hit. He didn't even wince when the sword pierced through his wrist. He just shifted his arm away from his body and then stared at Sasuke. The Uchiha looked murderous. Battered, yes, but he reeked of so much killing intent, even the Kyuubi would shudder if those eyes glared at him. They were burning with pure unadulterated hatred. Naruto had never seen he would see such a look. It was apparent, he was over the edge. He did right by coming here. A little bit of push and he would tip over to the other side. He'd been flirting with it his whole life after all. Now he understood why Itachi worried that Sasuke would turn on Konoha. But damn Itachi. He was leaving him with a mess to clean up. He probably battled Sasuke until the end, and when he saw it, he decided to show Sasuke the truth. He wouldn't have done it at the beginning because he too wanted to be punished for what he did. But he most likely told Sasuke he would love him no matter what happened. Naruto's eyes sharpened dangerously, his chakra leaking dangerously. "You're attacking me, Sasuke? You knew!" Sasuke shouted furiously. "You knew about it, and yet you never said anything! You allowed me to take orders from that man when you knew! He ordered for my clan to be wiped and was going to do it to Suna as well! Ordering an Uchiha once again!" Naruto tilted his head. Obviously, Sasuke wasn't in his right mind now. It wasn't time for jokes, he knew. He had to be brutal here. "And so what if I knew? You're going to attempt to kill me too? Your only friend? I took a risk with my life to help you awaken your Mangekyo, and now you want to kill me too?" He said those words with power, increasing his chakra levels to dwarf that of Sasuke. Sasuke halted momentarily and Naruto used that chance to act. While a clone appeared in a puff of smoke, he grabbed the arm holding the sword around the wrist. His hold was firm, simply to avoid Sasuke using chakra. The clone dropped down, its right foot sweeping through the ground, before catching Sasuke's legs. Naruto immediately let the Uchiha go as he began to fell. He jumped, slamming both legs into the Uchiha's chest. They crashed to the ground, Sasuke buried, he standing above him. Naruto swiftly leaned in, his knee on Sasuke's chest, and then pressed his fingers into Sasuke's eyes. "I gave you those eyes, you ungrateful bastard! If you look at me again with those murderous eyes, I will gouge them out." To drive the message, he pressed in, causing Sasuke to yelp in pain. "Now raise your left hand if you're calm enough to talk? You might be asking why you're losing power. It is because one of Mokuton's strength is that certain jutsu can absorb chakra. It was why the Shodai was effective in gathering the bijou." Hesitantly, Sasuke raised his hand. Naruto sighed and then got up. He stepped away from Sasuke and glanced at his left wrist. "Already healed, huh?" he thought mildly. Sasuke didn't stop glaring. He just sat up, and then put his sword beside him. "When did you find out?" "Not long ago. After we returned. Itachi came to me. He never told me anything before." "And you still worked with him?" "He had no malice toward me and had not lied to me. I knew he cared for you. It didn't matter what else. As long as he was telling me things that helped you grow in power, I was willing to help." Naruto looked up, smiling. "I was curious about this love shared by siblings. Itachi's love for you is something I'd never seen before. He killed everyone but couldn't kill his younger brother. He even went as far as to threaten Danzo if he ever did anything. Why would anyone make such an order when the village was the one who made the Uchiha feel like they had nowhere else to go? Danzo. He was the one with mistrust over the Uchiha. He always feared their power because he couldn't control it. Something perhaps he learned from the Night-Aim Hokage. I will murder him. And those people, they call my brother names. They scorn his name while enjoying the peace he created. The one who brings peace is usually the one who ends up being hated. You knew this and look at you. How can you stand them, Naruto? How can you stand those people?" Naruto sighed. He indeed did right by coming here. But those were not questions for today or now. Sasuke was too angry to talk. "I asked you if you wanted to become Hokage, think about it now. And lead those ungrateful people? Well, you'll have time to think about it. Itachi didn't do the massacre alone. He had help, and who helped him? Sasuke blinked. Itachi had shown him something like that. My guess is that the masked man behind the Akatsuki is the man, and he is the very same person who caused the Kyuubi to go on a rampage on the night I was born. That man is a man we must kill, Sasuke. He too has caused us to suffer and now plans to make this world his as well. But we cannot hunt him down while tied to Konoha or as we are. We need to become stronger. He then looked to the direction of the village. Danzo is waiting for us. Let us to and remove him from existence. After then, we leave Konoha. Sasuke stood up. You've said something that makes sense and I can agree with for the first time, Naruto. Don't be ridiculous. You're the one with nonsense. As they started walking away, Sasuke mumbled any apology. Sorry for attacking you. Huh? Can you say that a little louder? If you didn't hear that, that's your fault. Karen stared at both Naruto and Sasuke with her hands folded across her chest. The latter's chakra was almost depleted. And if she wasn't mistaken, they still had something to do after this. He looked depleted, but he wasn't wounded that he needed her help. He could just take a chakra pill if whatever they needed to require more chakra. Are you ready? Naruto asked her. Yes, she said. You don't look ready. There is something we must do, Naruto said, dropping Itachi's corpse to the floor. Take the eyes from this corpse and put them in Sasuke. Then have him bite you to make him heal so he can use his eyes immediately. Why are you ordering me like this? Karen! Naruto stared. We don't have much time. You owe me, she said to Naruto. She then walked over to the kitchen and took some tools. When she came back, she ordered Sasuke lie down. Naruto then walked over and spoke. Allow me to compel you to sleep. I want to feel everything. Crazy bastard, Naruto replied. He didn't make a sound when Karen surgically removed the eyes. He didn't make a sound when his eyelids closed to the empty eye sockets. He just waited until she forced them open. He felt when she inserted Itachi's eyes his power. Here. Karen put her wrist around his mouth. Bite and be gentle. Sasuke didn't question anything. The moment he bit her, he felt the pain slowly go away. He felt his body starting to return to normal. He laid there, silent for a whole minute before asking. Last time I checked, Danzo was in a holding cell. His escape has been arranged and my clone is busy acting as his replacement. Once we're done it will. He made a puff sound. We are not really supposed to be doing this. Anbu are also watching Danzo's hideout. How are we going to deal with it? Naruto smiled. Genjutsu, of course. What about me? You are leaving now. A clone will be with you. We will join you. Don't forget the other clone. Yes. Naruto replied with a sad look on his face, his tone subdued. Rude hideout. In his glory, Danzo thought it was ironic that he had to face this test. He was the one who ordered Itachi for a massacre, and now Tsunade had just ordered another, and it was Sasuke coming. The lone survivor of the massacre he commissioned. It wasn't even funny that things had come to this point. But he should have known that Tsunade wouldn't just let him go back to his office. He too had a Yamanaka, so he could play with his memories. He didn't care about exposing his secrets now. There was just no way out for him without going this far. I didn't think Tsunade had it in her to order such a mission. You think we are here on such orders from the Hokage, but we are not. I know about the Uchiha massacre, Sasuke said hatefully. Danzo disgusted him. He already wanted to kill the man, but seeing him clothed in the eyes of the people of his clan, Sasuke wanted nothing but to cut that man off and remove all those eyes. Danzo's eyes narrowed. I didn't think Itachi was the type of man who would tell. Yes, he didn't even say anything about you attacking Shisui. If he had said something, the Uchiha clan would have probably had you killed. And maybe the massacre might not have happened. Either way, the only reason you're alive now is because of Itachi's pacifist views and his love for Konoha. Naruto couldn't understand the decision to allow Danzo to keep Shursei's eye. What Danzo did was wrong and had to be punished. Perhaps it was Shursei's will that nothing be told. Then again, in Itachi's life, decisions have never been based on what is right or wrong. Moral values had no place in shinobi business. You know about that as well. Of course. Naruto looked around for a moment then and turned around, summoning the sword of Totsuka. Sasuke. Got it. The moment Sasuke replied, Naruto had already disappeared in blinding speed. Amaterasu. Danzo narrowed his eyes, and then cursed when his Jinchuriki burst into a black flame. Those flames that couldn't be extinguished. But what made him swear was that Naruto had suddenly just appeared behind them. Behind his Jinchuriki. His men were too late to even act as the blonde swung his ethereal sword. After appearing behind the burning Jinchuriki, crying and trying to put out the flames, Naruto swung his sword in a downward slash. There was no resistance as the sword cut the man in half, from his head down, equally turning him into two pieces. The bloodwork that followed was overshadowed by three who jumped ahead of him. 3 wooden spikes burst forth, skewing the 3 who were in midair. Naruto was forced to jump back as he saw a horde of bugs charge toward him. As he landed, he saw them still charging toward him. He allowed his sword to disappear and did hand signs, converting chakra through his lungs into fire. Fire style, Great Fireball no Jutsu! He released a monstrous ball of flames from his mouth. The intense flames lit up the entire structure before encountering the bugs. All of them were entirely swallowed by the flames and none escaped before the jutsu died out. There had just been 15 men with Danzo. Sasuke assumed some of them died in his many missions. After all, for Danzo, the mission was more important than their lives. Locking eyes with the Warhawk, Sasuke focused. Amaterasu. The flame caught Danzo and he burnt for a bit before seemingly disappearing. He appeared fully whole, charging toward him while doing hang signs. Wind style, Vacuum Bullet! Sasuke immediately activated his Susanoo. The bullets were invisible to the naked eye. But he could see them with his Sharingan. The bullets hit his Susanoo head-on but did not break it. Danzo kept on charging toward Sasuke but came to a halt when something pierced through his chest. He glanced below and saw a blade coated with wind. He turned behind and saw a long stretched sword. He wasn't the only one who was pierced by the sword. Another one of his agents had been pierced through by it with Naruto standing a distance away from him. Once more, Danzo rewrote reality and appeared a distance away from the two. What the hell, Naruto? Sasuke demanded of Naruto. I just wanted to see something. I thought I was dreaming or may have been caught in a genjutsu when he just disappeared and then came back. You know, his chakra disappeared. What the hell is he doing? I don't know, Sasuke replied. But check his eyes. 2 eyes have closed already. I guess as each time he does that trick, he sacrifices his eye. Sharingan abilities. That's cheating death. We should also have that as well. Our path is going to be dangerous from here. We may need to also be able to cheat death like this. Just don't interfere, Sasuke said, deactivating his Susanoo. This just gives me the chance to kill him over and over again. I want to enjoy this. Don't sacrifice the right eye. I want to salvage it. But knowing him, he most likely has some thought. Don't let him run out of options before I act and gouge his eye out. You want to do it while he is still alive? Yes. Sasuke smirked. Fine, but don't blame me when you do it and he still has it set to use that jutsu. Is it that time? Ino asked in a quiet and sad tone. That Naruto was leaving, and he had asked her to leave with her was something they only spoke about once. They've been ignoring the subject in the past couple of days. Naruto didn't press and she liked to pretend that it never happened. Is this goodbye? That was, if she was not leaving with him. Yes. Since you never answered me, I imagined you didn't want to leave Konoha behind, even if it was for a while. I can understand. You have a family here and friends. I was asking you to leave that behind for me. A little selfish, he said with a laugh. I was actually just going to leave without saying anything. Can I answer you now? I have had the time to think and talk about it with my parents. Naruto smiled. Sure. Ino shared his smile. Chapter 17: The Mask. Happiness was truly a blessing in life. How did one dismiss the fulfillment and the content the heart experienced for the sole purpose of harboring misery and contempt? Perhaps Sasuke was better placed to offer an educated and experienced answer to that question. Then again, once the heart was shattered, it was difficult to patch it up. Importantly, people had different tastes. Corrupted reptiles like Orochimaru found happiness in the misery of others. Moral values and a compass be damned. What were those strange concepts to begin with? Shinobi were killers. Murderers who would do anything for the sake of their villages. Naruto was alive to his sad reality. But he appreciated the difference in how others chose to live their lives. A flawed world did sometimes produce unique creatures that sought to defy the logic of the very world that gave birth to them. For Naruto, to be in this moment was worth living. And maybe even defying the gods who made them. It was rare to see shinobi living like this. Perhaps those who have grown in war had no appetite to bring children. But it did not stop them from loving. Naruto could proudly proclaim to the corners of the shinobi world and beyond that there was no greater joy than to love. Never mind the peaceful surrounding, the songs of nature, and the silent leaves falling into decay around the little house he made. The most important thing was the woman who had her head resting on his chest as he sat up, back pressed against the wooden walls. He lifted his right hand, waving it slowly before placing it on her long hair. The blonde that seemed like a cheap imitation of his. He smiled. She would slap him if she heard those words. But so often, Naruto found himself enjoying such peace when he wasn't training with Sasuke. Or parading with mischievous intentions. If someone told me that I would have such moments in life, I would have murdered that person for providing such blatant false prophecy. Naruto whispered with a dark chuckle. I didn't know you were that hopeless, Uzumaki. Ino replied, her eyes closed, with warmth in her tone. Ha! Naruto's chuckle was once again dark. Ino stirred slightly because of it. He never told Ino about Orochimaru. He didn't speak about it. But perhaps it was about time. He had warned both Karen and Sasuke to shut their traps about it in the presence of this girl he loved. He wasn't afraid. Perhaps more than anything, he was ashamed. Being branded the Kyuubi child and hated by almost everyone in Konoha wasn't the greatest tragedy of my life. In fact, there was a time I once thought that was better. At least I could ignore it if I chose. And there was someone who loved him. Ino lifted her head. She was trying by all means to appear excited. One thing she has learned about Naruto since joining him and Sasuke was that he had secrets. Some things not even Sasuke knew. He pretended to be a harmless, overpowered person, but reality was different. He was shockingly aware of everything around. He might pretend to be ignorant, or just focus on the silly things for his amusement, but behind that mask sat a silent silhouette Ino wanted to unmask. I've always wanted to ask. But I didn't want to push. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Since when do you consider some things off limits? You appear to be happy to walk into anything to satisfy your curiosity. Ino shrugged, pouted a little. Even I know there are limits, she exclaimed. Naruto stared at her unconvincingly. Like I said, I find that difficult to grasp. You ask anything you want. Ino stared at him, and then released a long breath, returning to her former position. But this time, with eyes wide awake. Are you going to keep me waiting? Yes. I have decided against saying anything, Naruto said, his right hand sneaking to her right breast. He fondled her a bit, smiling as he did before she shook his hand away. I thought it would be more productive to fool around than rehash old stories. I'm not your toy. You don't say that when we fool around in the bed. In fact, you love playing with my toy so much. Ino jabbed him on the chest with her elbow. That was uncalled for. You deserved it. Naruto sighed and glanced up through the parted leaves. I'm glad you came with me, Ino. If I had known you were going to spend more time with your other girlfriend, I wouldn't have bothered. To this, Naruto laughed. He is needy, that one. Should make some clear boundaries. He has no respect for them. We should just get him a girl. Aren't you enough? Don't say things like that. You'll make me imagine corrupted things. Nothing you haven't thought of before. Besides, I find it infuriating that he stole your first kiss. Naruto felt a chill down his spine. Just at the memories. This joke had to be old already. He looked down, placed both hands on Ino's head and turned her around. He leaned in and captured her lips. A slow moment. Time passed as a snail. Everything around froze, her smooth lips brushing against his. Her warm breath pasting into his skin. When she tried opening his mouth with her tongue, he pulled away, smiling. You'll get me excited. And you'll have to fulfill me. You started it. Ino grinned. We are alone. We haven't done it outside, have we? Naruto looked around. I'm joking. Don't play like that, woman. I was already imaging things. Ino snorted. If you put up a barrier AR0 the place, I might consider. You know, we could be right at it and that bastard would just walk in. Naruto laughed. She was talking about Sasuke. He seemed to have a bad timing. There were a handful of times he interrupted their quality time. Safe to say, Ino hasn't been thrilled at his unrepentant intrusion. I'm serious. Sometimes I even think he watches us. Don't make me think that. Naruto shut off all those thoughts. Jiraiya would most likely be the one to watch. Maybe even the Sandaime or Kakashi. They were all perverts. The Sannin was just shameless about it. Thinking of it, he laughed in a reminiscent tone. Can I do a barrier? I might just go away now for a mission with Sasuke. Ino frowned. Missions and training. The threats to her quality time with Naruto. They did missions. Secretive things. She knew they were gathering information. They did so in disguise. After all, nobody was supposed to know of their location. Do you have to? Yes. Naruto replied in a serious tone. I can't settle with the Akatsuki still on my tail. Don't you mean tails? Ha! Naruto laughed. I guess that's it for the barrier and some fun, he said. Either way, this has been fun. But we must talk about Konoha. Ino jerked with excitement. She pulled away from him, and then stared. Finally! While Ino enjoyed being around Naruto and traveling, she had missed her home. She missed the flower shop. She missed her mother. Even that forehead Sakura, and even hearing Kiba make some snide remark. Hell, she missed everything about Konoha. She had brought up the subject several times, but a huge stop sign that preceded a huge cliff welcomed her. It wasn't a no-entry zone, Naruto was just unshaking. Sasuke and I have gathered enough information and the Akatsuki has been moving. We are going to be busy and engaging in dangerous activities. It would be better if we were at Konoha. By we Naruto meant Ino. Great! Ino mumbled. The excitement gone. She couldn't bear the thought of having to wait for a whole month while waiting for Naruto to return from a mission. Maybe when he returned, she too would be gone. It was no wonder many shinobi didn't have relationships. They just couldn't manage. And the bigger of a fish you were, the more assignments you received. And that came with the dangers. Ino was not naive. She had thought of this before. Nothing was merry-go in this treacherous world. Naruto was strong, but he was just a man. A mere mortal with flaws. She would worry for him. That was only natural. I hope we don't become that busy. I will be, Naruto said firmly. Sasuke and I have to hunt down members of the Akatsuki. This is for my survival and our future. Our future? There would be no future if he was dead. But there was just no running away from the situation. After all, Naruto was the one who was being hunted down by the Akatsuki. Even if he chose to sit back, he would be on the run, living in fear for the rest of his life or that of the Akatsuki. I hope you're careful. Aren't I always? Besides, Sasuke has my back. I'm a little jealous. Ino admitted with a pout. There was no denying that Sasuke trusted Naruto with his life, and so did Naruto. They were friends. It was an unconventional friend. But a friendship based on mutual understanding and perhaps greater purposes in life. You didn't even say what you wanted to say. I know there is some underlying issues and it has to do with Orochimaru, Ino said, staring at him with conviction. Yeah, there is that. Some deep issues that just refuse to go away. Naruto smiled sadly. It's a part that reveals the ugliness of the heart. Repulsive thoughts that I wish to hide. Ino scoffed. As if you behave like a saint. I thought I did. Maybe a little, Ino conceded. But I don't think anyone who spends close enough time with you would be able to tell just the kind of person you. Only what you want to show them. But my dearest, I am a shinobi. Deception is a fundamental rule that protects us. Ino folded her hands across her chest. You say things like that, but you live your life in the way you see fit, not according to those rules. In fact, you pretty much do whatever you want. Don't concern yourself about harmless things. The important thing is that you know me and I know you. And when sometimes I feel like I don't, beat that naughty thought. I'm serious. Naruto just smiled, but before he could reply, he sensed movement and turned his eyes away from Ino. The Uchiha Prince is here. Lovely, Ino said with sarcasm. As it should. I know you're just messing me with that one. More than anyone, you know how sarcasm sounds like? Do I? Naruto turned to face Sasuke. Not quite Madara. But a Sharingan that seemed to be forever active. Long hair, an expressionless mask that would make even Sai smile for no apparent reason. You saved me from interrogation, Sasuke. The Uchiha stared at Naruto and then glanced at Ino for a moment before going back to the blonde. Long hair, blonde hair that was trying to reach his shoulders. It was never tied, so it was all messy up in the head. Both cheeks were framed by the hair, his right side partly shielded. Naruto had grown. But so did he. It wasn't the most glaring part about him. No, whenever you graced his presence, you knew you stood before a person. Naruto crushed anyone with just a release of his chakra. Perhaps bandits were not the scale with which to judge, but even those ignorant brutes had fled, leaving their loot behind when the blonde had announced his presence. A little over 2 years ago, Sasuke would have been contemptuously envious, but he was not. Naruto had his weaknesses. So did he. What Sasuke was a little envious about was the relationship with Ino. A useless girl in his sense, and yet she made Naruto happy. A happiness that was foreign to him. We need to move out, Sasuke said, getting straight to the point. Hello to you too, Sasuke. Naruto shook his head. I think I'm starting to see it. But maybe I should take him to a whorehouse. He will learn to loosen up once he has experienced the joys of life. You not going there, Uzumaki? He can go on his own. Don't be like that. Boys must be boys. Go be a boy, and you will see. Now that is rather scary. Naruto stood up. He bent down and kissed Ino on the forehead. But wherever I go, you're the only one for me, he said warmly. We will talk about Konoha when I come back. But be prepared. So, he comes calling and you just walk away from me? Ino asked with a glare. Now you know there is a mission, Naruto said, turning to Sasuke. See what you're doing. Why can't you go on your own? If you want to stay here and fool around, be my guest. He really needs a girlfriend, Ino said flatly. Maybe you should take him. How can you say something so treacherous? Do you think Sakura will be happy? Isn't she your friend? You're the one who suggested it, Ino shouted. Besides, she is going to be sad when I tell her how I was spending time with her beloved. Even feeding him after you'd hit him a little too hard. Sasuke twitched. It was only that time only. And don't tell anyone about it. Yes, Ino. It hurts his pride when you remind him of such humiliation. I will burn both of you with Amaterasu and see if you won't grovel to beg for mercy. Naruto faced Ino. See what you did? No. Ino shook her head. A shocked look across her face. I think he was making a joke. Pinch me. I must be dreaming. Naruto obliged. Ouch. What the hell? You said pinch me. Naruto exclaimed with an innocent look across his face. Don't go anywhere, he said quickly, changing the subject. Living in hiding like a criminal. Such a criminal situation. Worse, they were hiding from real criminals who roamed rampantly with the objective of obtaining the Holy Grail, the power of Bijou. Naruto could confidently stand in front of any foe without worries. But mindlessly engaging into battle could lead to a fatal end. For him and Sasuke, the last 2 years were not merely for training but for obtaining valuable information that could make their lives much easier. Sasuke's presence now, and their current path, it just meant days of shifting through the shadows were over. They were going to run loose. Killing and destroying. Doing all things shinobi did. With a little bit of a moral compass. He glanced at Sasuke and then the silent path ahead. His friend was becoming a little like Itachi, stoic. Even as he tried to get the Uchiha to be fun, nothing worked. Then again, it would creep people out if he suddenly started laughing and making jokes. For Sasuke, this was the normal and Naruto had come to accept it. Still, he would never miss the chance of poking around. You don't feel a little bit of jealousy seeing me and Ino fool around? He inquired, his narrowed toward the dark-haired bastard. Maybe a little. Sasuke shrugged. But I'm not you. I have experienced too many things in life. So have I. You're insane. Naruto laughed. A pot calling the kettle black. I'm perfectly normal. Says the brooding bastard. Well, not so much anymore. But still, a miserable person who smiles rarely. Naruto paused, adopting a thoughtful look on his face. Maybe Sakura will be good for you. She is the obedient type who'll do whatever you say. Unlike Ino or Karen. Ha, yes. Naruto smiled. Everyone can be bent over, Sasuke. The important thing is knowing what makes them tick. How do they react to certain words? Once you figure out that much, wrapping them around your finger is easy. I see why you discarded Shursei's eye. You make it sound like it's a bad thing. I learned that long time ago. Maybe it's something I picked from Orochimaru. But more importantly, I really wanted to understand people and why they do the things they do. He paused for a moment, and then changed the subject. Akatsuki? Yes. I got the location of Kisame. Your brother's former comrade, and a big fish, literally. Naruto replied. Where? Lightning. Most likely heading toward or coming from Kumo. The Hachibi has yet to be taken, so that must be the target. Naruto frowned. The Akatsuki had moved far quicker than he would have thought. Even without the Sanbai, they had continued on. They captured some easy targets. And he could be next. I guess I will have to look over my shoulder from now on. She has to go back to Konoha. We can't be dealing with the Akatsuki while you're busy fooling around. And she is not a fighter, a dead weight. Remarkably, much useless than Sakura. That's my girlfriend you're talking about. And I have a feeling you're attacking my standards. Sasuke shrugged. I'm just surprised you chose a girl like that. She doesn't even try to claim to be any better. The heart chooses for you, Sasuke. Of course, I could have taken a logical decision. But sometimes, we must defy logic to be happier. You still talk about that? What is more important than happiness? The scheming you do when everyone is not looking? I'm not that smart. Yeah. You were not prepared to murder the feudal lord if you found that Danzo was controlling him, and it couldn't be undone. A necessary measure, that one. Naruto thought before bursting out in laughter. It's funny that I could have executed it. And even more. Well, at least things will be interesting when we go back to Konoha. For you. Are you going to be a recluse? No. Sasuke shrugged. Once we have removed the Akatsuki, I can finally start thinking about reviving my clan. And shifting toward Hokage. I fear for that, knowing your reasons are not so noble. Sasuke shrugged. I must protect the future of the Uchiha. It would be fine if you were there. Maybe I will, Naruto replied in thought. You're going to join Umbu? Yes. It's more suitable for me. And I move my own path. I don't want to move in the same direction as you. We will clash. Understandable. But I still cannot understand the reason behind eliminating every Uchiha. He shook his head. Shinobi villages are entities that I may never fully understand. We are the same. But we can change how they operate, or at least Konoha. Indeed. That no more Uchiha massacres happen again. And no more Yuzu invasions. But you still won't tell me if that is what you really desire. In good time, Sasuke. In good time, Naruto replied. So, are we going to bully Kisame or just efficiently get rid of him? Efficiency. I want to see how quickly we can get rid of someone that powerful, Sasuke said. Naruto frowned. I would have preferred bullying him. I suppose we will make a stop toward Kiri afterwards. Kanehigakure. Hokage-sama. Inoichi greeted Tsunade in a quiet tone. For the past couple of months, he has dreaded this meeting. For reasons known to both of them. Tsunade held her hands, her back pressed against the chair. She ignored the whispers of the paperwork and focused on the Yamanaka in front of her. I don't need to tell you why I called you here. No. Inoichi shook his head. It had been a difficult decision to permit Ino to leave. He thought she'd been gone for a year. He hadn't been willing. But the wife twisted his hand. What neither expected was the way in which Naruto departed. Not even Tsunade had seen this one coming, or Shikaku, who'd been busy with the blonde. For some inexplicable reason, Naruto and Sasuke had seen it fit to execute Danzo, and that was after breaking him out of his jail. The man was due for a well-deserved public execution. Naruto made great contributions with both the Umbu commander and Shikaku in ensuring that there was smooth change in leadership. I cannot understate what he did for Konoha, even though it will never be publicly known that Danzo's humiliation was his grand scheme, but he has gone AWOL. Inoichi wouldn't agree with that. But that was not his call to make. As far as he was concerned, Naruto had made known of his desire to be away from the leaf. It was the how that was never discussed. And you have been talking to your daughter. I know this much. Tsunade rubbed her temple. The mess Naruto left for her. And his disappearing act. Not even Jiraiya could keep track of him. She doesn't tell me anything about where she is. Her letters just arrive randomly and never on the same method. But you can contact her. Inoichi shook his head. She talks to me. Tsunade frowned deeply. She needed to get a message to Naruto. He was seen around. In different places even, but no one in Konoha has come across him. Frustratingly, he cut off the connection with the toads. And her letters do not give any indication of their whereabouts. No. I see. The Godame Hokage adopted a thoughtful look. You're dismissed. Unknown location. There was truly no haste in most of the things Naruto did. Sasuke viewed this as being purposefully slow. He was certain the only way to rush him was to inform him someone was on the verge of death. Yet if he had the power to save them from the clutches of the death god, he'd not hurry either. Nothing was truly taken as a priority that demanded full focus. It was of this relaxed attitude that they found themselves lying low in a town not far from the cloud. Sasuke had no other choice but to tag along, yet still mindful that they had a criminal to kill. If he escapes from us, the blame will be on you. And you're acting as if you're not the one the Akatsuki is after. Naruto just shrugged. His back pressed against the rooftop, eyes staring at the partly clouds above. I would rather not get into the cloud. At this rate, they may reach the village. Kisame wasn't anywhere around. Which meant he had indeed gone into Kumo for the Hachibi. What is wrong with Kumo? Nothing. I just want to pause and think, he replied in a quiet tone. Neither of us expected the Akatsuki to be moving so quickly. At this rate, we have to move on the assumption that the Sanbai revived and they didn't waste time in getting it. And who is to blame for that? I should have taken another method. But removing the problem seemed like a good idea at the time. Naruto let loose of a long breath, closing his eyes for a moment before continuing. But we know they have yet to get Iwa's Jinchuriki. That could be false. It isn't like IWA will admit to losing its Jinchuriki when others still have theirs, Sasuke pointed out. Indeed. Power was everything in this world. And the bijou worked to balance things out. It was a system Hashirama created. Then again, he avoided the reality of bijou hunting. The 7 tails and the 6 are gone. Those were the easy targets. 5 out of 9. We don't know if they have been exacted or not. But whatever the case, when we stop the Akatsuki, there is going to be another race to capture the bijou. Sasuke shook his head. This was a world drunk with power, yet thirst for it at every corner. He knew truly well what that was like. The majority of his life had been spent hungrily yearning for it. And he had been willing to discard everything, including friends, and even sell his very soul to the devil. Not unless we take them. That'll just quickly start another war. The others will turn on Konoha. Naruto smiled. Even if that war would be hopeless. They do not have the might nor the Fuinjutsu skills to render bijou power useless. A war would be at their peril, but it doesn't mean they will stop. That is shinobi for you. We must come up with a plan, Naruto said in a serious tone. Well, we have time to consider things, he said, getting up. Shall we? Need you even ask? On Sasuke's signal, Naruto halted from his hop across tree branches. While dropping down, he glanced up at the branch he'd nearly stepped on. There was a swirling black vortex. A unique pattern as orange mask came into view and then the cloak of the Akatsuki. Immediately, he became on alert. Thankfully, Sasuke was a lot more mature. His Sharingan was working overtime in studying those spiraling movements. With this maturity, there was no need to worry about the Uchiha doing something stupid. Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki. Obito started quietly, staring down at the two-leaf shinobi. At your service, Naruto replied with a slight bow, a smile on his lips. An unknown member of the Akatsuki. You were in communication with Itachi and he entrusted you with some of his tools. I highly doubt he never mentioned me. You're the man calling himself Uchiha Madara. The man who helped Itachi with the Uchiha massacre. Sasuke was glaring, but made no signal to attack. Obito only shifted his eye toward the Uchiha before turning his eyes toward Naruto. The blonde was supposed to be in possession of both Shisei's eyes. But he did not have those implants. Was he wasting that power? Obito could do with it. But perhaps in the eyes of Naruto, that was nothing compared to the power of Mokuton. The Uzumaki were truly gifted. Nagato used the Rinnegan as if it were his original eyes and Naruto wielded Mokuton effortlessly. Whether he could reach the heights of Hashirama was irrelevant. Only Madara would hold interest in seeing that. Obito was only interested in the Kyuubi within him. Why are you trying to stop us? My life is threatened here, Naruto replied. You are Uzumaki, you're likely to survive an extraction of the Kyuubi. Your mother survived it, and since you only carry half of it, it is possible for you to survive, Obito said. I came here hoping we could talk for a little while. About? We have nothing to discuss with you. Sasuke was clearly in disagreement with Naruto. Obito ignored the Uchiha. His fellow Uchiha was nonetheless easy to read. His contempt and murderous intent were obvious. But Naruto was smiling. Yet, he may as well be staring at him an expressionless mask. There was nothing to read. No intent at all. We seek to create a perfect world where tragedies like Uchiha massacres and the destruction of Uzumaki clan will never happen again. With the power of all 9 bijou we can create a world in which both of you can live with your parents, Obito stated firmly. A world where you will not suffer. Naruto reacted by laughing. A perfect world. In reality there is no such thing. Only a child believes in such fantasies. People are cruel. The world is unpleasant. People love and hate. Suffer, inflict pain and learn to care. That is being human. Flawed creatures who repeat the same mistakes again and again. Naruto spoke in a hardened tone, his chakra leaking. Perfection does not exist and will not exist. Despite everything, Obito was impressed by the output of Naruto's chakra. If he was the one wielding the Rinnegan, he'd be impossible to beat as Nagato was, if you didn't know his secrets. Talking to these two didn't seem like it was going to gain him anything. Not that he had any hopes. He could not make a threat of losing everything. Sasuke had lost everything. And Naruto had nothing. Struggle, fight us. But you'll realize your efforts will amount to nothing. He started disappearing. We will get the Kyuubi. Once Obito was gone, Naruto walked over to a tree, placed his hand on the trunk, and then it exploded. It was just a release of excess chakra. After a moment, he straightened up and then released a long breath before glancing at Sasuke. The Uchiha looked amused. Wipe that smirk off your face. It doesn't suit you. It isn't often that I get to see you riled up, the Uchiha said with a shrug. Especially in this situation. Shouldn't I be the one breaking things? Naruto was silent for a couple of moments before glancing up. Perhaps that man was part of the Uchiha massacre. But I have a reason to hate him. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. That man is one that extracted the Kyuubi from my mother the day I was born. It is not a detail that many know. Not even Danzo knows exactly what happened. But for someone who is outside of Konoha to know this much, and that I hold half of the Kyuubi, it leads to one conclusion. Seems far-fetched. Not at all, my friend. Naruto replied, starting to walk toward their destination. The bijou inside of me recognizes that chakra. And it is not the chakra of Madara. One thing I know about the Kyuubi is that the only person it hates more than anyone is the infamous Uchiha. And generally, all Uchiha, including you. He smiled. There are days it even tries to encourage me to stab you in the back. You seem to have developed a good relationship with the Kyuubi. Naruto shrugged. Not at all. I just coerced it into providing me information I knew it was hiding. After all, as a Jinchuriki, I know firsthand that Bijou is not just a beast of mass chakra, but an intelligent being that has lived longer than any human alive at this time, dating back to the times of the Sage of Six Paths. Sasuke shrugged. Are you sure he is not Madara? Well, we are sure he is Uchiha and was involved in the tragedies of our lives. The important thing is that we must murder him, Naruto said in a firm tone. People will think you're insane if you say things like that with a smile. But I am insane, Naruto smiled. What did you make of his jutsu? Space/time, eh? Yes. Strangely, it is like that of Kakashi-sensei. For Sasuke, Kakashi was indeed his sensei. After all, the Jonin trained him. And if Naruto could add, very expertly. I thought each Mangekyo had its own special abilities depending on the user aside from the normal abilities. Yes. I will ask him about it when we return to Konoha. There is word from Kiri that the Yondaime Mizukage was being controlled by someone. He was crazy, but people say that he was being controlled. The Sharingan can do that with Genjutsu, which you seem to be lacking. I don't need it. Sasuke shrugged. Besides, we have Shursui's eyes. He glanced at Naruto. Where are you hiding those eyes? Karen won't tell me. Who knows? Maybe they are in my body. You know my eyes can see chakra, right? Naruto shrugged. You know I can use Fuinjutsu, right? I can see those marks in your body. But it is only what you are allowed to see, Sasuke-chan. Fuinjutsu is able to seal off anything. So if there is a seal on the palm of my hand that has something in it, but not visible unless activated, you wouldn't be able to see anything, nor the Byakugan. Karen had a deep frown on her lips. A persistent person was following her. Even if she hid, he just kept on her. For a week, she had been dodging and ducking him. But no more. If she was faster, she would have been able to dodge him. But she didn't train. Neither did she have the stamina or appetite to keep running. In fact, she was annoyed more than anything. When the person finally appeared in front of her, she stared hard and then sighed. Can't you just leave me alone? I'm surprised you're not with them. Jiraiya said to Karen. He then narrowed his eyes. You're a censor, aren't you? What gave me away? It is obvious. I also knew an Uzumaki who was also a censor. He shook his head, clearing the image of Nagato. Where is Naruto? I don't know. Karen replied with a shrug. She didn't even want to know. Those two were work. Only if Sasuke was around, then yes. But when Naruto was with him, he only focused on his friend. Besides, she was saving herself from being forced to train. Naruto had already forced her to manifest chakra chains. And he did so in brutal fashion. She hated the bastard for it. In fact, if he got crippled in his battles with the Akatsuki, she would bully him. They move around. A lot. I know. I have been following their trail. Why are you alone? I ran away. When Naruto feels bored, he likes to turn his attention to me instead of focusing on his girlfriend. Karen exclaimed in anger. Jiraiya sighed. A typical Uzumaki. It felt like he was speaking to a younger Kushina. When did you last see them? 7 months ago. That long? Jiraiya frowned. What was Naruto doing to you? Making me Uzumaki. Chakra chains and Fuinjutsu. She had no interest in the latter. Chakra chains gave her a good defense and attack when needed. She could protect herself. As long as she could do the barrier. Jiraiya was interested in that. But that wasn't the important thing here. Can we go back to Konoha? Sure, why not? They should also be thinking about returning soon. And I get to hide from that damn Kabuto. Jiraiya just shook his head. But he was surprised Kabuto was still alive. What do you mean they should be heading back? It was never the intention to be away for long. That doesn't explain why they left without a word and why they never bothered to even say anything. Naruto said it was unnecessary. And he may have been trying to see just how much Konoha trusts him, Karen said with a shrug. I could be wrong. Who knows what goes inside his head? The good thing was that they would return. No, that was never in doubt. The problem was their silence. Sasuke, he could understand. The Uchiha had no friends. But Naruto was a social person. No, he hadn't been very social. Maybe it was something he gained from spending time alone in Uzushiogakure. I see. Jiraiya breathed. At least they were fine. You want to tell me what is happening in Uzushio? That is my home. I'm going live there while doing some research. Naruto said it would be his vacation home. He has no interest in leaving Konoha? Karen laughed. The Sannin was really afraid that Naruto would leave Konoha. But that wasn't out of the question either. It was possible that Naruto wouldn't live the rest of his life in the Leaf. She wasn't going to say, but there was really nothing holding him there. Maybe aside from his motives. If he had any. You needn't worry about that. If Naruto wanted to leave Konoha, he'd have done that already and Sasuke would have followed. They'd start their own village, Karen said confidently. And with their power, it would grow easily. They would get in trouble with other hidden nations. Indeed. But completely destroying a great nation is possible for Naruto. Even without the Kyuubi. He has a jutsu for that. Karen shook her head. Naruto was truly an individual who was corrupted. Even his chakra was corrupted by that of the Kyuubi. Jiraiya wasn't too pleased to hear that. And why was even Karen telling him that much? Aren't you afraid you're telling secrets? I tell no secrets. Naruto doesn't hide his jutsu. Hello, Kisame-san. Naruto greeted with a wide smile, waving his right hand casually. Kisame stopped walking, narrowed his eyes a bit. The Kyuubi brat and Itachi's younger brother. He had been warned they would come for him. But he didn't think they would come while he was running away from the Raikage. This wasn't so bad, maybe he could have some fun. The former Kirinin brought out his sharp teeth. I didn't think my former target would come before me. Former? You were my assignment before Itachi departed the world of the living. The Akatsuki member replied casually. I see. I see. Naruto nodded twice. Well then, I want to test out a couple of things and then we take your head. But I really just wanted to bully you. Kisame laughed. Yet there was something in the blonde's eyes that told him that he wasn't joking around. Itachi had stated before that he was not sure both would be enough to catch the blonde. He always thought it was his former partner giving his respect to a strong shinobi. Looking at him, it was apparent, the blonde was no brat. In fact, his mere presence caused his skin to tighten. He could feel the words died in his throat. Small gusts of wind slapped across his face, and the blonde was suddenly in front of him. Fast. Deadly fast. What the hell are you doing, Naruto? What? We agreed we would deal with him quickly. We will. Besides, can't you see? He is running. He mostly likely is being pursued by Kumo shinobi. That doesn't matter. Damn brat, Kisame thought mildly. Even though he had caught him by surprise, he wasn't making any moves. Had he attacked him then, he would have surely landed a hit. But now he even dared to look the other way as if he wasn't in front of him. He felt disrespected by this mocking. Kisame grabbed Samahita and in a quick swing, launched the sentient sword across Naruto's head. The sword only hit the air as the blonde disappeared once more, out of thin air and away from his raider. Kisame grinned. He was impressed. The blonde hadn't been looking at him. And that was no ordinary speed. There was a technique he used to escape his sword. Standing where he'd been standing a moment ago, Naruto faced Sasuke. You're really no fun. Can't we play around a little? You're the one who told me you didn't need pointless battles against weaker opponents. It's pointless, Naruto stated firmly. I don't like bullying the weak. But give me a minute. That is all. I just want to check how well I move, he said, taking giant steps toward Kisame. Here we go, Kisame-san. And then, he was suddenly gone. Kisame twisted around while waving his huge sword effortlessly as he sensed the blonde behind him. But once more, his sword hit the empty space the blonde had once occupied. Naruto landed behind Kisame silently and held out his right hand. He quickly formed a Rasengan and took a step forward before the Akatsuki man could even turn around. He tried slamming the jutsu into the back of the man, but Kisame jumped away, avoiding the blow to the back. Not fast enough, eh? Naruto asked himself. Another approach then. Without warning, he lunged toward Kisame. The man reacted to his lunge by taking a step forward, swinging his sword horizontally. Naruto hit the brakes, while holding out his right hand. The swing was just inches away his left shoulder before he ducked under, and watched the giggling sword zip just above him. Kisame's eyes narrowed when he felt something. His eyes narrowed toward the blonde's right hand, while still in swing. The blonde was holding a sword. It then suddenly stretched, surprising him. It was stretching toward his throat, going straight for the kill. Was he baited to make the attack? He couldn't move freely because of the attack. Kisame shifted as best as he could to the right, bending his neck in ways he never thought possible. The sword grazed the side of his neck. He didn't mind the pain. He lifted his right foot, and then tried to kick the blonde on his gut. A buzz of electricity, and Kisame tensed. He'd been so focused on Naruto, he forgot about the damn Uchiha. In a flashy move, the Uchiha's blade cut through his leg around the knee in blinding speed. He didn't even feel a thing when the sword cut him. When pain hit him on his right shoulder, Kisame glanced at it. There was a sword sticking out, blood dripping slowly. He glanced down. There was no sign of Naruto. Genjutsu? He asked, glancing behind to see Naruto. But not from me, Naruto replied, he said, pointing at Sasuke. The damn Uchiha snuck in, he said, shaking his head. I just showed you what is going to happen in the next 10 seconds, Sasuke said, a bit arrogantly with his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning hypnotically. Kisame found it amusing. You're getting involved. Has the minute passed already? Naruto asked, pulling the sword of Kusanagi from Kisame's shoulder. I didn't have the patience. I see, Naruto replied, clapping his hands. Mokuton, wooden encasement. Kisame was on alert when wooden pillars sprouted from the ground, all around him. They had marks, written explode on them. He didn't wait to become trapped inside to see what was going to happen to him. He leapt into the air, to avoid being caught. The jutsu stopped the moment he jumped. Watching Kisame jump, Sasuke focused on the Akatsuki man. Amaterasu. The jet-black flames ignited around Kisame's upper body. Kisame didn't cry. But the immense heat that pummeled his body and forced him drop Samahata. He knew there was nothing he could do to extinguish the flames. After all, he'd seen them from Itachi. But the moment his feet crashed to the ground, he clapped his hands. Suetun, water prison! He did the jutsu on himself, encasing himself in a bubble of water. But it did not help. The fire kept burning, now eating into his flesh. Was this his E? The thought was cut off when a lightning spear pierced through the bubble, and then his throat. The water burst, he dropped to his knee. To his relief, the black flames suddenly disappeared. Although burned badly, Kisame tried to reach out to his sword to absorb his chakra, but a foot stomped onto his right hand. And then everything went upside down. When I said quick, I didn't mean it like that, Naruto said, glaring at Sasuke. Casting Amaterasu is cheating. You're out once you get hit, and avoiding the flames is an impossibility for 99% of the time. Sasuke shrugged. This was his ace. The one jutsu he could always rely on when he was out of moves. What bothered him was that he'd shown it too many times to Naruto that the blonde developed a few ninjutsu to negate the flames, but of course, with a bit of suffering. Even I can sense the presence of those coming, the Uchiha said in a firm tone. We need to move. Needless. They most likely have a sensory type of shinobi with them. Besides, we didn't expend that much chakra to be worried about fighting. Naruto replied nonchalantly, sealing Kisame's head in a scroll. We are not the same. Sasuke stressed those words. Indeed. But things would be less interesting if we were the same, he said. He tried picking up Samahita, but the sword spiked him, causing him to drop it. It doesn't like me. Maybe it sees that you are rotten and not the saint you portray yourself to be. Good one, Sasuke, Naruto replied with a laugh. I'll just seal it away without touching it. I think it will make a good gift to Kirigakure. Yours giving that away? Of course. I have no use for it. And it does belong to Kiri. Naruto replied with shrug, turning his eyes toward the direction of Kumogakure. Within a second, 3 figures landed a good distance away from them. Naruto jumped towards Sasuke, standing on the Uchiha's right side. The Reikage and a man named Darui. The other one Naruto didn't know. Reikage-sama. He greeted the Yondaime Reikage with respect. AI stared at both Naruto and Sasuke and then Kisame, or what remained of him. It didn't look like a battle had occurred, and yet Kisame lay there, at least what remained of him. The two had certainly taken out the Akatsuki member. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, the Reikage said calmly. He should not forget, these two had subdued Sunigakure. It was a weak village, but they had done it, and that had been 2 years ago. They were surely far stronger now, and would be good additions to his village. You two handled this quickly, the Reikage acknowledged. We apologize, but he didn't have that much in him, Naruto said in a casual tone. And so, we just cut him up. Sasuke glanced at Naruto and suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. His friend was saying those words on purpose, and his posture was meant to express some thought. Without Amaterasu, things wouldn't have been that simple. But it didn't mean Kisame would have had a better chance. Far from it. Sasuke was going to admit to anyone who deserved to know. Naruto was a monster. Those were the thoughts he had as he looked at the blonde. He was even purposefully leaking his chakra, and he was sure the Reikage could feel it. He thought B was a monster in terms of chakra, but he was nothing compared to that person. It was wrong for a human to have that much chakra and still be holding in more in the form of the 9 tails. This was really wrong. That man tried to kidnap my brother. I demand his head. That is impossible, Reikage-sama. Naruto's whole mood changed. A stern look settled across his face. Not possible? AI asked calmly. You refuse? Yes. You can have the rest of his body, but we are keeping his head. We killed him. C.A. ordered the censor. You two have been away from Konoha for 2 years, and although Konoha's position is that you were permitted to leave for training, the village is looking for you. And? Come with me. Kyumo will welcome you with open arms. Naruto laughed at this. Same way you tried to welcome my mother and little Hinata. Kyumo's thirst for power truly is unmatched. You try to steal from others and IWA destroys whatever it feels threatens it. And here you are, running after a criminal because he attempted to steal your brother. The organization has already stolen from you. Narrowed his eyes dangerously. He was not ashamed of looking out for his village. He was the Raikage after all. You should be careful, Sasuke said to A. The Akatsuki has more powerful shinobi. They will come again for the Hachibi. If you two can handle one of their member like this, then they can't be that powerful. Careful that you do not stumble in your arrogance, Raikage-sama, Naruto said, turning away from the Kyumo group. The Akatsuki is dangerous. You will know soon enough. We think they have 4 or 5 bijou in their possession. You will do well not to underestimate them. That was interesting, Sasuke said as the two slowly took the direction of the sound. I think no. It is only natural for anyone to think of such an action. Besides, the Raikage does love bloodlines. Naruto replied with a shrug of his shoulders. We already have a problem with him. He is going to be the first one to go hunt for bijou once the Akatsuki is removed from the picture. Indeed, Naruto nodded. He felt some discomfort over this situation. But there was no fleeing from it. He had to ram into it on full throttle, otherwise he would make up the numbers. For him, his future, and the desires of his heart, he could not afford to blink. The Akatsuki had to be removed, even if it caused a problem. There was simplicity in hiding. The world was huge after all. But he would not tuck his 9 tails and flee. Any action from us will be deemed as the action of Konoha, and they'll think Konoha is trying to get more power. Naruto shook his head. The greed of shinobi was repulsive. What may work on our favor is that if Gaara's information is right, and the Kyuubi isn't selling these stories, then they seal them off in order from one. It is likely the Jinchuriki of 6 and 7 tails are still alive. That is if they aren't making a move on IWA Jinchuriki. Speaking to Inoki is pointless. He isn't going to listen to us, and we can't go act as guards for those two. We just need to track the others, then remove them, Naruto explained. And get a little bit of money. I may not even do unnecessary missions after this, and you'll get funds to get things ready for little Uchiha brats. Sasuke shook his head. You've been that interested in money. Money is power, Sasuke. You have money, you control people and nations. How do you think Gato was able to nearly control the wave? How did the wave even protect itself? It was money. The feudal lords keep reign on hidden villages even though the latter hold all the military power because they have money. Just pieces of paper had that much value. Sometimes, it surprised Sasuke just how much Naruto knew and understood about how things worked in this world. The entire structure and the system of shinobi. The work of the 5 Kage. Everything, Naruto had that information and yet never seemed like he wanted to apply it. But we'll never have that kind of money. Indeed. Which is why our power has to be used to good effect. Naruto smiled. I hope not to induce fear, he said. We'll meet in a week for Kiri. You going somewhere? Kabuto. It is time I paid him a visit. I hear he has been living quite nicely without me hovering above him, Naruto replied. Sasuke glanced at him and then spoke. I was wondering what you were planning on doing since I knew you were keeping tabs on him. Just to make sure he doesn't run away, Naruto answered. I should be done in a week. Where do we meet? Kiri. Are you telling me to make arrangements to get there? There are ships that go there. Just be there in 9 days. You'll know if I'm there or not. What are you really investigating, Sasuke? Your movements and anything that might bring threat to my clan. We might think the Akatsuki is the only real danger, but we could be wrong. I just want to make sure that there are no more surprises, and there is a lot about the Akatsuki that we do not know. How was it formed? If that man is not Madara, who is he? Who is the Rinnegan user? Naruto shook his head. Be a good officer and bring results, the blonde said before jumping to a tree branch. I have a reptile to skin. Be careful that you don't end up turning on the wrong side of things. It was actually laughable that Naruto was hearing such words of caution from the person who'd once thought caution was a negligible concept. Yet, he couldn't simply dismiss the warning as being silly simply because it was coming from the father of arrogance. Recklessness led to the exposure of mortality. Caution, though slowed things down, ensured you did not step on a snake's tail. Some of those creatures were harmless pets, and some were nervous little devils that could strike with venom and lead one to the cold embrace of death. You were heard, Sasuke. He smiled. But what do you think I have been doing over the years? You have him at your palm then, Sasuke said flatly. You're going to tell me what you did with Shirsei's eyes. Naruto nearly jumped from the rooftop of a building when he sensed movement. Behind him, something black as the starless night shifted. His eyes narrowed sharply at this presence, his guard up that had it been an assassin, he would have abandoned mission already. But they stood motionlessly for a couple of seconds before shifting back into the darkness. Naruto did not move nor did he utter a single word. I thought I had you, Black Zetsu said in a slow tone. Who are you? Who I am is not important. But I have some questions for you. I would have preferred to find out by taking over your body. He had to make other plans since Obito was misbehaving and had no intention of reviving Madara. If Madara couldn't be revived by the Rinnegan, then all was lost. Which was why there was this plan. Naruto still didn't move. There had been a deliberate attempt. This thing was not bluffing. Every inch of his body had gone mad for a second. Normally, he would have just turned around to stop whoever was sneaking behind, but this was mad. He felt if he'd done so, it would have been the end of him. What do you want? You don't put much thought into your ability to wield Mokuton. Kabuto has stated that your power is your own and not the result of Orochimaru's experiments. You have internally debated this but thought it was irrelevant. Black Zetsu started explaining. But why do you think Orochimaru chose you? Naruto frowned. Reasons were there. And they made sense. Not that he bothered to torment himself over such issues. But this thing was bringing in an element that made him twitch with nervousness. Orochimaru was convinced to see you as an option. And I'm the one who planted the idea of creating the Sage of Six Paths. For years, I have watched the reincarnations of Hagoromo's sons. When you came along, as Ashura's reincarnation, I thought it would be best to corrupt you by combining Ashura's chakra with that of Indra. You possess the powers of Uchiha and Senju. The body of Uzumaki. The complete body of Hagoromo. Yet why have you not awakened the Rinnegan? Considering that your experiments were done when you were younger, you should have awakened it by now. Naruto held out his right hand. Hagoromo must be the Sage of Six Paths. This thing knew the sage. It must have been alive for a long time. So, indeed, the Rinnegan was what came after the Sharingan. But it was only possible to those who held the power of Senju and Uchiha. Orochimaru had tried to recreate this. But it did not explain how come there was a member of the Akatsuki who had the eyes. No, there was no telling that the same process couldn't have been repeated. This thing seemed sure that the Rinnegan should have awakened. For what reason do you want the Rinnegan? I was sure you dismissed the Sharingan because you had awakened the Rinnegan. After all, you possess both eyes of Shursui. You should be able to use it normally like an Uchiha. But you dismissed it. No normal person would dismiss that power unless there is something even greater. Black Zetsu continued without responding to Naruto's question. Whether you hide it or have not awakened it, I will eventually find out the truth. And just like that, he was gone. Chapter 18, Demon Within. Kabuto hadn't even attempted to flee when it dawned on him that Naruto's lurking shadow was finally upon him. Even if he wanted to, it was impractical. After all, the blonde has always been lurking for the past 2 years. It has always felt like the eye of God was watching his every move. There was nowhere he went that he didn't feel as if he was being watched. He sat down, on the throne that Orochimaru once cherished as the emperor of his hideout. Reviving his old master had been an option. But he dared not. It would have been cruel for him to bring his master back to life. While he was confident in his master's power, he had come to learn, Naruto was extraordinarily gifted. It was just not in raw strength but in genius to make even someone like his master wish he had remained dead. The years have revealed this much to him. Not everything was hopeless though. There were options he could explore. But that all depended on the whims of Naruto. Given their historical interactions, it was doubtful such hopes would bear much fruit. I was wondering when you would approach me. Naruto was walking toward Kabuto, hands folded across his chest. This dark place brought so many unpleasant memories. He felt sickened inside. The weak spot in him that he has been trying to wrestle. It was a slow burn, but he was climbing the mountain. Sooner rather than later, he would push the demons at the edge of a cliff, where they would fall into the bottom of an inferno. He did not stop but continued to walk toward Kabuto. I was waiting for you to revive Orochimaru. He seemed certain that you would revive him. The cursed seals contain parts of Orochimaru-sama's soul. That is one way he can be brought back, Kabuto said. I had contemplated on reviving him. But when it became apparent that only a cruel fate awaited, I chose not to. Honestly, Kabuto was afraid. Naruto's eyes were just deathly cold. His footsteps may seem slow, but they were gigantic leaps that echoed into his heart, leaving it in a heap of quick beats. But he didn't let it show. Oh, so that is one way to bring him back to life, Naruto said with a slight nod. Get out. He said such words with simplicity. To Kabuto, they were compulsion. An order from the emperor he could not refuse. He knew what was needed from him. He immediately stepped out of the throne and permitted the blonde to sit. The blonde was looking down on him, as if he was some insignificant creature that could be squashed like a bug. He held himself from laughing. Never had he felt so powerless and without hope. Orochimaru had always been in power, twisting things and people like a genius dark wizard. A dance of his own. Small villages destroyed. A truly fine dance on the palm of a master. Yet he was here. Kabuto. Naruto started in a measured tone. Is this the first time I come before you in the past 2 years? Kabuto blinked. There was no way he could have met the blonde and not remember. Unless someone tricked his mind. But that was improbable. Not since Sasori has anyone fiddled with his mind. What are you saying? He asked cautiously. What do you think I'm saying? Are you suggesting that you saw me before but I don't remember it? Yes. I'm suggesting that much. Even while in this place that brought so much cruel memories, Naruto afforded himself a smile. Power was a drug that addicted many. Being able to control people without them even realizing it was addictive. A part of him enjoyed this thrill. It pushed him to the edges of a character the Kyuubi would proudly call his container even if it felt nothing but pure, unadulterated hatred for the Sharingan. How? Kabuto was racking his brain, looking for hints, but there was complete silence from his thoughts. It was too deafening. He tried once more. He had met Karen. Not so long ago. She had come here looking for some papers, but that was all. Shusui's eyes are truly a blessing. It must be said that Genjutsu remains unmatched. I was told that as the original caster, Shursui couldn't cast Kodohama Tsukumi regularly. But Danzo bypassed that with Hashirama's cells. Of course, his using of the Genjutsu was offensive to its full extent of abilities. I have wielded those eyes and seen with my mind what they can do. It's incredible. If I so wished, I could control the 5 Kage and the feudal lords of the great nations. Kabuto didn't know much about the effects of that Genjutsu. But he knew Sharingan Genjutsu was powerful. However, Kodohama Tsukumi was something else. You didn't know you were being controlled. And it seemed that unlike other Genjutsu, it couldn't be detected. Even now, he could be under control and he wouldn't know. He became nervous at the thought. Was Naruto saying he was under the genjutsu? It wasn't unthinkable. Could it be why he didn't revive Orochimaru? Could it be why he didn't try by all means to get away? He was a master spy, sneaking around was his specialty. But his actions so far were reasonable. Perhaps what was a little far-fetched was that he was walking around the palm of Naruto's hand. If the power is so great, why didn't you keep it? I like my eyes better. Besides, because of you and Orochimaru, I can't trust people easily. Having those eyes would have tempted me to ensure everyone around obeys the rules of friendship. Power was truly intoxicating. Naruto applauded Danzo for showing restraint. But that power was too tempting. It worked miracles. It ensured loyalty. Worst part, people still remained to themselves and didn't just become like mindless creatures. Itachi would have liked to give an order to Sasuke. Protect Konoha. It would negate all thoughts to the contrary. And for the rest of his life, Sasuke would have lived to protect the leaf without even realizing if it was a suggestion from the outside. He smiled. And he had that power. Am I under the genjutsu? Yes. Naruto replied flatly. I wasn't going to let you continue to move freely. Besides, the secrets my body holds need to be safeguarded. Those words slammed hard brakes to Kabuto's racing thoughts. Had it been a physical race, he would have caused a deadly accident. It was true. He had gathered every shred of paper that referenced Naruto from every hideout of Orochimaru. The reason was that he wanted to see where they had gone wrong with Orochimaru. At least with other test subjects. Don't freeze. I could snap your neck now or could have done long time ago. But certain things must be protected. I will die one day. I don't want people digging up my body just to do what Orochimaru tried to do, and I wanted to see if you could be of use to me. I can be of use. Indeed. You are a very useful person. Your knowledge, even expertise in medical ninjutsu is something. But anger and hatred trump reason. He had tried to deal with it. But each time he thought of Kabuto, he just remembered those miserable days. Kabuto's annoying voice telling him to just relax and that struggling was going to make things worse, with Orochimaru's perverted giggles from the shadows. That was a nightmare for him. He laughed. To be honest, Naruto smiled. I'm actually afraid that I may go back to that position again. Even with my power, I'm afraid. That is why, Kabuto, you need to die. It was Kabuto's turn to laugh. Irrational fear. But it was nothing strange. Even Orochimaru did have his own fears. Yes. Powerful that. Whenever I think of you, I have those flashes. I try to work around it, but I really cannot accept your existence. You're not saying that with hatred. Naruto shrugged. I don't really hate a lot of things. I love. I'm happy with my life. But you're a nuisance. He then stood up. The mind is a beautiful thing. It can be triggered to act or bring up certain hidden commands by certain movements. Kabuto felt gusts of winds and Naruto was in front of him. He didn't know how the blonde did it. But it was like he teleported in front of him. It was by no means a normal speed. Curious? Naruto grabbed Kabuto by his throat. There was no resistance because there wasn't supposed to be any. He lifted him up in the air, and then started to slowly crush his throat. There was something wrong here, Kabuto thought mildly. Why was he not trying to escape or even fight? Was he really under control? He was just presenting himself to be killed and he didn't think that was wrong? You could say I teleported, but not really. In fact, it isn't that fast. The fact is that I disappear and then appear somewhere. What do you think? My natural affinity is wind. You felt the wind, didn't you? Maybe it depends on the degree of elemental control. An ice user can completely turn their body into ice. For a brief second, I can disperse my body into wind. Only for a brief second. I can't do it continuously. But I can. Naruto stared into Kabuto's eyes. I apologize, but I must make you suffer this way. You must die slowly, and I can see it so that I have the peace of mind. You really are pathetic. This dark voice within, talking to him mockingly. But Naruto found no offense. In fact, he was amused. Says the proud Bijou that once got sealed by a ghost. Kurama sneered at the memory. There had been times he was close breaking out. But not as close as when Orochimaru had pushed too far and the blonde gave him the keys. Those were memories. These days, he didn't think about escaping. But you're indeed correct. I'm pathetic. I know this much. Naruto glanced at the entrance of the underground hideout. A thick black smoke was coming out. He looked away and then started walking. We all have our weaknesses. Some embarrassing than others. But that is what it means to be a mere mortal. When you were in front of the wreckage, you weren't thinking about that. That is because I was at my strength. Here, I'm at my weakness. It is one of those moments that make you realize that no man is supreme and eventually, we will all end. Naruto replied with a shake of his head. Still, Kodo Amatsukami is amazing, ain't it? Do I care? Naruto laughed. Still bitter, I see, but Kyubi, what makes you think I haven't used it on you? Kurama didn't need to think that deeply about it. He knew the blonde inside and out. Of course, he'd never admit this much, not this human. Different, yes, but Kurama had no desire to be friends with Naruto. Not that the blonde had made such a proposition. If you used it, you'd know what I know, and you'd also know my name. You have a name, huh? Well, it is not unthinkable. You're a being with a conscience. You would surely have a name. Now that you say it, Shikaka seemed pretty angry and was mocking toward you. It means you Bijou know each other. But where you come from, that is the issue. Perhaps tied with the statue and the sage. Naruto sighed. We humans have missed a great deal of information about history of this world by dismissing your kind as merely weapons. He shook his head. So tell me, Hagoromo is indeed the sage of six paths? Yes. Ashura is his son, the one the Senju originated from. And then there is Indra, the ancestor of the Uchiha. Well, it partly explains the animosity that existed between the two clans, but not quite why. The sage is said to have been a peace-loving monk. What would drive his ancestors to kill each other for no other reason other than generational hatred? I have no interest in having that conversation with you. I'm willing to work with you to ensure that we don't get captured by the Akatsuki and I get sealed into that husk. Husk? A husk of what? A powerful beast that even I cannot even come close in power. Even all 9 Bijou combined cannot even stop it. But we cannot exist if it does. Oh, is this the thing the sage is said to have saved the world from? Then the sage must have truly been a monster. Orochimaru and Kabuto called him a god. And I can understand that somewhat, Naruto reasoned. But if he was a god, what of his parents? The Kyubi did not say anything. In any case, there's a lot that we don't know. And the Akatsuki probably knows. Naruto stopped walking, held up his hands. Can I reach those heights? Can I become a god? If surely I can, then I would have no fears and would bend this world to my will. There is a little bit of your thoughts revealed. Ha! Naruto laughed. It is only that you cannot do anything without power. And the good thing is that I am built to wield power beyond the imaginations of many. After all, before I am Uzumaki, I am a reincarnation of the sage through corrupt means. Either way, the Akatsuki must be stopped. And Sasuke must know about that shadow figure to investigate. And maybe the location of that statue. 2 days later. I wasn't expecting you to return so soon, Ino said, staring at Naruto while sitting at the stairs of the little hut, holding a book. This was all she did when he wasn't around, just read. And there were many books to read. She had even found herself reading some Fuinjutsu scrolls. What else could she do? This wasn't the kind of life she'd wanted. When he departed, she almost begged for a clone to stay behind. It depended on where they were. In some locations, he left a clone. I have to hurry to the land of water. Ino frowned deeply. They were within the land of fire. But this just meant that he was going to be gone for a little while longer. Why are you here then? She asked, hands folded across her chest. Don't look at me like that. You make me feel like an absent boyfriend. Aren't you? I think not. I'm a loving soul who cares for you. Naruto stopped in front of the girl and held her right, getting her to stand up. He hugged her. I didn't send a clone. I came here myself. Ino smiled warmly. That he did do often. She pulled away. Still doesn't explain why you are here? I'm taking you back to Konoha. I thought we were all returning to Konoha. I will follow, but I can't risk leaving you here alone, Naruto said in a firm tone. When has that been a problem for you? Naruto sighed. Just pack your things. Something must have surely happened. Within this barrier, Naruto said she was safe. There was nothing that could come in. Even if someone managed to destroy the barrier, she could hide within an underground bunker that was within a pocket dimension. After finishing packing, Naruto sealed her things and they started departing. She was heading back to the Leaf, her beloved home. She was going to see her mother, her father, the flower shop, and that big-headed Sakura. And her teammates. 2 long years she'd missed those friendships. You can dance if you like, Naruto said to the girl with an amused tone. Forgive me for being happy to finally see home. She huffed and puffed. Are you going to greet everyone? Naruto shook his head. No. I'm just escorting you. If the world was safe, I'd let you leave alone. If it wasn't safe, you'd let your girlfriend walk miles alone. Naruto smiled, held up his hands. A wrong choice of words, he said before shifting behind her. Oof. Ino squeaked when Naruto suddenly picked her up, holding her bridle symbol while looking at her lovingly. Focus ahead. You want to hit a tree? Naruto kissed her on the forehead. We'd fall together. And that would be lovely, he said quietly. There is a bit of a serious problem that has arisen, and I need you to be safe. I can take care of myself. Ino folded her hands after Naruto put her down. You're going to be doing more than just hunting down members of the Akatsuki. I did think something like this would happen because Sasuke kept coming in and going over the past year. Naruto did wish she was a little stronger. This world devoured those weak. Those in power dictated the terms. Yeah. If you were stronger, you'd join us. He smiled. Yeah, right. I don't think anyone will reach that height. It would only be suicidal. She frowned thinking about Sakura. From the do-nothing, complain-a-lot girl, she'd become dependable. But whether she could be of use to the two was another issue. Naruto didn't require a medical shinobi with him. You don't need to be able to bridge the gap to partner us. Karen could join us. We wouldn't even have to worry about watching her back because she could defend herself. You tortured her to be able to get to that point. I feel a little jealous that you took that effort with her but didn't do anything with me. Naruto chuckled lightly. Maybe I was a little careless with you. But the reality is I love you as you are. Strong or weak. It makes no difference. The only glaring part is that I must worry about you. Even I worry about you when I should be worried about those you engage in battle. That is only natural. We are people. We will always worry for those we love. Even if he was God, someone who cared for him would worry. Already thinking about how you're going to rub it in Sakura's eye how it was nice being with Sasuke? I wish. I can only sympathize with her. Only you get to make that kind of claim. Once more Naruto laughed. Sasuke does need to loosen up. I don't think it's possible at this time. He has grown into his character and personality. Loosening up would fundamentally change who he is. Naruto glanced at Ino at the corner of his eyes. I thought I was the mind reader, he said with a grin. You're not all-seeing. Alas. We have lost another member, Obito said to Nagato in a tone devoid of any emotion. Nagato already knew of this. But Obito was merely stating the state of their organization. But they still had 2 other teams available. Admittedly, they had lost 2 useful members. A pity, but the mission had to be carried out for peace. For the sake of his peace. I did not think Kisame would go down so easily. Out of everyone else, he was the one who had more chakra, Nagato said. That was just going to make things difficult when sealing the bijou. Sasuke and the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki are a lot more powerful. Of course, he could have saved Kisame, but Obito had been curious about their power. A pity they chose to make a quick work of his recruit. There were ways to make them sweat nonetheless. Kakuzu and Haiden have successfully captured the 4 tails. And thanks to Kisame, we have discovered the location of the 8 tails. He will be too much for Sasori and Deidara. I will go capture him and let them capture the 5 tails. If they fail, the other team will do it. That leaves the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. He didn't care much about Naruto. But he wanted to see what would happen to Sasuke if Naruto was captured. Unlike the blonde, his fellow Uchiha was highly emotional. Perhaps as all Uchiha were. That is your mission. I will deal with Sasuke. But capturing the Kyuubi is your job as the leader of the Akatsuki, Obito said as he started disappearing from the presence of Nagato. Through the eyes of Tendu, Nagato stared down at the raining streets. Peace would soon be within reach. His lifelong dream. Yahiko's dream. He would finally achieve it. Is he gone? Conan asked, coming into the view. Nagato simply nodded and continued to stare down at the streets. It had become apparent that he was no more than just a figurehead of the Akatsuki. Madara called the shots. And to think that things would come to this point. Yahiko had warned them to stay away from this person. But Yahiko had not seen just how truly the world was. Conan has suggested that they do things themselves. But by nature, Nagato didn't think he would go as far as to betray Madara by doing things behind his back. If he was going to cut off the man, he would tell him on his face, and then proceed to do as his pleases. Yahiko founded the Akatsuki. And the Rinnegan was his. What are we going to do about the information Itachi left for us? Before dying, Itachi had come to them. He stated that he was being used. They were being used but really wanted to know more about the goal of the organization. It was a response that Nagato couldn't give. The Uchiha had nonetheless given his view on things. About the nature of Madara. Nothing as now. We are going to seal the 3 and 4 tails before going to hunt down the Kyuubi. We are within reach of peace, Conan. Our efforts will not have been for nothing. It was within grasp. They had collected almost all the bijou, and by the time the great nations thought to take action, it would be too late. They would be faced with power they couldn't fathom. The world would come to no pain. I expected the afterlife to be a little different, Kabuto said, looking around the place. A dark room. Only one figure present. He wasn't dead. Kabuto was sure he had died. Naruto had suffocated him. He had felt the oxygen leave his chest, his lungs grinding against his rib cage while squeezing his heart toward death. Perhaps he had merely lost consciousness. I was sure I was dead. My irrational fears aside, you are more useful to me alive than dead. Besides, you said it, you can be useful. Naruto paused, staring at Kabuto. You will obey me. Without question, and do things for my benefit. I don't wish to regret letting you leave. You'll not regret anything. Good. Now help me answer some questions. There is something that came to me and suggested that without the powers of both Senju and Uchiha, it was impossible to awaken the Rinnegan. As far as our research goes, it seems only possible that way. Yet, why is there someone else who has those eyes? He could have what you have. We are not sure, Kabuto replied. Who is this thing? A problem, it seems, Naruto said. Gather all information you can about the Akatsuki leaders. Sasuke-kun is busy with that. I thought you would have me busy with your other duties. What do you know about my other duties? Kabuto laughed. Nothing. You have your job. Do it and get back to me. You're late. Naruto glanced at Sasuke and then at their surroundings. They were surrounded by a thick mist. You'd get lost easily in this place. Then again, this was indeed the village hidden in mist. Still, it was no wonder the mist has been out of touch with other villages lately. It was far too remote compared to the other Great Five. And to think Haku and Zabuza came from this village. I apologize, Your Majesty, Naruto said, glancing back at Sasuke. I had to stop back and send Ino to Konoha. You went to Konoha? I stopped closer to the village. I didn't go. Naruto shrugged. What made you do that? Things are more troubling than I thought they'd be, Naruto replied. How are we getting inside? Stealth, or we are walking through the gates? If we were walking through the gates, I wouldn't have sitting here. Not need to be nasty because I'm mad you waited for a couple of hours, Naruto said with a stare. How secure is this village? Secure enough. It isn't much easier than Iwa and Kumo. Sasuke stood up and led the way. Did it have anything to do with that Uchiha? Yes, but to a less extent. I had a visitor who knew me very well. A visitor that was not human. He spoke about the Sage of Six Paths and other things which unnerved me. Like that he was the one who manipulated Orochimaru into taking me, Naruto said in a serious tone. What do you know about the Uchiha ancestor? Which one? I can't be talking about Madara. He is still fresh to be called an ancestor. There might be some people who saw him in his glory who are still alive today. I am talking about Indra, the very son of the ridiculous Genin. Sasuke shrugged. I don't bother myself with that kind of history. I don't think there is anything about him in our history books. You need to go check things. And see if the stone table doesn't have anything about it. How do you know about it? Naruto laughed at the look Sasuke just gave him. I have known about that since I was younger. It is something Kabuto knows. I believe this thing I came across may have been the one to lead him into it. No one can decipher it. The Mangekyo Sharingan can decipher it to some extent, but it is said another Dijitsu can decipher it. The Rinnegan. Then Kabuto didn't decipher it. But it begs the question of how he came to know about it. I don't know if he knows its contents, but he knew about it. Naruto paused, gathering his thoughts. This thing knows about the sage. And it said it wanted me to awaken the Rinnegan. For what reason I do not know. The statue, or the Gedomazo, as the Kyuubi calls it, is related to the sage. The people who run the Akatsuki surely know something. What is concerning is that we might be dealing with powers we cannot even imagine. Sasuke was a little skeptical. But he was not going to dismiss the idea when Naruto was saying it. What do you mean by that the thing was not human? Exactly what I said. Not human. It is not a beast or some creature. But it isn't human. There are many things that we do not know. And many things we must know. Judging by its reaction, the Kyuubi also doesn't know. It also said something that was concerning. For some reason, it can control my body. I don't know how, but it tried to get the jump on me. I believe it requires contact, and it seemed certain it could control my body. One thing after the other. It looked like whatever the Akatsuki was planning was something rather complicated than it looked. And what was the purpose of the Rinnegan? Admittedly, the eyes were special. It hurt his pride saying they were the ultimate Dijitsu. But simply saying the Sharingan was superior was being stupidly arrogant. I'll look into, Sasuke said. Jiraiya took Karen back to Konoha. Inconsequential. Naruto shrugged. She is your only Uzumaki family, and not to mention, she has a loud mouth. And holds a grudge against you for forcing her into training. Are you not afraid she will not say things just to spite you? She is not petty and will not say anything unnecessary. He was confident of this much. He came to a halt as he could see the village coming into the view, even despite the mist that clothed it. Lead the way. Surely you know how to sneak in. Kana Higakure. Ino flinched while looking at the Godame Hokage. An Umbu had collected her from her home. There were no questions asked. Just that she was needed by the Hokage. Before she left, this woman hadn't been made leader yet. So, who could blame her not coming to report? Besides, why would she report back when she hadn't said she was leaving the village? That wasn't an argument she was going to make to the Hokage. All Kunoichi report to the Hokage. You don't get to leave this village without my permission. And you dared to and then have the audacity to return and then go home without telling? If she got into trouble with this, Ino was going to blame Naruto. He was the one who made her go with him. And why was the Hokage angry? Her father should have passed on the message. It wasn't like he just woke up one day to find out she had disappeared. Ino would never do that to the parents who loved her. Not to her dearest mother. "I'm sorry, Lady Tsunade." Ino was quick to apologize. "I meant no offense." Tsunade snorted and pushed her chair slightly. "Who did you return with?" "Naruto." "Where is he?" "He said he was going to Kiri. He didn't want to come here but left me at a safe distance, and said he would watch until I was through the gates." Ino replied fondly. "Do I look like I'm smiling?" "No, Hokage-sama." "So, he was close enough, and yet chose not to come here." Tsunade frowned. There was no way he wasn't doing this on purpose. For what reason he felt it necessary to torment her like this, she didn't know. Either way, there was nothing she could do about it at the moment. What was certain was that he was fine. The fact that he brought this girl back home meant he was indeed planning to come back, as Karen had said. "Did he say why?" "I didn't ask." "Why not?" Ino shrugged. "I don't ask everything he does." "What is he going to do in Kiri? Is Sasuke even with him?" Ino shook her head. "I don't know. But yes, Sasuke will be with him in Kiri. They had left together for something, but he came alone. Hunting members of the Akatsuki." Tsunade shook her head. The organization was busy doing the damage. But none of the great nations seemed to have the appetite to do anything against it. Perhaps it was because they didn't see the danger. But again, even Konoha didn't know the motives of the organization. Maybe Naruto and Sasuke did know something. If he came close, and is on his way to Kiri, it must mean they were successful. But I don't like that they are doing this alone. It is just the two of them. Ino held herself from laughing. The Godaime Hokage clearly didn't understand just how powerful those two were. She would understand eventually. One thing was certain, either wanted to be constrained by rules of the village. They couldn't do as they pleased while in the village. Perhaps that was why they didn't want to return, just yet. "Something funny?" "No." Ino put her hands on her mouth. "Those two are far more powerful than how Lady Dash. I know just how powerful Naruto is." Tsunade cut off Ino. She had been close to him after all. No experienced eye could look at the blonde and underestimate him even if it defied logic. "What are they specifically going to do in Kirigakure? Something to do with their Jinchuriki and the Yondaime Mizukage?" Ino shook her head. "I really don't know." "What do you know?" Tsunade snapped with a stare. "Sorry." She apologized for snapping. "You're excused. But I want to report before the day ends. What you were doing and where you went. Karen isn't forthcoming with the details and only says things she isn't asked. Karen is here? Why are you surprised? She didn't have any intention of returning. She is going to leave, that is if she hasn't already." Tsunade replied with a shake of her head and then waved her right hand, dismissing the blonde. After Ino left the office, Tsunade heaved a long sigh. At least there were signs that Naruto was going to return. But the fact that he came close and didn't bother to come was alarming. It said many things. One being that there was nothing for him in this village. But it couldn't be helped. This village has not done anything for him. He has come to its rescue and has said that he would always be there if it was humanly possible. She couldn't question his loyalties. Not after everything he has done. "Are you going to just sit there?" Tsunade departed from her thoughts and glanced toward the window with a look of annoyance. "You know I enjoy watching you, Haim," Jiraiya said with a grin on his lips. "Yeah, while but naked. I don't want to court death by doing something like that," Jiraiya said with a wince, remembering a young Tsunade beating him to an inch of his life. "So that is the girl that chose Naruto." At least, some blondes replied to the love of others. His would remain unrequited until he kicked the bucket. A poor end to the legendary tales of the galactic sage of Mount Myaboku. "Yeah." Tsunade nodded. "She is either a good liar or Naruto does keep her from his activities. Most likely kept her out of it for this reason," Jiraiya said. "But I am more concerned about the Akatsuki, and that has always been Naruto's concern." Even when the old man was still bettered in, his main concern was the organization and Danzo. The organization poses a threat to his life. Tsunade pointed out the obvious danger. That may be true at first glance, but there is more to it. We will find out eventually, the sage said. I'm going to camp at the harbor and check the ships coming from the water. But you need to warn the other Kage about this. We don't want to take action when it is already too late. But what could be their motive? Maybe those two know. That was a possibility, but Jiraiya wasn't going to bet on it. I have also received information that the leader of the Akatsuki might be located in Amigakure. I want to go there. But I first need to speak to those two. Don't even think of going to that village alone. It has been closed off since the Civil War, and I've heard that any spy who goes there doesn't return. Obviously, if the leader of the Akatsuki is there, he is someone very powerful. Mind you, even Orochimaru of all people joined that organization. The worst and most powerful find haven there. Tsunade shook her head. It is too dangerous for you to go alone. Despite the circumstances? Despite the circumstances. Tsunade lowered her voice. I don't want to lose you, Jiraiya. The Sannin grinned. But then quickly wiped it off, looking outside as he spoke. We will all eventually meet our end. There are many failures. But I want to be able to leave something behind. That is why I don't want to die yet. But in this world you never know. Tomorrow might be the last day. Don't talk like that. Ha! Jiraiya barked. I will speak to those two and see if they know something. If I get them at least. By what I got from Karen, they have been tracking the movements of the organization and finding out what they can. Mei-sama! Ao exclaimed as he rushed into the office. The Mizukage glanced up at the man. No matter how many times she told him never to just budge into her office, he never listened. What if a potential husband had been on his way to propose when Ao walked in? It better be something important, she said in a threatening tone. Ao paused for a moment before getting rid of his thoughts. 2 shinobi from Konoha have infiltrated the village. Mei frowned. She didn't have any relationship with the Leaf. The last she heard something about the village was that a civil war nearly occurred when there was a gamble for the seat of Hokage. Then again, that was a powerful seat. You gained command of the most powerful army in the shinobi world, and she wasn't joking around. If the Leaf had mad leaders, it would certainly redraw borders as it pleased. But the current Hokage was one of the Sannin. She was a medic and, as far as she knew, a good person. So why would Konoha shinobi infiltrate Kiri? What are they doing? Well, that's the thing. Ao scratched his head. They sneaked in and had something to eat. Now they are just walking about the streets. Mei felt like hitting the man for making her worry for a moment. If they didn't bother to hide themselves, then they obviously didn't infiltrate. Then again, you never knew with shinobi. Who are they? Naruto and Sasuke. The two who forced Sanigekure to subdue. Now that was concerning. They had obviously sneaked into the village for some reason. And just because they were not hiding didn't mean they didn't have bad intentions. Bring them to me. Immediately. If they refuse, I will come. Hi. You cannot even think that this is the same village that was once called the Bloody Mist, Naruto said, looking around the peaceful village. He remembered the grim stories Abusa had narrated to them in an attempt to scare them. Things change over time. But it has recovered well. Though, I doubt they have the many bloodlines they once boasted, Sasuke replied. A casualty of war. Naruto shook his head. It is nice and remote. Away from other troublemakers. It is a good place. Do you really think the former Mizukage was being controlled? We came here to confirm this much. I don't like the odds. If indeed he was, then we can narrow the suspect lists. But that worries me because if that Uchiha is behind this, then we have him in 2 tragedies within Konoha and Kiri. For what reason? Does it matter? It just confirms that we need to deal with him quickly. Sasuke stopped, sensing movement. They are finally making a move on us. A hand should be been done. We would have had more time to see the village with our own eyes. Sasuke shrugged. That would have made them come to us sooner. Besides, you're not the kind of person to hide. Your chakra would have given us away. We also have our history. My idea of a henge was based on this reality. People become scared when overwhelming power just shows up at the door. But it does seem that the general population don't know anything. Which is good for us. Four shinobi flashed in front of them, causing them to halt in their movements. Their seriousness made Naruto want to fool around. Sasuke would disagree with it, but who cared what the Uchiha thought? Please come with us, Ao stated firmly. Ah, Naruto tilted his head slightly. I thought you wanted to get down to it here in the streets. I was ready to go, the blonde said, raising his chakra a bit. Ao became nervous. It was just slight, but already, this was so much chakra than he had ever come across. We don't want any trouble. Naruto laughed. Neither do we, he said. Your reaction was not quite as expected. Then again, you wouldn't want to cause danger in a place where there are civilians. He paused, smiling. I apologize. I was just fooling around. You'll come with us? Of course. We were already on our way to speak to the Mizukage. Before we go there, can you tell us your intentions? Ao asked in a serious tone. He didn't want to take people to the office when they had evil intentions. It was his job to protect Mei, and do it he would. Even if it meant going against such people. It appears that our reputation precedes us, Sasuke remarked, his Sharingan blazing into life. Indeed, Sasuke. But I never thought I would have such a reputation, Naruto said with a shake of his head. You could have refused to carry out those orders. Orders from the Hokage are law. You don't choose to follow them. Sasuke scoffed. As if you cared what that man thought. If you really wanted, you wouldn't have indulged him. Ao cleared his throat. Are you still coming? And you didn't answer my question? We come in peace. That isn't answering my question. We came to speak to the Mizukage. Are you going to refuse that? Sasuke asked. Don't be like that, Naruto said to Sasuke. We have no ill intentions toward your village or leader. We just wanted to be able to see the village with our own eyes. As they walked into the office, Naruto smiled seeing the Godame Mizukage. She was a beautiful woman. A woman who has led this village through its lowest point to the top of the mountains. Once Yagura was dead, those who once enjoyed the fruits of his reign must have tried to take control. They must have fought her. But here she was, having whipped Kiri into a modern village. It was something to appreciate. Who said this was a man's world? Perhaps it was leaders such as her that were needed to redraw the borders and alter the spine of the shinobi world. Mizukage-sama. Naruto started in a respectful tone, bowing slightly. We apologize for our choice of entry to your village. The blonde seemed earnest, but Ao was suspicious of this behavior. He had been anything but respectful when talking to them earlier. The Uchiha didn't seem to agree. Ao turned his eyes to his leader, and then back at the two. He would not back away. He needed to watch the two in case they tried to do something. Mei waved her right hand, dismissing Naruto's apology. I will let it slide because you two are handsome young men, she said with a smile. Her eyes lingered on the Uchiha for a moment. You just thought this one looks better than the other, Naruto said with a frown. Everywhere I go, it is like that. Everyone always prefers the Uchiha. Well, until they know his personality, then they are repulsed. Mei continued smiled. The Uchiha didn't seem like he wanted to talk. From this alone, she could tell the blonde was the lively one and the Uchiha, the quiet one. Yet very observant. It wasn't to say the blonde wasn't either. Why did you choose to sneak in my village? We don't treat people who do so very kindly. I can imagine. There are many worms hiding in this world, and even when you did not provoke them, they attack you. But to answer your question, I find that to know and understand a village, you need to see it in your eyes and make a decision yourself. If we came here and said we wanted to see this village, we may have only been allowed to see what you wanted us to see. He is lying. He just wanted to see how you'd react once you caught us. Sasuke thought of saying but just rolled his eyes and kept quiet. Mei had a raised brow. She noted the Uchiha's reaction to Naruto's explanation. There was obviously an exaggeration in his words and maybe something he left out. Why did you want to see Kiri? Research. We have traveled and seen all great nations. It is better to understand how something is run before you interact with it. We seek to understand how things work and if all great nations fundamentally function the same way. That was something someone his age shouldn't be saying. They were usually trying to find themselves and trying to gain power, not see the world their own eyes. Already, it felt like the blonde was someone she could have a conversation with. Still, that couldn't be the reason they came to this village. There was also a reason they sought this understanding. For what reason? Naruto did not reply but faced Ao. Sasuke, that man is the one who holds the Byakugan, isn't he? Yes. Then he would have been the one to make the discovery. Still, I wonder why the Hyuga are silent given how protective they are of their Jujutsu. Do they know? I doubt it. Naruto answered. In terms of politics, without the Uchiha, the Hyuga is the most powerful clan in Konoha. Do you think we'd gain their favor if we gouged out his eyes and presented them to the Hyuga? You care about such things? Of course. As should you. Future Kage need others to support them to do their jobs. But you'd earn enemies of Kiri. Who fears Kiri? If it threatened us, we'd simply respond in kind. Besides, the Byakugan is a property of Konoha. No one can deny this much. Naruto would always be Naruto. Sasuke wondered why he even played along sometimes. That the room was starting to become tense didn't even seem to bother the blonde. It would be fair to say he even seemed oblivious to it. But it was Naruto. He wasn't that ignorant. You would openly talk about such things in front of me? Mei asked with amusement. She didn't think he was serious. But maybe he was. I like to see how people react to certain things. You know someone when they are outside of the comfort zone. Naruto shrugged. We came here for 2 reasons. Mei didn't appreciate the fact that he had chosen to ignore her earlier question when he had been willing to share things earlier. He made her curious, and then shut the door. She wasn't going to try to force it open. It was better to indulge these 2 and then send them away from her village before they caused unnecessary troubles. I'll ignore that you avoided my question. Let me indulge you. What are the reasons? It was only them that Sasuke spoke to her. His tone stern, just fitting his expression. We have been searching information about the Akatsuki and trying to track down Jinchuriki. We know Kiri's other Jinchuriki was captured by the Akatsuki. We want to warn you that the organization is dangerous and is planning to do something dangerous. Importantly, we have come across information that suggests that your predecessor was being controlled by a genjutsu. We came here to confirm this much. Sasuke turned to Ao. If there was foreign chakra, the Byakugan should have seen it. Ao glanced at Mei looking for permission. Once granted, he responded. Yagura was indeed being manipulated. I know genjutsu mind tricks. I have faced Uchiha in battle after all. Any guess who and why? No, but Yagura didn't need manipulation to be crazy. He had been crazy even before. Mei said with a shake of her head. For what reason do you ask these questions? Naruto didn't have any intentions of answering that question. But maybe it would be disrespectful to the Mizukage to state so. We have been investigating activities of the Akatsuki and those within the top of the organization. This question came up. Naruto explained in a measured tone. As you might already know, I am a Jinchuriki. So, the movements of the organization concern me. But not only that. The organization's goal could destabilize the foundations of the shinobi world. We still don't know what their end goal is, but collecting all 9 bijou can't be anything good. We always have to think of the worst possible outcome, Sasuke added. Konoha shinobi acting on the Akatsuki, and these 2 didn't seem like they were acting on orders of the Hokage. Given the way they were doing things, it was likely they were doing things on their own. They didn't even wear Konoha headbands. She could write to the Godame Hokage about this. Mei leaned back to her chair. It wasn't that they too had been ignorant of what was happening outside. Her shinobi were killed trying to retrieve Yutaka. But what could anyone be trying to gain by all these movements? Obviously, the balance of power was going to be affected. What was concerning was that some great nations appeared to be dismissive of these threats. How many do you believe they have collected? 5 IWA is still safe. Kumo has lost one and you have lost both. Mei shook her head. We received word that IWA lost one of their Jinchuriki. That Tsuchikage and Reikage are fighting over it. Naruto was surprised. This must be something that occurred recently. Did it happen while they were dealing with Kisame? Or moving to this nation? It was concerning. It was only a matter of time before they made a move toward him now. You didn't know about this? Sasuke shook his head. They are moving far quicker. We have to act with speed as well. In fact, lingering around here won't do us any good, Naruto said to Sasuke before taking out a small scroll. We came with gifts. We were thinking that we could talk more about it, but it appears there is no time for that. What gifts? Naruto glanced at Sasuke. And then created a clone. The clone took the scroll. We apologize, but we must depart. We have to make a report to Konoha. Obviously, this has gotten bigger, and the village needs to be appraised. No doubt you will receive a word from the Hokage. Please excuse us. My clone will chat with you for a moment. Mei glanced at Ao, who nodded, seeing no threats. You may leave. Thank you and a pleasure meeting you, Mizukage-sama. Naruto bowed slightly and then turned away along with Sasuke. Once they were gone, the clone spoke. Mind if I sit? Please remain standing. Safety issues. The clone sighed. It is sad not being trusted. But then again, I could be here for nasty intentions. Either way, I would think the Byakugan being around would make you a little comfortable. I have learned that the all-seeing eyes do not see everything. Indeed. Nothing of humans is absolute. There will always be a surprise. A weakness to be exploited. But that is how life is, the clone stated before throwing the scroll toward Ao. We killed Kisame and want the bounty you have placed on his head. Are you bounty hunters? The clone laughed at this. Money is important. We are shinobi, but we still need money. Some matters cannot be resolved with fancy words and raw power. You need to eat and care of other things. If you don't have money, you end up just taking such things, thus turning into criminality. This is merely taking advantage of a system that has been created. Besides, my original did say he brought gifts, didn't he? I'm listening. Within that scroll, the sword that Kisame stole is sealed. And the sword that belonged to Zabuza. We have returned them believing that they rightfully belong to this village. You are not going to sell them to me but give them and yet want to collect the bounty. Now, that would just be greedy. Even in a world that is not defined by good morals, we must always make a good distinction about what is right and wrong. Besides, there is nothing wrong with earning a good standing with you. The clone smiled. It is not exactly goodwill, but we cannot be too naive. Mei laughed. You're extracting a good measure of your efforts. You get the bounty for it. It is the money you need and nothing more. If it was just about money, you'd sell them somewhere. Surely you'd get a good share of money. What kind of favor are you buying? If I said I'm not buying anything from you, you would not really believe it. After all, the word of a shinobi means nothing. But just know that I merely wish for you to remember that I once did good. That was a little amusing. But Mei was fascinated by Naruto's words. He understood the nature of the shinobi world. And didn't shy away from stating it out. What kind of a clone is this? You may as well be speaking to the original. I see. Mei was silent for a moment before turning to Ao. Confirm the contents of the scroll. I'm going to take a walk with him. Masama. Do as I say. If he tries something, I will melt him. I'm kind of unnerved by the simple way in which you said those words. Mei smiled. You need not worry if you're not going to try something. Well, I'm just a clone. The clone shrugged. Follow me. The clone followed the Mizukage out of the office. The loud streets of happy people minding their own business. Respects being paid to their leader. A world that didn't know Naruto Uzumaki. He was always at peace in such surroundings. But you couldn't get too comfortable living in a world that did not know you. You are the son of Konoha's former Hokage. You used Mokuton. And when the real you was standing before me, I could tell that you are a powerful shinobi, they said in a serious tone. And that is when excluding the power of the Kyuubi. Most Jinchuriki make the mistake of not training their own skills and simply depend on the power of their bija. But looking at it, it is reasonable from where they stand. I leave that power for when I have no other options, the clone explained. You're curious, with all that power, what does Naruto wish to do with it? Yes. I am curious. That is something the original can answer. But there are many options available. With power, you can do whatever you want. The great nations have symbolized this much. Why don't I like the sound of that? I'm sure the other Kage won't either. The splashes of water on the boat did nothing to boot Naruto from his thoughts. He held more information that everyone else in the Akatsuki didn't have. And surely, those within the organization sought to maximize their goal without anyone ever knowing the danger that lay ahead. If a bija like the Kyuubi that proudly boasted about its power feared what would come out of the bija hunt, then everyone had a reason to be worried. It wasn't a matter of trying to protect his fragile existence but the dreams he had. Naruto debated if he had any interest in the security of the shinobi world despite actions he has taken. Perhaps he did something on whims and because he could. Or maybe he told himself he didn't care about the world because he was attempting to appease his pain by setting up a mask of detachment. Reality was nonetheless a cruel awakening, and he had to face up to it. He glanced at Sasuke and then back at the water. Rarely did he have some serious moments. Perhaps there was the glaring and now outmost truth in that the Sanbai had revived and there was nothing stopping the Akatsuki. If they took one from IWA, they were going to take the other. Hunting down members of the organization seemed fun when they were not this active. It is pointless to look for them now. Very soon, it will only be you and the 8 tails. We have to go for the head. But we do not know anything about the powers of the leaders. We already know there is word that the leader of the Akatsuki is in Amigakure. But even if that is the case, I wouldn't willingly go there when I do not anything. We may as well be walking into a death trap. After all, there was no one who could say they knew what was happening within the ring. The village was closed off, completely. To say it was in a bubble was false. Bubbles could burst. You even saw what was within a bubble. But AIM was locked in a seemingly impenetrable fortress. We wouldn't be in this situation if we had taken action back then. But you were too interested in finding out the goal of the organization. Errors in judgment. He was not God. He made mistakes, even though he did like to admit he did carefully think some things. But he didn't foresee this future. Maybe prophets would have seen such. But he was a mere mortal, guided by his wisdom and limited knowledge of what was before him. He could only plan as far as the eye could see. Surely, had they rescued Gaara, things would have been different. We didn't know there was this danger. Naruto sighed. We have to focus on what is ahead of us. You don't want to go to AIM. I won't deny that, but it is only because I know I don't have to go to the leader. He will come after me. He blinked, thinking. Maybe getting rid of the remaining members was not a bad plan. It would make the leader to him in person. Maybe we should go ahead and do as we were. It will force the leader to come to us. And there is still Madara to think about. But that one deserves special treatment. Naruto smiled. Indeed, he does. Jiraiya should have some information. I will go back to Konoha and inform them of things and see what they have planned. The 5 Kage can no longer just fold their hands. But even if they do, it does not mean the end of the shinobi world. They are not the only ones with power to make things happen. You really have a low opinion of the 5 Kage. They also have low opinions of everyone below them. Naruto replied with a shrug of his shoulders. You should take Karen to make things quicker. I don't need her. Who am I to argue? I have been making mistakes, it seems. You know best, Naruto said. How do you suppose Madara wants to achieve his dreams? He spoke of a peaceful world of perfection. How does overwhelming power get us that? And he didn't deny that such a pipe dream was not possible in this shinobi world. Yet still persisted with his thought. It doesn't matter, we just have to crush those dreams. If there was an error in Sasuke's programming, it was that he only sought to crush those he viewed as enemies without any attempt to understand things. It was this attitude that made it difficult for him to understand people. He was helped because he was smart and could read situations. Don't be impressed with fireworks, Sasuke. Understand what made the fireworks, and you can make fireworks of your own. You don't understand what motivates people to try to change or get to know them better. You do so to get a frame of their character and learn what breaks them apart. You should know better than anyone, it can take words to cause a man to lose his composure. There is no denying that these people are evil and must be killed. They've murdered hundreds of people. And even now, they treat the Great Five with contempt. It doesn't matter the goal, if the method is wrong, we cannot support it. But fundamentally, when we learn things about these kinds of people, we gain experience and knowledge about where not to go. We don't know, today we are good people, Sasuke. Tomorrow, we change our minds and decide we have the power. We can become rulers of the shinobi world. No more Kage. No more Great Five, just one big country under our rule. Sasuke thought of laughing at Naruto's words. There was no way the blonde wasn't saying this out of whim. He must have thought of something like it. After all, Naruto wasn't as noble as he wanted people to believe. He was rotten. I'm sure that is something you consider doing, but I get your point. You do not. By your attitude, you will not have friends. You will have subordinates. You will live a lonely life. Even if you marry, you will have nothing to say to her but undress, I'm hungry. Go shut that damn child. What do you make of me? I can imagine you being that kind of person. Learn to understand people, and you will have good relationships. To understand people is not to agree with them. It is being able to get on a level with them and talk to them. If you are going to make the Uchiha great again, you need to be human. Naruto sighed tiredly. But that only comes after we have climbed this mountain. It is going to a difficult one that will test everything that we are in mental fortitude. Our very lives will be threatened, but we must fight this and bring the Akatsuki to its knees. I have a question. Sasuke started in a serious tone. If the Akatsuki gathers 8 Bija and it is possible for you to extract the Kyuubi and continue to live, could we use the power for our end? You want the other great nations to turn on us? And the people in Konoha would not agree. Kage are not elected by people. Once they step into power, they shape the village on their whim, and anyone who disobeys that rule is guilty of an offense. It is the same thing with the Yondaime Mizukage and Raza. Even Baki didn't think that Suna had the capacity to fight Konoha, and he was the village's strongest jonin, and yet when his Kage spoke, he followed. But there might those who will disagree, and a civil war occurs. That can be handled. I am saying a Kage has all the power. If we are Kage, and decide to keep all that power, then Konoha has decided and others can complain. But we have power, they can be made to toe in line. You are hardened and have yet to value human life. You lack experience and knowledge, hence you say such things. It isn't outrageous. But Sasuke, learn to love, and you will see the world differently, and you will think of it differently. Dictators don't live long. He paused for a second. But neither do good people. Naruto laughed. My point is moot. Well, when you lack argument, such things happen. Chapter 19, Home and Ambitions. Inoki was beyond infuriated. He was livid and a little fearful. Not because of the Akatsuki but because of the current situation that was unfolding. It had to do with the criminal organization. But that was not the major threat. The organization weakened them. And he had foolishly dismissed them when Konoha came to give him a warning. No, that had been a reasonable decision then. After all, they were just a bunch of criminal elements who dared to threaten the balance of the great nations. He never thought they would have this much success. And even AI had complained after they made an attempt on his only remaining Jinchuriki. He dismissed the Reikage even though he'd already lost one of his Jinchuriki. It would be humiliating to now go back to that man and say he too was worried, or even start spilling the beans. No, there was nothing to spill. He knew nothing even though he'd hired those criminals. Tsunade had called in a Kage summit, and he'd been pondering on whether to honor it. Now he had no choice, and those questions about his relationship with the organization would come. I never thought we would lose all our Jinchuriki, Katsuchi said, shaking his head while a serious look settled on his face. It's bad enough that the likes of Kumo and Konoha still maintain theirs. This was the frightening part. The bijou those two used were the most powerful, and both have shown the ability to use the full power of those bijou. Anoki was deeply envious of Konoha. The village had the Sannin. They had the likes of Kakashi. And now, a powerful Uchiha and a Mokuton user who was a Jinchuriki. Those two were surely shinobi to be reckoned with. They had come to his village, and he has seen the Uchiha's skill in the exam. And the blonde had also shown his might during the trials. Recent reports of the blonde have also shown a shinobi proficient with Mokuton and capable of fighting any battle. Iwagakure was lagging behind. It could not be fine for the village to be on this side of things. And they all have control of the bijou, Katsuchi said in a stern tone. We have to retrieve those two. If they are still alive, they could be dead? From the intel Konoha provided, that could be the case. Well, that presents a good opportunity, Kuratsuchi said, grinning as she did. It does give us an opportunity to collect other bijou that the organization has collected. Surely then IWA will become the most powerful with no other village to challenge it. Ideally, that was a good solution. But it did seem that Kuratsuchi was forgetting that the Akatsuki had members who could defeat a Jinchuriki. They didn't need an army to do so. Rashi and Han were not weak shinobi. They were powerful, more so than the two standing in front of his desk. Logic dictated that retrieving those two wouldn't be a simple task. It will only lead to war if we go that far, Anoki stated firmly. When it could be avoided, it was best to do so. He didn't want to spend the rest of his life fighting a war. He had seen enough of that bloodbath already. Which we would win. Think about the loss of life, Katsuchi shouted at Kuratsuchi. Even if we won, it would come at a high cost. Everyone always loses something in war. If we can avoid it, we must do so. But it doesn't mean we must not take advantage of the situation if we can. Konoha is busy hunting the Akatsuki members. And no doubt, the Reikage will do so. We can look for the hideout of the Akatsuki while they are chasing the members. If we find the bijou, we take them all. But to avoid war, we offer to sell them back to their nations. It would only be reasonable for our efforts and the loss of life we would have faced. But we would be giving them power. And gain enough money. The likes of Suna wouldn't be able to afford the price. They can be indebted to us. It is all about strategically plotting out rather than making reckless decisions, Kuratsuchi countered. And Konoha? Katsuchi asked. Anoki watched father and daughter argue for a moment before speaking. No doubt the Uchiha and the Uzumaki will be troubling in case something happens. They work as a pair, which makes them formidable. The Tsuchikage adopted a thoughtful look and then turned to Katsuchi. We cannot be seen to be going against the leaf. Mercenaries then? Yes. Let me think for now. We will decide which way to proceed. We can't forget that the Kage summit will happen. If there was no summit, things would work out differently. We could go along with Kuratsuchi's thought. It is what Konoha did before. But there is going to be a summit, and there will be an agreement on how to handle things. It isn't like we have always been bound by those agreements. Anoki stared at Kuratsuchi, and then shook his head. He taught her wrong. Konoha. Sakura didn't hide her happiness seeing a dear friend. If tears came easily, they'd be streaming down her cheeks as if fleeing from something. There was no better friend than Ino. No childhood friend she still had aside from this annoying person who made fun of her forehead whenever possible. She rushed to her, engulfing her in a tight hug. A warm smile on her face. Crushing me like that, Sasuke is going to think you're a man. Sakura quickly let go of Ino, while still smiling. You haven't changed. Neither have you. Ino pointed at Sakura's chest with a laugh. Don't start. Ino shrugged and faced the streets. She had truly changed. She looked the part of kunoichi and seemed tired as well. She was one of best medical kunoichi. Ino sighed. What was she? Just tagging with Naruto. And dreaming to be in the intelligence, protecting Konoha using clan jutsu. They all had their strengths. Sakura's skills suited this kind of role. But there was no denying who was better. Then again, Sakura had always been smart. She just became dumb when thinking about her beloved Sasuke-kun. A lost cause that was. And Ino thought she was the only one in position to drive the message. It has been a while. So tell me, what have you been busy with? I hear you've become quite the famous kunoichi. Sakura smiled. But still much to do. But at least, she did feel and look like part of Team 7. Those two were better than others. But she was going there. She could stand along them. She just needed to do a little more. I want to hear more about you and your travels with Naruto and Sasuke-kun. You know, I came back, and you weren't around. Gone for a mission. Don't you think there should be something to talk about? Ino folded her hands across her chest, staring. Nothing to tell. Sakura shrugged. So? Nothing much to tell. Ino shrugged. They did training. I watched. Fooled around with Naruto. It can't be all. Curious about dear Sasuke? A little. Forget it. Sasuke doesn't even think about relationships. You must think about yourself. Life is not a fairy tale. You don't get to marry your childhood love. Sasuke doesn't even notice you. Never has. You think he is suddenly going to like you? Ino said those words on a harsh tone. Sakura felt like she had been stabbed through the heart. She did have those thoughts. But she always crushed them. As long as there was hope, she would hope. There was nothing wrong. She was still young. Marriage was still far. It is not as if I haven't thought about it. But when you have given your heart to something, it is difficult to change. So, you're not going to stop? I don't think I can stop loving him. Maybe you all see the cold-hearted person, but I see a precious person. Yeah. Naruto was saving your behind holes. Sasuke ran to fight opponents. Ino snorted. I won't deny that, but he had his moments. And I don't think you love someone because of the things they give you. I think a true testament to your love is when someone has put you through the worst, given you nothing, but you always find room for them in your heart, even when it hurts. Some people call that an unhealthy obsession. Yeah, Sakura admitted. But I love Sasuke. And nothing will change that. I just don't know if I will move on from him. Just don't wait for him. Otherwise, you'll only have your career at the end. And misery of seeing him with someone else. Flashback. Sasuke watched the swirling vortex with keen eyes. This was a presence he didn't want, not at the moment. Naruto was right about caution. But if they killed this person, it would remove a lot of problems. Maybe he could take a chance. Naruto was way too cautious at times. Even he did admit as much. If the blonde wasn't making him wait, he wouldn't even have to deal with this man. Whatever you want to say to me, I'm not interested. People tended to think he was easier to manipulate, and without Naruto he'd be lost. It was ridiculous. His past attitude didn't help his image. Either way, he was neither simple nor gullible than anyone who whispered sweet things to his ears would win him over. Do not be hasty. I came all the way to talk to you. How did you even manage to track me down? You appear to always know where I am. And that bothered him. This was an enemy. He couldn't be free if the man was watching his every step. It would mean he was always a step ahead of him. He had to discuss the issues with Naruto. In sage mode, Naruto had better senses. Their safety and privacy were of importance, and couldn't be compromised or else they would fail. That is not important. Obito replied without emotion. His fellow Uchiha had grown. Mature and thinking with his mind and not his emotions. I cannot understand why you refused to join me and still work with Naruto for Konoha. You already know what they ordered Itachi to do. Sasuke's expression became stern. He still had a little difficulty processing this treachery of the Uchiha. His feelings were not mixed. He was clear. But he understood the nature of things. He understood the bigger picture. His mother, his father, and his brother, forced to shoulder such a burden and guilt because someone deemed it necessary to wipe out his entire clan. And this man took part in it. The part that gave him relief was that he had butchered the man who gave the order. But the villagers still remained, ungrateful to the sacrifice his brother made. But the same was for Naruto. He had to shoulder it. I have my reasons. And Naruto is my friend. I will never betray the only friend I have. Are you sure he is your friend? He could be simply playing a role given to him by the Sandaime. He could even be using Shusoi's eye on you. Sasuke nearly scoffed. You do not understand Naruto or our relationship. You have no right to say anything. Don't say I didn't warn you. As a fellow Uchiha, I was giving you an opportunity to join me. You can always do so by capturing Naruto for me. That is never going to happen. Flashback end. Iwagakure. Inoki swore as pain shot through his back. It was getting worse and worse. Could he even fight in this condition? Every time he stood up, it felt like there were thousands of liters he was pulling up. With his short stature, it shouldn't be difficult, and yet he was struggling. Perhaps he needed to go for a physical examination. Either way, the curtains were closing. Maybe they had some time ago, and in his stubbornness, he was too blind to see it. He glanced at Katsuchi, the thoughts he held drumming on his forehead. He would have considered Kuratsuchi as his successor. She was smarter than her father. Sit down, he said to his son. This was a conversation they'd never had before. Katsuchi was a trusted shinobi, an elite among elites. He'd never considered taking him out, but the village needed him to fill another role now. You understand our situation now, right? Regarding the loss of our Jinchuriki? Yes, Inoki said in hardened tone before taking a pause, hands on his desk. After that discussion about hunting down all bijou to sell them, I've had time to consider things. At the Kage summit, this issue will come up. The nations might make an agreement that each village should retain the bijou they lost instead of starting a race. Why hadn't he considered this before? Nobody was really eager to start a war. They all knew the pain and suffering that came with war. It was a time of peace now. War would only drag them to the blood and death field only when there was no other option. An agreement would be made to avoid a bijou race. If there is a bijou race, there will be war. Shinobi will be killing each other for the power. It wouldn't matter if a bijou once belonged to IWA or Kumo. Whoever got it first would be the one to own it. War would break out. Destruction and death would doom them all. Inoki had seen enough of wars, but if it had to be done to protect the interests of Iwagakure, then so be it. Will they honor it? You never know. That is why we cannot trust anyone. We will take responsibility for our bijou, and anyone who gets in the way will face us. I'm more concerned about Konoha's growing power. The Sannin are past their prime years, but they are still powerful. And the current generation seem to have unassailable power, Katsuchi said in a worried tone. Inoki didn't want to think too deeply about it. But as long as Tsunade remained in charge, he didn't think any bloody wars would rise from the ashes. She was a student of the third, she was too nice. But to be worried was a natural reflex. For the moment, there is nothing we can do about it. They also have allies with Sunagakure. We just have to strengthen ourselves and maybe take the Seven Tails. It belongs to a small nation, none of the great nations will get involved. But they might do something. Yes. But we have to protect ourselves. We cannot sit still and hope no war will happen. This world was full of surprises. It took looking at someone in the wrong way to ignite the intense flames of war. Admittedly, the current generation was a lot more resilient. But shinobi were still shinobi. After the summit, I will name you as my successor. Katsuchi was silent for a couple of seconds. Why? I have to retire. I'm way too old and I'm afraid I cannot lead effectively if there is trouble ahead. I can only offer my wisdom. Kitsuchi knew that already. But despite his old age, Inoki still commanded respect among the shinobi. But he was asking why he was being chosen. Why not Kuratsuchi? She is young and still too reckless. You heard her when we spoke earlier. We doesn't think twice about acting in a way that would result in war. As long as it benefits IWA, she will do anything, Inoki said in a hardened tone. That argument you had with her convinced me she is not yet ready to lead. You should take the blame for that. I should have taught her better. But like me, she is stubborn. The important thing is that she loves this village. But in this time, I need you to take charge of the village to steer it out of this situation. Kuratsuchi needs to continue with her education. I understand. Good. Inoki forced his body to relax, relieving the tension. I have received word that Deidara has been killed by Konoha shinobi. We want to verify it, but it must be true. They have been hunting down Akatsuki members. It's not good news. At this rate, if he could be convinced to return, I would have permitted it. Deidara was skilled. Inoki sighed. He is dead now. We have to do more to strengthen our shinobi. It is a pity you cannot will powerful shinobi. Sometimes, even with hard work, people reach their limits. Kanehagakur. Sasuke stared at the large gates of the Hidden Leaf. He'd not expected to come here so soon. Even if he was to return, he thought he would drag his feet alone. But he was here with Naruto. A person who seemed to change his mind on whims. He was supposed to have come here alone, but the second they stepped out of the ship, he decided against it. There were grumbling thoughts within him. Treachery and sacrifice. And there was pain. The gut-wrenching pain and loneliness he experienced, while Konoha continued in peace paid by the blood of his clan. Then again, if Naruto wanted to argue, he could say there is a village because his father stopped it. Maybe he was correct, but that wasn't the reality. This moment now was reality. Do we have to walk through the streets? He questioned, staring at Naruto through the corner of his eyes. You got a problem with it? Strangely, that response came in a flat plate. Usually, a smirk would be ushered the words. But there was none if it. For a moment, Sasuke felt the urge to walk in front of his friend, just to look at his expression. One would be mistaken to believe that Naruto was the one who was hesitant to step into the walls of the Hidden Leaf. We haven't been around in a while. There is bound to be some reaction to our presence. It will be good for you to judge from experience how these people think of you. You know I've never cared much about what they think. Well, they change every day, but that is life. Civilians are easily swayed by actions and words. It is how politicians easily fool them with propaganda and unattainable dreams. Sasuke stopped walking and stared at Naruto. The blonde noticed but didn't stop. He just turned his head to face him. It was then that Sasuke saw that blank expression. It wasn't often you saw that. He shook his head. No, lately, he's seen it often. When Ino was around, the smile and mischievous grin settled, but it wasn't frequent as when they were still just Genin. Are you okay? Sasuke felt strange just asking that. Even the words departed from his lips in a limp. It was worsened by Naruto's reaction. How observant of you. It isn't hard to do. Naruto looked ahead toward the gates, hands folded behind. He was starting to dislike his current self. Deep thoughts turned him into a serious person. He was less happy than he once was. Sure, he fooled around with Ino, but when she wasn't around, he just turned into a walking dead. He'd lost his spark. It wasn't that he was older. Maybe it influenced a little, but he just spent too much time thinking and plotting that he became a little too serious. What happened to that careless attitude he once possessed? He heaved a heavy sigh. It is just a mild personal intervention that has caused a debate. About? By now, Sasuke was already level with Naruto. I said personal? I hope there is nothing that is going to keep you from the important things? Naruto glanced at Sasuke for a second but didn't say anything as the guards came up. The usual checkup, and then they were through the gates, back home. The home that birthed him, corrupted, and tortured them with loneliness. sometimes expectations on shinobi were unreasonable. Then again, there was sometimes nothing logical about loyalty. Naruto didn't harbor that sense of loyalty toward the leaf. He didn't feel he was loyal to anything but himself. He was here because he chose to. And if he wanted, that could change. Nothing, but there might be changes. I wasn't thinking deeply about Konoha, Naruto finally replied. The streets welcomed them. Naruto wasn't surprised. He was more shocked that Tsunade hadn't sent her Umbu to drag them to her office. After all, they'd left and never returned since. There was nothing exchanged through this time. She was going to be pissed off. Maybe throw a fit. Perhaps seeing it would amuse him. This feels like a parade. With a smile, Naruto replied. This is a parade, he said. Isn't this great though? You have no enemies. And things appear well for the village. Our standing is good. Is it really? I think you're fake smiling. Ha! Naruto chuckled lightly. Some part of me had wished this happened when I was younger. I had sought for nothing then to become noticed. But when Orochimaru came, I didn't want that anymore. It is life. A part of me is a little happy. The devil in me reminds me that they act as if they didn't spit on the ground I once walked on. Which makes me wonder why you're taking this in. I could frown and remind them they hated me. He paused. Well, I will eventually do that. I will remind these people of the things they did to me. I don't think I can move on and be at peace if I don't confront that part. We simply cannot just smile and wave as if nothing happened. If I had done something, then yes. But I was innocent. How are you going to confront them? We'll see. For now, it is better to deal with things. I told you, I don't want to be miserable. Contempt won't do anything for me. But it doesn't mean we must be too kind. Let them be happy. One day, I will stop smiling and they will ask why. Sasuke shook his head. Naruto wasn't a good purse zero-in. He just wanted to drum them up. Let them rejoice at the prospect of a powerful shinobi who would protect them. Once they have fully accepted him, fully trusting him, he would show them their wrongs. I don't want any part in that. You were not invited. Naruto shrugged. This is a little exciting nonetheless. If it weren't for the bittersweet taste left in my heart, I would be dancing right now. Nothing's stopping you from doing that. In fact, I'm more surprised you're not grinning wickedly while waving. I'm not that superficial. Yeah, Sasuke replied with mild sarcasm. You should be worried about what the Godame is going to say to you. She isn't going to say anything to you? Naruto shrugged. I always have an answer. You struggle with handling people. Meanwhile, an Umbu dropped in front Tsunade's desk. What? Naruto and Sasuke are just outside the village. They should be walking past the gates any second now. I see. Leave them be. Hi. When the Umbu disappeared, Tsunade wanted to smash her desk. The paperwork would be spread all over. She held herself. Finally, the damn brats decided to return. No, they were not brats but grown shinobi who held no respect for her as a Kage. Their contempt for her position was without question. Naruto had dropped Ino without even stepping into the village to say a damn word. Even if he'd not apologized, it wouldn't have been much of an insult as him just passing by. Controlling them was going to be the death of her. Good thing Kakashi was going to take over. He would deal with this mess. She could go back to drinking and being merry. Even gambling without care would do for her. It took several minutes, but they finally arrived. Throwing a chair wouldn't do. The Uchiha was expressionless, but nothing surprising. Naruto's imposing presence stood out. She couldn't imagine what it was like for those who faced him in battle. Hokage-sama. It was Naruto who greeted, a small bow of his head. Tsunade scoffed. She thought he was mocking her for a second but quickly buried the thought. I'm surprised you know I am the Hokage, she said in a cold tone. Before we left, plans were already in motion to make you Hokage. And yet there was no recognition from the two of you. It was frightening that Tsunade wasn't shouting. He would have expected a glare, killing intent and mountains of frustrations being hurled toward them. But the Godame was calm. No, she was going to explode soon. It was in her nature. Naruto didn't think Tsunade was capable of reacting like a normal person, especially in this situation. Maybe the question was simply how long she would be able to contain her obvious anger toward them. I didn't think that was necessary. Unnecessary? She paused and then shouted, forcefully banging her desk with so much force that the paperwork was sent flying to the sides. You two left the village without telling me anything. Even after you left, you made no attempt to write even with the threat of the Akatsuki, and you dare tell me that it was not necessary? While Sasuke did not have any outward reaction, Naruto raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. I had permission to leave the village. I discussed this with Shikako-san and the Sandame. Sasuke was also included in the deal I made. I know this much. Shikako told me. What I am angry about it is your lack of communication. You were intentionally staying away and not saying a word. You can't tell me you had no way of communicating when Ino was sending letters to her father. There was indeed a conscious decision to stay away from Konoha. And, if we apologize for it, we'd be mocking you. We made the decision not to say anything because personal reasons. We? Sasuke asked with a raised brow. Was there even a decision made? You throwing me under the bus like that? I'm just saying. We didn't make any decision. If there was a decision, you made it. I don't care for this. Tsunade snapped. She was sure it had something to do with the Uchiha massacre, the personal reasons of course. There was a reason these two decided to kill Danzo. Hamura and Kohara wouldn't say anything. The Sandame was dead. Shikako had an idea, but the only people who could confirm it were these two. And killing Danzo? She glared at Naruto. Sasuke wouldn't have done it without Naruto. He was the fault for all these. But so was the Uchiha. I had to kill him. It was Sasuke who replied. At any case, what has happened, happened. We are back in the village. And I must state why I decided not to say anything. Naruto said in a serious tone. Tsunade-sama, we are shinobi of the Hidden Leaf. If we exchanged letters with you, you'd have made some instructions. When we departed, you'd yet to become Hokage. So, there was no instruction we disobeyed. To disobey your Kage is a serious offense. We didn't want to create that situation. We are conscious you are the leader. And we respect that. I believe we cannot be trusted to carry out anything in the village if you cannot trust us to obey you. I took a decision I thought was best for both us and you. So, I should be happy? Tsunade shot a sharp glare. Naruto shook his head. I'm not saying this. You're entitled to take any decision you want. I just explained why we did what we did. It is up to you whether you accept this reason or not. Naruto was basically saying as long as he was a shinobi of this village, he was bound to obey her. And yet, he was capable of disobeying. She could only infer this much from what he was saying. She let out a frustrated sigh. We will discuss this some other day. There are more important issues to deal with at the moment. Sasuke gave a slight nod of his head. We have killed every known member of the Akatsuki. But the leaders remain. Only 2 Jinchuriki remain. At this rate, they could be going after Kumo Jinchuriki. It was good that they had done this much, but at the same time, it was dangerous. And now it was apparent why they had returned. So you came back for protection. Naruto barked in cold laughter. Who in this village is stronger than me that they can protect me? Tsunade felt insulted, but she ignored this. What do you know about the Akatsuki? We do not know their goal. But we know the leaders or leader. One of them is an Uchiha and the other is a Rinnegan wielder who now controls the rain. Sasuke explained. The Uchiha who leads the organization claims to be Madara. Naruto added. Tsunade's thoughts came in abrupt halt. She was speeding so much she felt disoriented by slamming the brakes. Uchiha Helm Madara? That couldn't be possible. The infamous man was dead. If he was alive, who could face him in battle? These two were powerful but not in the same breath as her grandfather. You don't have to be worried, Naruto said, cutting Tsunade off from her thoughts. He isn't Madara but someone pretending to be Madara. He is an Uchiha. We do not know who as he wears a mask, but he is responsible for the Kyuubi breaking free from my mother's seal and manipulating the Yondaime Mizukage. That is still troubling. Konoha could be blamed for this. That would be stupid. There are more important things. The reason they are collecting the bijou. Yes. Naruto nodded. According to the Kyuubi, if the Akatsuki collects all 9 bijou, they will give birth to a monster that not even its power can be compared. I must state that in its full power, the Kyuubi claims it can fight all other 8 and still win. Tsunade stared at Naruto skeptically. He was now receiving information from the bijou sealed within him? Only a Jinchuriki could tell that a bijou wasn't a mindless beast. No, every shinobi had to know this much. It was just that shinobi craved their power and dismissed their intellect, instead turning them into mindless beasts whose powers could be harnessed. And we can trust this information? Naruto smiled. Yes. You have my word that the information is true. That makes things a lot more dreadful than we'd hoped. Dealing with a single bijou is already a problem. If the Akatsuki were to attain that power, it would be disastrous for the shinobi world. Tsunade stared. You cannot leave Konoha at the moment. I'd prefer to have you locked somewhere unknown. Why? To remove the risk of you falling into the wrong hands. If you are captured, it is over. You do realize that the Akatsuki could come to this village and destroy it just to get me. That is a possibility. I will not argue then. I wasn't going to hear any arguments. There is a Kage summit that I have called because of this. We will discuss the next steps with other Kage. Tsunade said in a hardened tone. In the meantime, keep a low profile. Of course. Is there anything else I should know? Not that I can think of. Now let us talk about Yuzu. Karen has already gone back. And we want to know what this is about. Yuzu is the home of the Uzumaki. My mother came from there. So, I don't understand if there is any problem. The way Naruto seemed confused by the question made Tsunade want to smack him. If other villages find out about this, it will cause a problem. Yuzu was destroyed. And if you're attached to it, you may have enemies. If there are enemies, I will trample on them. In fact, it would give me an excuse to turn any village that dares into ruins as Yuzu is today. Those cold-hearted words made Tsunade flinch. Karen had already revealed to them that Naruto had jutsu to destroy a village as big as Konoha. She had wondered why he would create such a jutsu. His response now answered the question. You would destroy even innocent people? You should have asked the same question to the people who destroyed my home. Worse, there had been no threat. I don't hold grudges over it. It is the past. But history will not repeat itself. Tsunade wished she hadn't asked the question. Anything else? Sasuke wants to become Hokage. Tsunade turned to the Uchiha, and then burst out in laughter. It took a minute for her to calm down, while both Naruto and Sasuke just stared at her. Really? She asked the Uchiha. Yes. A Hokage will always select a successor. At this moment, I wouldn't select any of you. That is understandable. Good. Tsunade said. You may leave the office. Sasuke, I will call for you. But I want a detailed report about what happened with the Akatsuki and your time away. I almost forgot about that. Naruto replied. I'll have a report ready by the end of the day. Tsunade let loose of a long breath after both Naruto and Sasuke left. It went better than expected. Just not the last part. At least Naruto didn't bring out the fact that Konoha didn't help Yuzu in its time of need. It didn't make the situation comfortable nonetheless. Come out, Jiraiya. The Sannin popped up in the office. You could have just showed up. I just wanted to observe. The slug princess gave the Sannin a stare. I'm going to have to bring Yuzu in the summit, Tsunade said in a hardened tone. They are going to find out. And if we tell them Konoha is involved, anybody will think twice. Not that it helped before. In any case, if Naruto is given the option to choose between Konoha and Yuzu, he will pick the latter. That would just lead to chaos. And an end to these peaceful times. Jiraiya didn't want it to end. But if others decided to act on their whims, there would be fights after the Akatsuki and Konoha would be dragged. Maybe now they would become focused on the Akatsuki and not Yuzu. We need go ask which jutsu it is that he can do. Label it. If others know of such, they'll just grow paranoid and try to kill him. Both Naruto and Sasuke are already threatening enough. Jiraiya shook his head. This world was a disappointment. Power that could not be controlled would always be feared. If they could not claim it for themselves, they would destroy it. Obviously, if someone tried to attack Naruto or Sasuke, Konoha would have to act. It would be a confrontation and others might even just decide to step in. In this world, you could never truly say you had allies. A secret then. One that I hope never reaches the light. Tsunade said. What did you make of their revelations about the Akatsuki? We already had suspicion that the leader was located in the rain. I trust everything he said. But I must admit I was a little surprised when he said Sasuke wants to be Hokage. I'm more concerned about his reasons. We will discover that soon enough. Amigakure. Nagato was a man dedicated to peace and nothing more. He was a man who would kill anyone for his ideal world. Obito didn't think the man would ever betray him. Not since the man sought him out as he'd planned. But when he appeared in the tallest tower and stared at the cold eyes of Tendu, Obito questioned things. The look he received made him think twice. If you're here, it means you were successful in capturing in the Hachibi. Normally, Obito was the first to speak, but not this time. Only the Kyuubi remains. You must capture it. Nagato was silent. Finally, peace would be within reach. Only one remained. They had come a long way. Lost many comrades along the way. But finally, they would be within reach of their cherished dreams. Aim would stop crying. The shinobi world would know peace. What would Yahiko even say about the path they have chosen? Nagato shook his head. They had been naive and stupid then. Thinking about such moments would not accomplish anything. It will be done, he said in response. I suppose the Great Five will be taking action now. Nothing is being done as yet. But once the Raikage gets moving, they will be making movements. It will be already too late then, Nagato said firmly. Where is the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki? Either in Konoha or within the Fire Nation. Zetsu will provide you with the location, Obito said. He didn't think Nagato would lose in battle. But if Naruto went to Konoha, then things could be problematic. There was still Sasuke with the perfect Susanoo and even Jiraiya there. Two of the Sannin would be there. Nagato was powerful, but they were close. Obito would not take any chances. I will separate Naruto from Sasuke. You can handle the Kyuubi, Obito said as he started to disappear. Konan stepped out of the shadows after Obito departed. What happens when he turns on us? She asked. They both knew there was something else that he wanted and was hiding from them. The Akatsuki Yahiko had found it, but that man had hijacked it. We will deal with it, Nagato said confidently. Itachi had warned them that they were being used before dying. Maybe Nagato had been so lost in his hatred and pain that he didn't see anything before. He couldn't afford to be distracted nonetheless. He controlled the Gedo Mazo. He held the Rinnegan. He would see to it that his peace was finally achieved. Naruto's house. Ouch! Naruto held on to his gut after Ino punched him. Violence is no good, Ino. I'm going to have to report you to your father. This is being abusive. Ino placed both hands on her waist, stared at him. She had seen him take worse from Sasuke or his clones. She felt insulted over his acting that she wanted to slap him across the face. If you keep playing like that, I'm going to hit you with something hard. I still feel pain, you know? Really? I didn't think you do, Ino replied mildly. Then? What? Naruto's voice came sharply. It caught Ino off guard. It sounded like a rebuke. She wanted to huff, but she stared at him for a moment. Despite his tone, he was still smiling. Can I come in? Apologize. Like hell. I can shut the door right now and go back to my studies. Ino didn't want to dare Naruto. He seemed to be in the mood today. She figured he'd slam it shut in her face and then ignore her all day. Sorry for hitting you. Apology accepted. You shouldn't play like that. When I returned, everyone saw me. You know I returned. You can't always expect me to come running to you. Important, yes. But you're not the only thing that matters, Naruto said, stepping out of the way for Ino to enter the house. Those harsh words that brought a cruel reality. She would not always be first. Which girl wanted to be told that? She wanted to be told she would be first. Even if it were lies. What was so important that upon returning he decided to get down to it? What studies are you doing? She asked as he closed the door behind him, trying to shift away from the touchy subject. Reform and economics. I should have paid more attention and studied more as Sakura did. Naruto breathed, hands behind. He led Ino toward the back of the house. The door hung open. Papers spread around. It seemed like a child had been busy learning to write. Ino stared down at the papers, trying to make sense of them. She then glanced at Naruto. He was already on the floor, leaning against the wall, eyes on a scroll he had magically produced from thin air. She didn't shift anything but found some space to sit. She settled toward the edges, feet on the ground. Seems like some important stuff. Yeah. I was busy with it while away. There are some flaws I keep finding. Not good enough, it seems. According to her father, Naruto was going to be a great person. She didn't need to hear from him. Naruto was already great. But according to him, as he heard from Shikamaru's father, the Uzumaki was going to bring about an interesting change in the village. Highly influential. Your guess means I must leave. Ino nearly jumped hearing the stone-cold voice from behind. She immediately turned around to see who it was. A masked man? Konoha Umbu. What did Naruto have with Umbu of this village? I will visit once I am done. I suppose I will speak to Shikaka-san. And the Hokage? Naruto shrugged. Planning doesn't require her thoughts. It isn't like there is anything outward. Besides, I think based on my last conversation with him, he must have told her. But it isn't coming from you. That makes a difference? You should know it does. Naruto sighed. Fine. But I want to get things sorted with Shikaka before speaking to her. I will hear from you, the Umbu said. Will you or Sasuke be joining us? Naruto smiled. As surprising as it sounds, I'm likely to join than him. His role is a little different. Well, I have no problem moving at night, he said. For now, nobody is doing anything. I see. And just like that, the Umbu vanished into thin air. Ino had to admit, it was a little cool. She was still far in her training to execute that technique. But a walking matchstick like Naruto couldn't possibly be an Umbu. The moment you use Mokuton, everyone knows it's you. Wearing a mask would be useless, Ino said after the Umbu disappeared. She listens but doesn't quite follow. Naruto to himself, staring at the book he held. He then glanced at Ino for a second before adding, I wouldn't join Umbu. You should not, Ino said firmly. Who was that? Umbu commander. If it was someone else, Ino would have said a lie. But it was Naruto. He had been too friendly with the Sandaime Hokage. And he was talking about the Jonin commander. I don't want to know what you were discussing. Well, that's a first, Naruto smiled. But I wasn't going to tell you. You'd end up telling someone when bored. I can keep secrets. They would have kicked out at the training you're doing if you couldn't, Naruto replied. How is that going? Just fine. Team Asuma disbanded. I'm officially an Umbu trainee. I thought you were training under the intelligence division of Umbu. Ino frowned deeply. Someone changed things. That man Ibiki even said I was not strong enough. I was sent back to do the normal training first. Then I would join them. I had been following my father then. Well, Daddy has to follow rules. No special treatment. If you had trained with us, you wouldn't be in such a starting. As if you had any interest in training me. You'll be surprised. Naruto placed the scroll on the floor. His brain was working overtime. It was no good. He needed rest. But since you're receiving that special training, I won't interfere. Besides, Anbu are the real shinobi. They train to cut down people before the use of jutsu. You must understand the body structure, and how to disable it swiftly. We are already going through it. Even seduction techniques. Even men under transformations are learning the techniques. Ino shook her head. I hope I am never in such missions. Sometimes to get information, you'll have to do that. It's not right. It's being a kunoichi. If you think it's not right, quit. Anbu have it worse and experience worse. For your sake, you must train harder. Unlike with Kakashi, Anbu prioritized missions. Most of them were covert anyway. Failure was usually not an option. I'm under house arrest, he suddenly said. What did you do? Akatsuki. There are only 2 Jinchuriki left. Protective measures. Ino stared at the floor. She honestly worried about Naruto. What if he got captured? And he was here plotting about things of the future, and not the Akatsuki. It could all end if something happened to him. The threat was real. Others were getting captured. It could also happen to him. Are you going to be fine? Yes. For now, I just have to lay low. As far as everyone will be concerned, I'll be out of the village on a mission, Naruto said. He smiled warmly. But that just means more time to fool around. I wish. No. My schedule is hectic. Bummer. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment. Since you are here, let me tell you something. He paused, gathering his thoughts. There was a time I disappeared from the streets of Konoha for a couple of years and then came back. Yeah. Well, I was kidnapped by Orochimaru. Took me to one of his labs and started experimenting on me. My healing powers made me the perfect guinea pig. It was a treacherous time. I suffered a lot. So many things happened. Some days I wanted to die. Some days the Kyuubi would induce me into giving to hatred. Let loose a couple of times. It is a dark past of mine that I struggle with. Ino stared at Naruto. Never had she thought he had experienced something like that. Orochimaru was a cruel bastard. Everyone knew that. But to think that Naruto was also his victim and this was kept from the village. Then again, the Sannin hadn't been liked. It would have just made his situation bleak. She smiled sadly. A survivor, huh? Yes, I am survivor. Memorial Stones, Konoha. So this is where you were when you were coming in late for team meetings, Sasuke said to Kakashi. The Jonin cut a forlorn figure as he stood motionless by the memorial stone. Everyone around the Jonin had died. His father committed suicide. His teammates died. And as Kakashi admitted, he killed the other one. His sensei was also dead. Everyone that had been close to him was dead. But so was it in his case. Sasuke had learned that everyone has their own problems. The argument that someone's pain was greater was just nonsense. The world was a tragedy. And it spared no one. Kakashi glanced at Sasuke and I smiled. I was usually held up with other things. And you were just not being tardy. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Maybe it was strange. He wouldn't have thought of it much some time ago, but there was only one man he could call sensei, and that was Kakashi. The man had given him his all. Most of his lightning jutsu were variations learned after Kakashi's original move. Ma, don't be like that. Sasuke shook his head. I want to speak to you about something. Kakashi glanced at the Uchiha for a second and then nodded. While there was mutual respect, Kakashi didn't have the kind of a relationship with Sasuke. Or maybe because he was just not the kind of person. With Naruto, it was different. The blonde knew how to make small talk. He was a social creature after all. I figured as much, he said. Follow me. He disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Sasuke followed in a buzz of lightning. They were within their former training ground. Team Kakashi was dead. It was the normal cycle of teams. Soon enough, they'd have to take up their own teams. You have improved your technique. I didn't have a choice. Sasuke grunted. Naruto is deceptively fast. He also created a new technique that makes him even faster. I thought with speed, I would always be faster. Kakashi smiled. It seemed that the competition has not ended. It was just civil now. He was giving you a run? I was faster than him at one point. He sat down and developed a new technique. He said it was not right for me to be faster and still have the Sharingan with me. Kakashi chuckled lightly. Did you point out that it isn't right that he possess abnormal chakra levels and still is a Jinchuriki? Sasuke shook his head. He didn't want to think about that. It would just force him to go into training. He would never settle until he was able to put a foot on Naruto's throat. Your Kamui. I wanted to ask about it. Its nature and function at least. Sasuke said to his sensei. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Why? I saw something that seemed similar and thought to check with yours. Sasuke said. It was impossible for two Mangekyo to possess the same unique ability like that one. At least as far as he was concerned. Can you use it for me? Kakashi was silent for a couple of moments before lifting his headband. His matured Sharingan shifted into the Mangekyo before he locked on a tree. It was wasteful to use his ability like this. But there was obviously something bothering Sasuke. And he decided to indulge his student. Sasuke had his Mangekyo Sharingan activated when Kakashi's jutsu was cast. It was the same swirl. The black vortex. The technique warped the part of the tree it was locked on. Everything was sucked into that void. He had seen this before when training. Kakashi always used it to suck things away from existence, and they never returned. The only explanation was that they were being forcefully torn into another dimension. Whatever it was that the jutsu was locked on, it would take away. If it was his head, it would be ripped apart from his body. He needed to see more of that fake Madara's jutsu to form an idea. One glance wasn't enough. He needed to see more of its application. Anything more? Sasuke shook his head. You want to tell me what is happening? I will tell you once I have confirmed things. Sasuke replied. He glanced up for a moment. The Jonin was probably the only other person he could talk to aside from Naruto. I want to become Hokage, he announced without preamble. Kakashi was baffled. Not in a million years did he see this coming. Not even if he was induced in hallucinations, he didn't think his mind would form something like that. If Naruto said it, yes, but not Sasuke. Why? That felt like the natural response. Is that how you respond when your student tells you he wants to become Hokage? Kakashi blinked. You're serious. What in the shinobi world happened during the 2 years away? Sasuke nodded. You want to tell me why you want to become Hokage? It is the motive that matters, not the goal. Some people want to become Hokage for power. Some for other ideas. Nara compound. We're playing this game more frequently now, Shikamaru said, staring at the board of shogi. He enjoyed brain teasers. The strategic approach of the game kept his mind awake, especially when playing against his father. You don't enjoy spending time with your father? Mother would be happy. But? Are you worried about something? Shikaku glanced at his son for a second and then back at the board. There were many worries a father had about his child. It was just a little better now that Shikamaru had grown. I heard that Team Asuma has been disbanded. Yeah. Ino has taken up another career path. Asuma-sensei has taken up another Genin team. Shikamaru replied calmly. What of your path? Shikamaru inwardly groaned. He knew this was coming. He hadn't been doing much lately. He did missions in which the Godame specifically wanted his set of skills. Unlike other shinobi, he didn't have to bother about missions to make a living. He wasn't ashamed to admit such privileges of being born within a clan. And yet, he felt sorry for those who had no options but to take any mission available. Worse, if there was no mission and they had no savings, they'd have to go to the forest to hunt animals for food. The world wasn't kind. But nature was there to ensure nobody starved. I have yet to decide on anything. You're growing and fast. You should have decided long ago. I hadn't thought our team would be disbanded. He blamed Ino. If not for her ambitions, they'd still have a team, even if Asuma was no longer with them. Jonin were only supposed to usher them until they'd grown strong enough to take missions themselves. Isn't it more like you were hoping the team would stay so that you didn't have to do anything? You must see the things happening in this village. It wasn't much happening, at least to the naked eye and to others. But the death of the Sandaime had left the village in a deep hole. Not to mention, there was the situation with Sunigakure. Danzo's schemes as well. It was all just too much that Shikamaru had thought it best if he just looked the side. He wasn't needed. There were people who were solving things. The only surprise was Naruto's involvement. Shikamaru had always thought Naruto as indifferent with no grand ambitions but just to live his eyes. He was wrong. You worked well with Naruto in solving things when it was needed. Shikako smiled. It wasn't jealousy. His son was merely stating he wasn't needed. But Naruto wasn't going to take his job. Because he didn't like being restrained to and by anything. The blonde enjoyed his freedom. He was just glad that he was able to form a healthy relationship with the blonde, and he hoped the same would be with his son. Indeed. But Naruto isn't you. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. He is smart. Yes. His mind is sharp, but his greatest weapon is observation and understanding people. If you understand people, you understand the events that unfold around them. At least those were some of his words. If the blonde wanted to play politics, he'd play it well. On a strategic level, he is not you. And I don't think he will be around forever. Ino is going to be displeased. I'm sure she has dreams of growing old in this village. Shikamaru remarked. You want me to take over from you? I want you to be close to whoever is the Hokage. My position is another thing. You can be an advisor. Shikako faced Shikamaru. I do not understand what motivates Naruto, and yet I trust him. During the whole thing with Danzo, he showed he could be trusted. It is maybe correct to say I do not understand what motivates him. He used to do things as he liked. Shikamaru replied. I don't think even I can understand him. What makes you think that? He is complicated. Isn't that where you should come in? It's too much of a drag. If Naruto knows I want to understand him, he might show me something different, not because he doesn't want me to see but because it is amusing to watch me struggle. At least that was what he used to do when he was younger. He still did think the blonde was fundamentally the same. I have confidence in you. It isn't good to put much hopes in me. You don't want your mother to hear you say that. They both looked at each other and shared a laugh. Things are going to be different. Kakashi is going to become Hokage. With those two back and Sasuke making it known that he wants to become Hokage, there are bound to be things developing. Shikamaru stared. Sasuke wants to become Hokage? Yes. I'd be surprised if it was Naruto, but I would still understand it, but Sasuke. People have ambitions. He may not be the best person, but there is no doubting his power. If Naruto supports this, it will happen. Why Naruto? Shikako smiled. You'll find out eventually. I'm going to have a chat with him about a certain discussion we didn't finish back then. You should join us. I haven't seen him lately. I suppose it won't be bad. Mind if I join? Jiraiya asked Tsunade, who sat alone, drinking at a restaurant. She seemed as if she'd had quite a few already. The slug princess glanced at her friend and then back at her bottles. Can't sleep? It was late in the night. There is a lot going on that makes you think. Jiraiya poured himself a drink. He took a huge gulp and then continued speaking. Things are becoming more dangerous by the day, and it makes you wonder if today will be the last day. Tsunade smiled sadly as she replied. My thoughts, she said. Don't you ever wish things had turned out differently? Sensei would have still been alive and Orochimaru might have become Hokage. The only reason their sensei didn't pick Orochimaru was because he'd come to discover the lust for power his beloved student held. Had Orochimaru been a different person, Minato wouldn't have become Hokage and maybe he would have still been alive. It was all just wishful thinking that clouded Jiraiya's mind and filled him with regrets. Sometimes, the Toad Sage replied with emotion. We are past our primes. So many have died. From those days, it is just the two of us who remain. Yeah, Tsunade replied with a sadness. She rested her head on the table and glanced at Jiraiya. It's sad. I wonder what we did to remain alive while others have died. When I was still roaming around, there had been times I wished I was also dead. Depressed that much? We have lost everything. You have nothing. Not even a student. Don't you? Tsunade trailed off when an umbu dropped in behind her and when whispered. A message from Kumogakure just arrived. The Eight Tails has been captured and the Raikage is demanding that the Kage meet ahead of schedule. Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 5 of Naruto Corrupted. In this alternate universe, Naruto had experienced depression, lies, defilement, loneliness, and hatred by the time he became Genin. Being stripped in Orochimaru's bed of experiments didn't do his mind any favors, but it did leave him with his greatest power. Mokuton Naruto. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by the Omnipresent Sage, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. If you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget leave a like if you enjoyed the video. It not only helps me but helps with YouTube algorithm. Now sit back, relax and enjoy.